Chapter 2025. Divine Emperor City. Inside the painting, Fang Dichang waved his hand, a large amount of white sand scattered. The white sand landed on the ground and melted, forming a puddle of milk. Gudong gudong, bubbles immediately appeared on the ground, and the beans buried under the ground swallowed the milk in large mouthfuls, growing continuously. In a few minutes, Fang Dichang used up the few rank 8 immortal material milk sand he had. The originally barren land was now abnormally fertile. Green bean sprouts sprouted from the ground. Again, Fang Dichang took out another portion of lightning path immortal material. The immortal material was digested by Divine Emperor City when it was thrown into the air, turning into tiny arcs of lightning that enveloped the entire bean field. The tender bean sprouts were stimulated by the arcs of lightning. They grew stronger at a visible rate. Continue. After the arcs of lightning dissipated, Fang Dichang took out a third portion of immortal material. Time continued to pass. After 3 days and 3 nights, Fang Dichang finally stopped his actions. He looked at the field. The beans in this field had already grown into divine bean soldiers. They were closely arranged next to each other. They were as silent as stone statues, waiting for Fang Dichang's orders. Fang Dichang sighed, thinking, "This is the last batch of divine bean soldiers. I have basically used up all the immortal materials I have." As one of Fang Yuan's clones, Fang Dichang had been trapped in the painting ever since he was plotted against by Genesis Lotus Will. During this period of time after the fated war, while waiting for his main body to rescue him, he was also doing his best to accumulate troops. Even now, the main body did not come to save him. Fang Dichang could only prepare to save himself. He was now trapped in the painting and could not contact the main body. He could not even communicate with jewel yellow skies. But he had refined Divine Bean Palace earlier. He still had a portion of authority. This was the reason why Genesis Lotus Will could not do anything to him in the short term. Fang Dichang used this authority to borrow Divine Bean Palace's power to nurture Divine Bean soldiers again. He kept accumulating Divine Bean soldiers. The current scale of his military force had already reached a considerable level. "It is time, let's go and occupy all the murals." Fang Dichang ordered without hesitation. The Divine Bean soldier army started their journey. They split up and rushed to the edge of the mural, breaking into other mural worlds. There were large tracts of farmland outside the monarch city. The autumn wind blew, and many farmers were harvesting wheat. This year is a bumper harvest. Yeah, every family has a good harvest. What's that sound? The farmers were chatting merrily when a strange noise suddenly sounded, causing everyone to be bewildered. A group of Divine Bean soldiers, more than 300 people, barged into this mural time. When they realized that these farmers were like sharks that had smelled blood, they became violent and their movements became extremely fast. They trampled on the farmland and killed anyone they saw. "There's a monster, let's go. Spare my life." Pooh. Blood splattered everywhere. The last farmer was beheaded and fell into a pool of blood. The Divine Bean soldiers successfully killed all the humans and occupied this painting world. The other mural was still outside Emperor City. It was spring at this time. The scenery was bright and beautiful. Large groups of scholars, and young ladies came out of the city for a walk. While they were talking and laughing, 3 to 5 Divine Bean soldiers suddenly appeared, causing the women to scream in unison. They actually dared to attack women. What are these things? The scholars looked at them curiously, while the guards directly surrounded them. The Divine Bean soldiers started to attack. The guards were already vigilant and were in a stalemate for a while. These strange things have evil intentions. Where did these things come from? Forget it, let's kill them first. The scholars cooperated with the Academy Guardian Gu Masters and killed these Divine Bean soldiers without much effort. But soon, thousands of Divine Bean soldiers arrived in this painting world. This time, the guards and scholars were unable to resist. After most of them resisted, their corpses were mercilessly stepped on by the Bean Deity army in the mud, and a small portion of them retreated out of the painting world, luckily surviving. Divine Bean soldiers had extraordinary strength, at least at Desolate Beast level. But in the painting world, they had to follow the rules inside. There was a very small difference between immortal and mortal. Moreover, when Divine Bean soldiers entered other paintings, they were randomly teleported and of different sizes. Fang Dichang attacked with a heavy fist, but the Divine Bean army scattered randomly and started to invade on the spot. Thus, some Divine Bean soldiers had good progress, while some encountered intense resistance, and some were directly destroyed by the Gu masters in the painting world. Even so, Fang Dichang soon showed a satisfied smile. My previous guess was not wrong. Divine Bean Palace's paintings are connected to Emperor City's paintings. Although I am sealed here, Divine Bean soldiers originate from Divine Bean Palace. They are of the same origin as Divine Emperor City, thus they can leave. The more painting worlds these Divine Bean soldiers occupy, the higher my control over Divine Emperor City. After reaching a certain level, I can even advance further and suppress Genesis Lotus Will, becoming the Lord of Divine Emperor City. Fang Dichang's large-scale attack made the Gu immortal seeds that Celestial Court had placed in Divine Emperor City's painting world gather and discuss countermeasures. What is going on with these Divine Bean soldiers? Qin De Jiang frowned. Sun Yao's eyes were bloodshot. I don't know either. After these monsters appeared, they slaughtered wantonly. They are extremely vicious and vicious. Those pitiful beggars and refugees were all killed by these monsters. Maybe this is our fortuitous encounter, or a test. Tang Ruqi guessed. Ying Xingji frowned. I have killed many Divine Bean soldiers, but so far, I have not gained any benefits. Wei Wuxiang analyzed calmly. Divine Bean soldiers are from Divine Bean Palace. According to rumors, Gu immortals can plant these wood path soldiers on a large scale in Divine Bean Palace. When it is time for battle, the Gu immortal will release them to fight against the enemy. Previously, when Divine Bean soldiers landed in Western Desert, they also scattered a large number of Divine Bean soldiers to fight against our central continent's 10 great ancient sections. Then what is the reason for the sudden appearance of these Divine Bean soldiers? Zhao Shuyi asked. Wei Wuxiang shook his head. I don't know either. Although we have been here for some time, this painting world is too vast and profound. We don't know many of its secrets and profundities. What are these reasons for? Right at this time, Xiao Qixing walked over. It's Brother Xiao. What information do you have? Or do you know the truth? These Gu immortal seeds asked one after another. They valued Xiao Qixing greatly because among them, Xiao Qixing was doing the best. He had infiltrated the military camp and continued to rise in rank. He was already a minor officer now. Xiao Qixing said, I don't care about the reason for the appearance of Divine Bean soldiers. I only know that the higher-ups have already issued a military order to mobilize the army to encircle these Divine Bean soldiers. I am leading the army alone this time and need helpers. We can work together and slaughter these Divine Bean soldiers. After the battle, we will definitely be rewarded according to our contributions. I have no objections. These monsters should be punished severely, Qin Dejiang said. Sun Yao nodded. These Divine Bean soldiers are too excessive. They don't even treat humans as humans. I want to take revenge for those pitiful refugees. Count me in. Zhao Shuyi also expressed her stance. Soon, these Gu immortal seeds of Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects agreed and temporarily joined Xiao Qixing. Chapter 2026. Divine Emperor City, Painting World. On the spacious square, Xiao Qixing's group was confronting a group of Divine Bean soldiers. The scale of this group of Divine Bean soldiers was even larger than Xiao Qixing's group. How do we fight? Sun Yuanhua had just asked when the Divine Bean soldiers had already started their assault. Xiao Qixing stopped the people who were preparing to attack and smiled. Everyone, please act as reinforcements and watch me deal with them. Xiao Qixing finished speaking and flicked his fingers repeatedly. A large number of Gu worms flew out of his aperture. These Gu worms landed on the ground and quickly turned into human shapes. Most of them were ordinary soldiers, a small number were clearly elites, and an extremely small number were even sturdier and more valiant. These are Soldier Gu, Sergeant Gu, and Sergeant Gu? Gu Ting squinted his eyes slightly. It should be. Wei Wuxiang roughly counted. There are about 500 people. It seems that Xiao Qixing is doing quite well in the military camp. He has actually accumulated so many human path goo worms. Formation. Xiao Qixing shouted and activated the arrow army formation goo in his aperture. The soldiers under his control immediately gathered. The centurion led the sergeant led the sergeant, and the sergeant was surrounded by soldiers. The entire army was like a huge arrow. Without dodging or evading, they directly charged towards the divine bean soldiers that were charging towards them. Kill! The army led by Xiao Qixing let out a deafening battle cry, but the divine bean soldiers were deathly silent. The two sides were like huge waves colliding, and after colliding, they began to infiltrate each other. Xiao Qixing's eyes were like lightning, shooting out starlight as he concentrated on controlling his own troops. In the chaotic battle, the troops under his control were always united into small groups, maintaining the most basic military formation. In contrast, the divine bean soldiers were scattered and disorganized. After the initial stalemate, the situation gradually fell into Xiao Qixing's control. Once he gained an advantage in a certain area, this advantage snowballed and continued to grow. Soon, the partial advantage turned into an overall advantage. Eventually, Xiao Qixing's side obtained a complete victory. The divine bean soldiers were all killed. How is it? Xiao Qixing returned victorious. He looked at the other goo immortal seeds with an excited expression, showing off his pride. Zhao Shuyi rolled her eyes and ignored him. Brother Xiao is indeed amazing. Chen Dajiang gave a thumbs up. Ha! Xiao Qixing laughed heartily and said to Chen Dajiang, if you had followed me back then, you would also have such achievements today. Let's continue forward. It's just a mural, Wei Wuxiang said. Don't be careless. These soldiers are just soybean soldiers, the most basic of the divine bean soldiers, Gu Ting said. The group continued to move forward, continuously conquering the divine bean soldiers. A moment later, they arrived at the busiest street of Divine Emperor City. The divine bean soldiers were slaughtering the citizens in the city. It was a mess. When Sun Yao saw this, she was so angry that her eyes spat fire. The first time she entered this place, she came to this street and experienced the flourishing scenery. Who would have thought that such a beautiful scene would be completely destroyed by the divine bean soldiers? There were corpses and blood everywhere. I'll have to rely on you all to make a move. Xiao Qixing said with rare modesty, the terrain here is narrow and the field of vision is not clear. My men and horses can't pass through. The other goo immortal seeds naturally had no objections. They rushed to the front lines and attacked together. Xiao Qixing stayed at the back, controlling the soldiers around him to move forward slowly while observing carefully. He knew in his heart, since he came here to compete for Genesis Lotus True Inheritance, these goo masters around him were his greatest competitors. Know yourself and know your enemy, and you will never be defeated. Now was the best time for him to understand these people. These elite goo masters of Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects were truly extraordinary when they attacked. Xiao Qixing had a lot of accumulation, but these goo masters were not inferior. Ying Shengji continuously took out Dr. Gu and turned into human form, saving the wounded and dying everywhere. Chen Dejiang, on the other hand, was surrounded by a group of constables. He also held a blade and a chain, participating in the front lines battle. Sun Yao, on the other hand, made Xiao Qixing look at her in a new light. She was surrounded by 3 dancers. Their long sleeves fluttered as they weakened the divine bean soldiers. At the same time, Sun Yao also possessed the human path killer move, Joy in Helping Others. This move was very effective in strengthening her allies. As for Wei Wuxiang, he was flickering in and out of sight. His figure was like a fish in water in the chaotic battlefield. This guy has already grasped Thief Gu. Xiao Qixing realized. These elites of Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects showed their brilliance once they attacked. Xiao Qixing also felt heavy pressure and became vigilant. I really can't underestimate these people. This chaotic battle lasted for the time it took to brew half a cup of tea before the entire street was cleared. Without stopping, Xiao Qixing and the rest advanced towards other painting worlds. The Divine Bean soldiers were exterminated by them one after another. Of course, they were not the only ones retaliating. The natives of the painting world also organized many teams and fought back with all their might, trying their best to kill the Divine Bean soldiers. Yi Fan and Hong Yi mixed in with the other teams and conversed secretly. These Divine Bean soldiers are really amazing. There are so many types of them, it is an eye-opener. These people from the 10 great ancient sects have also matured. We need to conceal ourselves carefully and not be discovered by them. They were the earliest people to enter the painting world. Right now, their accumulation surpassed Central Continent's people by a large margin, but Yi Fan and Hong Yi could only act in secret. After all, the outside world of the 5 regions was the main body. Once they were discovered by the Celestial Court, the situation would be terrible. The counterattacking teams killed faster and faster, their efficiency constantly increased, and their casualties rapidly decreased. After they had sufficient experience, they completely understood the types of Divine Bean soldiers. Yellow Bean soldiers were only cannon fodder, Green Bean soldiers could shoot flying arrows, Red Bean soldiers had to be careful of their self-destruction, Black Bean soldiers had the toughest bodies, and so on. After understanding the characteristics of different Divine Bean soldiers, they launched targeted attacks. These Divine Bean soldiers were far weaker than they looked. The counterattacking teams kept winning and regaining more and more territory. Finally, they gathered at one place and came to the city wall of Divine Emperor City. Outside the city wall was a vast sea of Divine Bean soldiers. Xiao Qixing saw this scene and couldn't help but suck in a cold breath. The enemy was too powerful. It was not something his team could handle. Only by joining forces with other teams could they defend the city. The Divine Bean soldiers surged forward without any formation. They were a mess as they charged forward. Xiao Qixing and the rest occupied the city wall and looked down from above, constantly killing. The Divine Bean soldiers were like ants. They started to climb the city wall. The defending side resisted with all their might, not retreating a single step. The entire battlefield was like a huge meat grinder. A large number of lives were lost every second. This battle lasted for 3 days and 3 nights. Eventually, Xiao Qixing fell on his butt. He had no strength left in his body. His snow-white military robe was already dyed red with blood. Continuous cheers came from the surroundings. They had won. This largest group of Divine Bean soldiers had been completely annihilated. The outcome was decided. Next, it was time to clean up the remaining small groups of Divine Bean soldiers in the paintings. Wait a moment, we seem to be able to leave Divine Emperor City. Following the Divine Bean soldiers' route of invasion, we can counterattack their nest. During the process of cleaning up, everyone made a huge discovery. The army gathered again and finally reached Fang Dichang. In this painting world, Fang Dichang's strength was greatly reduced, but he still had a group of Divine Bean soldiers with him. So you are the mastermind, the main culprit. You will pay the price for your sins. Why did you slaughter the innocent? What grudge do you have with them? The crowd was furious, but Xiao Qixing and the rest secretly glanced at each other before moving towards the back without leaving a trace. So the source of the Divine Bean soldier calamity is actually him. He is Fang Clan's Gu Immortal Fang Dichang. He had once refined Divine Bean Palace. To think that he is still alive, and is even stirring up trouble in the painting world. Don't tell me the sect sent us here to eliminate him. Strange, why didn't the Celestial Court directly kill Fang Dichang? Maybe this is a test purposely left for us, or maybe we have to follow the rules of the painting world to deal with him. Xiao Qixing and the rest conversed quickly. Their expressions were extremely solemn. They were already the focus of their sect's nurturing targets, thus they knew a lot about the Gu Immortal world. Especially the participants of the Fate War, they knew a lot about them. Take revenge for our friends and family. I want to tear him to pieces. The Gu masters in the painting world attacked Fang Dichang. A bunch of dregs. Fang Dichang sat at the center and commanded calmly. The Divine Bean soldiers around him changed their formations smoothly like flowing water. Especially when all kinds of soldiers cooperated with each other with great tacit understanding. The natives of the painting world suffered heavy losses. Xiao Qixing and the rest were also very shocked. There are clearly not many soldiers, how can they fight to this state? This is a Gu Immortal commanding them, the difference is like heaven and earth. What should we do? Fight or retreat? Fight. We have the advantage in numbers, even though Fang Dichang is strong, the gap between us is not that of an immortal. We have a lot of hope. Slaughter Immortal! Someone shouted this slogan, but Xiao Qixing and the rest were extremely excited. Once they made a move, the Gu masters fighting at the front immediately felt a strong sense of support. In fact, not just them, Yi Fan and Hong Yi were also mixed in the battlefield, contributing secretly. Fang Dichang snorted coldly. The Divine Bean soldiers kept changing their formation under his command, defending as firmly as Mount Tai. Xiao Qixing and the rest fought bitterly for a long time, but to their shock, they found a terrifying gap between the enemy and their side. The Divine Bean soldiers around Fang Dichang were almost non-existent. What should we do? An immortal is an immortal after all. Not to mention that Fang Dichang is a wisdom path Gu immortal. Xiao Qixing and the rest's condition fell to rock bottom, their fighting spirit faded and they had thoughts of retreating, not daring to compete with Fang Dichang. But right at this time, Fang Dichang's body suddenly shook and he coughed out a mouthful of blood. He snorted coldly, looking at the sky as he sneered, "Genesis Lotus Will, you finally couldn't help but make a move." Fang Dichang was suppressed by Genesis Lotus Will. He could no longer control the Divine Bean soldiers as freely as before. Xiao Qixing and the rest immediately felt the pressure on them decrease. They were pleasantly surprised as they charged forward. The Divine Bean soldiers around Fang Dichang continued to shrink until they were all slaughtered. Fang Dichang had no choice but to personally take action. He slaughtered his way through the army. No one could match him. Good times did not last long. His condition continued to decline and he started to get injured. After some time, Fang Dichang's body was bathed in blood as he staggered. To think that I, Fang Dichang, would actually die here. Fang Dichang gave a sorrowful cry as he self-detonated. Boom! The Gu masters surrounding him were all blown to smithereens, not even their corpses remained. After a short moment of shock, the surviving Gu masters cheered and cheered. We won. We finally killed the demon. Sob sob sob. Father, Mother, I have taken revenge for you. Chapter 2027. Xiao Qixing and the rest strolled on the street. The battle had just ended. The originally bustling street was bleak and desolate. There were few pedestrians. Even if there were, most of them were injured. Fang Dichang was unworthy of Western Desert's righteous path. He slaughtered the innocent and caused so many casualties. Letting him die like this was really letting him off easy. Chen Dejiang said hatefully. Ying Shengji sighed and added, "That's right, this was once such a lively place." You guys are really funny. Wei Wuxiang laughed. This is only a painting world. It is Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable's killer move. The people here are also not real existences. No matter how many casualties there are, it will return to its former state after a few years. That's right. Compared to this, I am more curious about what kind of reward the sect will give us this time. Gu Ting said. Xiao Qixing's eyes brightened. We succeeded in slaughtering immortals as mortals and also got rid of the internal threat of Divine Emperor City. With such a huge contribution, not only the sect, even the Celestial Court will personally reward us. Ha! Xiao Qixing laughed heartily, feeling proud of himself. This time, in quelling the Divine Bean weapon calamity and getting rid of Fang Dichang, he had the best performance and contributed the most. In terms of rewards, he was the first. At the entrance of the alley that everyone passed, two beggars were sitting cross-legged in a corner, coldly observing their surroundings. The speech and actions of these 10 great ancient sects Gu immortal seeds were naturally seen by these two beggars. It is all thanks to you this time, Brother Shen. One of the beggars transmitted secretly. The beggar-like Shenshang smiled. Should I call you Fang Yuan or Fang Dichang? The beggar beside him replied, I am just a clone. Strictly speaking, I cannot even be considered a clone now. I am only a remnant will. So, don't call me Fang Yuan. As for Fang Dichang, he is already dead, he died from self-detonation. I have no name now, I am just a beggar. Xianxia's eyes shined with brilliance. You are too humble. Even without me, fellow Immortal has already planned to escape with your life. The beggar nodded and did not deny it. My previous plan was to use the Divine Bean soldiers to invade and seize the painting world. That would be the best. But this possibility was not high. In order to consider victory, I had to consider defeat first. Naturally, I had to prepare a foolproof plan. My self-detonation caused my body and soul to completely disappear, but this will still remains. After a short pause, Fang Yuan's will continued, I do have to thank you for your help. If I rely on my own methods, there is a high chance of being discovered by Genesis Lotus Will. But with you covering for me, that's completely different. Fellow Immortal Xianxia, your attainments in the Tao are getting deeper and deeper. Xianxia chuckled, indeed. Ever since the Fate War, after I unraveled the Venerable's human path killer move, my human path attainment has improved greatly. Now that he had come to this world of murals, he had to pretend to be a beggar all day, carefully observing and concentrating on comprehending. His harvest was quite plentiful. There are benefits to being a beggar. Beggars are people of the lowest level. They can look at the world as bystanders. They can experience kindness and harshness. They can feel hunger and thirst, warmth and coldness. Saying so, Xianxia changed the topic, asking, what are your plans now? Are you going to leave this place or continue to stay? Fang Yuan's will did not hesitate. I cannot leave this place. Even though I only have a will left now, I can only temporarily escape the attention of Genesis Lotus Will. I do not have a way to leave this place. What about you, Xianxia? Xianxia also shook his head. I also cannot find a way to leave this place. I have already secretly investigated those immortal seeds of Central Continent's 10 great ancient sections. They came and went because they obtained the approval of Genesis Lotus Will. But I believe that as long as I continue to hide and research, my human path attainment will continue to accumulate. There will be a qualitative change. At that time, I will be able to find a way to leave this place. Fang Yuan's will took a deep look at Xianxia. He could tell that Xianxia was enjoying this place. But thinking about it, it was not strange. Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable's investment was truly huge. He created a world to deduce human path. In this place, human path was supreme, other paths were just supplementary. Human path had the greatest development, the other paths were very weak. At the same time, this place followed the rules of the mortal world. The gap between immortals and mortals was very small. It was beneficial to the development of human path. There was also the isolation of inside and outside. Outsiders who entered this place would be isolated from the 5 regions. They would not even be able to communicate with jewel yellow skies. This prevented the spread of information and the contamination of information. Thus, this secluded human path paradise was created. Xianxia cultivated human path. Coming here was like a glutton encountering a peerless delicacy. He was like a fish in water. He was deeply attached to this place. Fang Yuan's will was currently residing in one of Xianxia's beggar gu. There were only 2 paths in front of him. One was to wait for the main body to rescue him. The other was to follow Xianxia and cultivate, using Xianxia's strength to escape. Information regarding the Divine Bean Soldier calamity was gathered in Qin Ding Ling's hands. Fang Dichang self-detonated? Qin Ding Ling frowned slightly. This result made Qin Ding Ling slightly disappointed. She had been hoping to capture this Fang Yuan clone alive. Then, through him, she could deduce the location of Fang Yuan's main body. To think that Fang Yuan's clone would actually commit suicide, but this is in line with Fang Yuan's ruthless nature. Qin Ding Ling did not have many suspicions. It would be great if we could capture him alive. In the painting world, the gap between immortals and mortals is not big. It is a pity that these immortal seeds have not matured enough. They could not grasp this opportunity. Qin Ding Ling sighed inwardly. Xiao Qixing and the rest thought that it was a huge contribution to slaying the immortal, but in Qin Ding Ling's heart, it was a bad evaluation. But even so, Qin Ding Ling decided to heavily reward these immortal seeds. They were all important targets for nurturing. After settling the matter of rewards, Qin Ding Ling placed her attention on the battle in Eastern Sea. The battle in Eastern Sea was the battle between humans and variant humans. Both sides were led by Qi Si Ancestor and Wu Shuai. They fought in the immemorial Two Heavens and Eastern Sea. The battle was getting more intense. After Qi Si Ancestor sacrificed himself to save profound literature Grotto Heaven, he took the opportunity to unite several Grotto Heaven forces in the Two Heavens. Even though Wu Shuai lost, he did not show weakness. On one hand, he gathered the Two Heavens to his side. On the other hand, he launched sneak attacks and invasions on those Grotto Heaven forces that were observing from the sidelines. Wu Shuai's strategy was very clear and straightforward. Before attacking the 5 regions, he had to cleanse the Two Heavens and stabilize the rear. On one hand, this was because the distance between the Two Heavens' Grotto Heavens was short. They could send troops to each other. If Wu Shuai did not do anything, when his army was outside, the Grotto Heavens would only need to pretend to attack to make Wu Shuai's army lose their footing. On the other hand, many of Wu Shuai's Grotto Heavens produced Qi harvest fruits of various sizes. Every time Wu Shuai attacked a Grotto Heaven, he would use the method that variant human Gu immortals thought of to try and get rid of the Qi harvest fruits. Wu Shuai's side needed such experiments. Under Wu Shuai's radical strategy, more and more human forces in the Two Heavens sought Qi Si Ancestor's protection. Qi Si Ancestor defended the Grotto Heavens while consolidating his forces. But overall, he was still at a disadvantage. Wu Shuai's Two Heavens alliance grew much faster than Qi Si Ancestor. He actively protected the interests of variant humans. More and more variant human Grotto Heavens joined him. In the Two Heavens, variant human Grotto Heavens outnumbered human Grotto Heavens by a lot. The final batch of variant human forces that were observing from the sidelines joined Wu Shuai. On one hand, they had no choice in the situation. On the other hand, if they did not join, there would be no hope of resolving the problem of the Qi harvest fruits in the Grotto Heavens. Wu Shuai's reputation soared, but the problem of the Qi harvest fruits was still troubling him. The Two Heavens alliance tried many methods, but they all failed to get rid of the Qi harvest fruits. Qi Si Ancestor's progress in researching the profundity of the Qi harvest fruits was also slow. Wu Shuai and Qi Si Ancestor fought. Even though there were frequent conflicts, there were not many casualties. That was because the focus of both sides was not to eliminate the other, but to get rid of the problem of the Qi harvest fruits. In this world, the person who knows the profundity of the Qi harvest fruits the most is probably Demon Immortal Qiju. It is a pity that I am not strong enough to deal with him. Fang Yuan sighed inwardly. He had already resolved the problem in Providence, but Fang Yuan still had no idea how to refine the heaven path Dao marks. Demon Immortal Qiju, who Fang Yuan was talking about, had arrived at Western Desert. He should be nearby. Demon Immortal Qiju flew at a low altitude, searching around. He could not borrow Gu from Qi Si Ancestor, so he used Qi Path investigative methods to search for other Qi Path Immortal Gu. In the end, along the way, he found several Qi Path Immortal Gu. These Qi Path Immortal Gu were mostly wild Immortal Gu. They were naturally produced after the Qi tides. A small portion were snatched by Demon Immortal Qiju from other Gu immortals. Demon Immortal Qiju was not ruthless. As long as he obtained the Qi Path Immortal Gu, he would let the Gu immortal leave. Along the way, Demon Immortal Qiju gradually left Eastern Sea and arrived at Western Desert. I deduced that a Qi Path Immortal Gu should be nearby. Demon Immortal Qiju was thinking when a Gu immortal suddenly appeared in his investigative range. Chapter 2028. Demon Immortal Qiju saw that this Gu immortal had a headband on his head. He wore a green robe and had a tall and handsome posture. He had a thought. The Qi Path Immortal Gu that I deduced, is it on this person? With this thought, Demon Immortal Qiju attacked. With a loud rumble, a huge white air current giant hand grabbed towards Red Heart Traveler. Almost at the same time Demon Immortal Qiju discovered Red Heart Traveler, Red Heart Traveler also discovered Demon Immortal Qiju. Demon Immortal Qiju did not recognize Red Heart Traveler, but Red Heart Traveler already had first-hand information about Demon Immortal Qiju from the Celestial Court. Seeing the white gas hand flying towards him, Scarlet Heart Traveler's heart jumped and he quickly dodged and retreated. Red Heart Traveler was a Gu Immortal of Celestial Court, a former board lord of Demon Judgment Board. He had great battle strength. During the fated war, he came to the Western Desert and disguised himself as a fiendish immortal of the Blood Path. He attracted the attention of many superforces of the Western Desert's righteous path and held back a large number of hostile forces for the Central Continent. In Western Desert's Gu Immortal world, Red Heart Traveler had the confidence to fight against almost all Western Desert Gu Immortals. But his current opponent was Demon Immortal Chi-Ju, one of the strongest Gu Immortals in the current world. Red Heart Traveler was very clear that he was not Demon Immortal Chi-Ju's match. The difference between him and the enemy was too great. The loser of this battle would definitely be him. Hence, Red Heart Traveler's retreat was very straightforward. At the next moment, Demon Immortal Chi-Ju saw a blood-colored halo rise behind Red Heart Traveler's head. The latter's speed suddenly increased and he easily dodged his chi current hand. Demon Immortal Chi-Ju exclaimed lightly, muttering to himself, "Blood Path again?" In the current world, the Blood Path seems to be very popular. Demon Immortal Chi-Ju was naturally not willing to let Red Heart Traveler off so easily. He chased after him. The two immortals, one chasing and the other fleeing, quickly traversed thousands of miles. Demon Immortal Chi-Ju was shocked to find that his main movement method could not catch up to Red Heart Traveler. Of course, he did not widen the gap. "I've already improved my movement technique, but I didn't expect that I still wouldn't be able to catch up to him. Who is this person?" A rank 8 Blood Path Gu Immortal. Demon Immortal Chi-Ju searched through his memories and slowly found some clues. He had searched Qing Huizi's soul and obtained a lot of information. Red Heart Traveler's true identity had not been exposed, but he had wreaked havoc in Western Desert and had such a sensitive identity of rank 8 Blood Path. Information regarding him had already spread to Jewel Yellow Skies, and all the Gu Immortals in the world had heard of him. After chasing for a while, Demon Immortal Chi-Ju suddenly roared, "Where are you running to?" After he finished preparing, he activated a killer move. Red Heart Traveler suddenly felt the airflow around his body roll up, seriously affecting his speed. He sighed internally. He could only turn around and fight Demon Immortal Chi-Ju. Demon Immortal Chi-Ju's moves were vast and majestic. Milky white chi currents surged. It was like a tsunami with unstoppable might. The moment they truly exchanged blows, Red Heart Traveler fell into a disadvantageous position without any surprise. However, his methods weren't weak either. Bloody light pervaded the air and flowers of blood bloomed. There was no evil energy at all. Instead, it was warm and righteous, standing firm. Red Heart Traveler struggled with all his might. After a few rounds, his whole body was drenched in sweat. He sighed internally. This Demon Immortal Chi-Ju is indeed a famous old monster. He is truly too strong. Red Heart Traveler felt that he was like a small boat. Under Demon Immortal Chi-Ju's frenzied attacks, he could only dodge with all his strength and stall for time. After several rounds, Red Heart Traveler was already in a perilous situation. At this time, he suddenly heard a beast roar. An immemorial desolate beast drilled out from under the desert and attacked Demon Immortal Chi-Ju's back. Demon Immortal Chi-Ju was caught unprepared, but he was not flustered in the face of danger. He stretched out his hand and a mountainous chi-current hand slammed towards the immemorial desolate beast. But just as this immemorial desolate beast was about to be slammed by the hand, its body suddenly shone with bright light. It turned into an immemorial swallow and shot towards Demon Immortal Chi-Ju like a sharp, black arrow. So, it is a transformation path Gu Immortal. Interesting. Demon Immortal Chi-Ju was slightly startled. He had to stop and deal with it while praising generously. The one who came to help was naturally 9 Spiritual Fairy. She and Red Heart Traveler came to Western Desert together. They were helping each other. With her help, Red Heart Traveler's situation immediately turned for the better. He was finally saved from the brink of death. "We can't fight for long. This old demon is too powerful. We are not his match. The reason why we can resist him now is because he is not familiar with our methods." Red Heart Traveler hurriedly transmitted. He fought with demon Immortal Qiju and thoroughly felt the terror of a peak expert in the present age. The reason why demon Immortal Qiju did not kill him was because he had just been reborn and had not completely adapted to it. If they really fought, the two immortals of Celestial Court would be killed by demon Immortal Qiju sooner or later. I have a way, follow me. 9 Spiritual Fairy transmitted, retreating while fighting. Demon Immortal Qiju chased after the two immortals of Celestial Court. He went through many twists and turns until he reached a desert. 9 Spiritual Fairies suddenly turned into an immemorial desolate beast. She held Red Heart Traveler in her mouth and plunged into the desert. Demon Immortal Qiju snorted coldly, "You think you are smart." He clapped his hands. With a loud sound, heaven and earth shook. Milky white chi currents crashed onto the surface of the desert like a tsunami, causing the surrounding 100 li of desert to sink by over 100 feet. 9 Spiritual Fairy gave a muffled grunt, suffering heavy injuries. Red Heart Traveler quickly healed her injuries. 9 Spiritual Fairy did not dare to turn around to fight. She focused on moving underground. Demon Immortal Qiju was about to dive into the sand and continue his pursuit when he heard a beast roar. At the next moment, a huge immemorial soul beast emerged from the bottom of the desert. Seeing this immemorial soul beast, Demon Immortal Qiju's pupils shrunk. This immemorial soul beast had a strange shape. It had a sinister appearance. It had a tortoise shell, 4 tiger claws, a dragon tail, a snake neck, and a human head. Its hair was disheveled, its eyes were filled with anger and ferocity. This was a legendary immemorial desolate beast. It even had many immortal goo. "Ah, you found Qingqiu." Seeing that demon Immortal Qiju was entangled by the immemorial soul beast, Red Heart Traveler cried out in shock. This immemorial soul beast was Qingqiu. After Divine Bean Palace was seized by Fang clan, Qingqiu left Divine Bean Palace and hid in a corner. There was no news of it. But during the Fate War, Divine Bean Palace and Emperor City merged into one. Genesis Lotus will came out to control the situation. After the Fate War, Genesis Lotus will naturally handed all kinds of information to Celestial Court. Qin Dingling not only knew Fang Dichang's true identity, she even obtained information about Qingqiu. Divine Bean Palace had imprisoned Qingqiu for so many years. Genesis Lotus will understood it too well. It had a secret method to search for it. After Qin Dingling obtained this secret method, she secretly ordered 9 Spiritual Fairy to search for Qingqiu and subdue it. Qingqiu was a legendary immemorial beast. Not only did it have outstanding battle strength, it also had an innate ability to discern everything about spectral soul. If Celestial Court obtained it, not only could they deal with Fang Yuan, they could also deal with spectral soul. It was killing 2 birds with 1 stone. 9 Spiritual Fairy had found Qingqiu's location not long ago, but she did not have enough strength. She had no confidence in forcefully attacking it. Now that Red Heart Traveler encountered Demon Immortal Qiju, she came up with a plan to lure Demon Immortal Qiju into a fight with Qingqiu. "This is great. At this rate, we can watch from the sidelines and reap the rewards." Red Heart Traveler laughed. "Qingqiu is not Demon Immortal Qiju's match. We can only act according to the situation." 9 Spiritual Fairy conversed while using all her strength to move deeper underground. The further away from the battlefield, the better. However, contrary to Celestial Court's expectations, Demon Immortal Qiju soon sensed something amiss. He opened his mouth and breathed out endless chi currents that filled the surroundings. He threw himself into it and quickly vanished. Qingqiu had no opponent. It also chose to leave the battlefield and escape into the sky. Deep underground, Celestial Court's 2 immortals looked at each other. Red Heart Traveler suddenly said, "Oh no! We can't keep that Blood Sea true inheritance." 9 Spiritual Fairy was dazed for a moment before reacting. "You really found that Blood Path true inheritance?" Red Heart Traveler nodded and sighed. Celestial Court's clues were not wrong. The crucial thing was that the Chi Tides exposed some clues about the Blood Sea true inheritance. "I searched for half a month before finally arriving at the final location. But there, I encountered Demon Immortal Qiju." 9 Spiritual Fairy was silent. On the other side, Demon Immortal Qiju returned to his original location. It is indeed here. He inspected for a while and found that the qi was still here, it had not moved. After trying for a while, he successfully obtained this Blood Sea true inheritance. Blood Sea ancestor had set up hundreds of thousands of inheritance secret areas in Central Continent, Southern Border and other places. Among them, there were only 9 true inheritances. Right now, this one was already in Demon Immortal Chiju's hands. Blood Path True Inheritance. Amazing, with this true inheritance, it will be several times easier for me to deal with Blood Path Gu Immortals. And this Blood Chi Immortal Gu is also suitable for me. Ha! Demon Immortal Chiju laughed loudly. When he used killer moves earlier, he almost always expended immortal material Qi. Now, every time he obtained a Qi Path Immortal Gu, his strength would rise by a level. Chapter 2029. Western Desert. Strong winds blew and sand surged. A caravan was moving with difficulty in the desolate desert. Oh heavens, we are finally returning to Sand Wolf City. In the caravan, Pengda had an exhausted expression as he sighed. Gu Master Emoli was sitting on a camel beside him. He looked at Pengda and teased, "Lad, your thinking is different from the first time we set off." Pengda's face blushed. When Emoli first organized the caravan, he was very excited. He thought the adventure would be very exciting. But after several caravan trips, Pengda had already realized how naive he had been. In this world, caravan was not only difficult and risky, it was also very tiring and difficult to move forward. If one was careless, they would lose their lives in the vast and merciless desert. But Pengda's sigh resonated with the other Gu masters in the caravan. Yes, we are going home again. Although we did not encounter any danger during this caravan trip, we are really tired. After we return, I want to take a good bath. I can't help but want to go to a tavern to drink. Emoli smiled. He thought of his wife and son who had changed greatly recently. His son was chosen and heavily nurtured. He could be said to be a prodigal son who had turned over a new leaf. All of these beautiful things gave Emoli new hope and motivation to live. No matter how difficult caravan was, he could enjoy it. Wait, there is a situation. The Gu master in charge of scouting at the front of the caravan suddenly shouted a warning. Pengda immediately tensed up, but also felt strange. Logically speaking, this was near Sandwolf City, there should be no danger here. But why was there a warning? Emoli immediately activated his investigative Gu. His body stiffened as he shouted, "There is a strange situation, everyone move forward at full speed." Pengda and the rest did not know the reason, but seeing Emoli leading the way, they trusted the caravan leader and quickly followed. As they got closer to Sand Wolf City, even without using Gu worms, they discovered the abnormality. Several plumes of gray smoke could be seen rising into the air. There was also the smell of burning and fire coming from the direction of Sand Wolf City. Everyone in the caravan felt a strong sense of foreboding, and they quickened their pace. Finally, they arrived at the entrance of Sand Wolf City. This is impossible. What's going on? Heavens, this is a dream, it must be a dream. Some of the members of the caravan directly knelt on the sand, some broke down and cried, even the usually steady leader Molly was stunned on the spot. Pengda's eyes widened, looking at the scene before him in disbelief. The once bustling Sandwolf City was now in ruins. There were corpses everywhere, broken walls, burning flames, and smoke everywhere. The scene was too horrible to look at. Emoli muttered and suddenly ran into the city as if he was electrocuted. His action woke up many people. The Gu masters quickly ran back to their homes. Pengda did not have a home, so he quickly urged the camel to follow Uncle Emoli. Emoli's speed was extremely fast. He was extremely anxious and directly left Pengda far behind. Fortunately, Pengda had returned to Sandwolf City a few times and had already figured out the route. He knew where Uncle Emoli's house was. When Pengda arrived at Molly's house, he saw a ruin. Emoli, on the other hand, knelt on the ruins and looked at his wife's corpse that he had just dug out in silence. From Uncle Emoli's silence, Pengda could feel the mountain-like weight on his back. How could this be? What happened here? Pengda was sorrowful but also very confused. In his opinion, Sandwolf City was such a huge city with so many Gu Masters stationed inside, but it was actually destroyed and turned into a dead city. What kind of force could destroy Sandwolf City? Was it a Chi-tide calamity? The traces left at the scene did not seem like it at all. This world is really too dangerous. People are living in constant danger, even Gu Masters are the same. There is no such thing as a safe place. Peng De felt increasingly insignificant in his heart. He looked at Mo Li, who was kneeling on the ground like a stone statue. He opened his mouth several times before finally saying, "Uncle, we need to pull ourselves together. Don't forget that you still have a son." These words shook Missouri Li slightly. His eyes shined with the light of hope again. "Peng De, thank you for your reminder. My son is still in the inner city. He is a Gu immortal seed and is being nurtured heavily. He is definitely fine. He is definitely well protected. Let's go and find him." Mo Li brought his wife's corpse and hurriedly went to the inner city with Peng De. The whole inner city had turned into a huge crater. The inner city was gone. Several caravan members stood at the edge of the crater, looking at it blankly. Mo Li came to their side and looked at the huge crater. His lips trembled and his face was extremely pale. He could not speak. Peng De secretly sucked in a breath of cold air. He could see that this huge crater was completely the footprint of a wild beast. Such a huge footprint. The size of this wild beast was simply unimaginable. This is not man-made. A beast calamity. A huge beast as big as a mountain attacked Sandwolf City and killed everyone. The caravan members analyzed and gradually started crying. Mo Li fell into a deathly silence. Peng De could not persuade him. Uncle Mo Li once had such a beautiful family, but suddenly everything was gone, only he was left. Fate was so cruel to Mo Li and all the surviving members of the caravan. Boom! Right at this time, the air above everyone's head suddenly surged, emitting a sonic boom. This sound immediately attracted everyone's attention. Did the huge beast not leave? Peng De quickly raised his head and saw two figures floating in the sky. "Gu Immortals!" The other Gu Masters shouted. "This place is also in trouble." The Gu Immortals in the sky conversed. Their voices were transmitted down without any intention of concealing it. "This damned beast caused our Mo clan to suffer such heavy losses. When we catch it, we will tear out its tendons and skin it alive to vent our anger." Another Gu Immortal replied furiously. "Let's go, we are about to catch up." The two Gu Immortals flew away, leaving this place. The Gu Masters on the ground were silent for a while before someone suddenly started crying loudly. "Father, Mother, you died so miserably. I cannot take revenge for you, but there are immortals who can uphold justice for you." Peng De was silent, his mood was very heavy. At this moment, he suddenly realized, even if he became a Gu Master, even if he became a rank 5 Gu Master, what was the use? Only by becoming a Gu Immortal could he control a bit of his own fate in this world. "I want to go take a look." Mo Li suddenly spoke with a resolute expression. "Leader, are you crazy?" The surrounding Gu Masters quickly urged. Mo Li's attitude, however, was firm. "I am useless. I cannot take revenge for my wife and children, but I will do my best to see the culprit punished with my own eyes, by a Gu Immortal. If I don't even grasp this chance, even if I survive, I will regret it for the rest of my life." These words resonated with the other Gu Masters. They responded and expressed that they wanted to go with Mo Li to witness justice. "Uncle, I want to go with you." Peng De said. "Stay behind, lad." Mo Li looked at Peng De, his expression softening. Peng De smiled bitterly. "Uncle, you have saved me time and time again. You are the closest person to me in this world. Since I am following you, I will not separate from you at this crucial moment. Let me continue to follow you, uncle." Mo Li looked at Peng De deeply for a while before nodding and saying in a hoarse voice, "Lad, follow me." The group of Gu Masters followed the direction the Gu Immortal flew in, leaving Sandwolf City ruins. Along the way, the giant beast footprints on the sand were very obvious, allowing them to maintain the most correct path. They traveled like this for a day and a night, when they suddenly heard thunder from the horizon. This is not lightning, it is the Gu Immortal fighting the giant beast. Listen, there are beast roars coming from the wind. The Gu masters were very excited. They increased their speed and wanted to get closer. But right at this time, a pitch-black chi current shot out like a rainbow, tearing through the sky. A trace of the chi current scattered and landed near a Gu master. One trace of the black chi curled up and brushed past a Gu master's shoulder. That Gu master suddenly cried out in fear. His skin and flesh started to rot and he quickly turned into a skeleton. Everyone was shocked by this change. They quickly scattered in all directions. Fortunately, that trace of black chi went with the wind and did not linger around. It is too dangerous to continue moving forward. This is only the aftermath of the Gu Immortal fighting the giant beast. We have no way of resisting it. If we continue to get closer, we will be throwing away our lives. Most of the Gu masters wanted to retreat, turning around and leaving. I still want to try again. All of you can leave. All of you can leave. Mo Li was the only Gu master left. Peng De still wanted to follow him, but this time, Mo Li's attitude was very firm. He chased Peng De away. Mo Li trudged for some distance alone. When he climbed up a sand dune, the scene in front of him made him take in a deep breath of cold air. Far away in the horizon, there was a huge black fog. This fog was clearly the pitch-black chi current from earlier. In this rumbling black fog, Mo Li could vaguely see a mountain-like beast silhouette and flickering lightning. Mo Li breathed in deeply and was about to move forward when he was suddenly hugged from behind. "Uncle, do you want to die? Don't move forward, you will die." Peng De shouted. "Brat, why haven't you left yet?" Mo Li was anxious. Peng De's face was full of eagerness and sincerity. "Uncle, you're my savior. How could I be ungrateful and watch you throw your life away? I know you want to die, but your condition is not right with my strength. You could not even sense me when I followed you all the way. Uncle, live on, don't throw away your life." But Mo Li did not listen. "Brat, scram." "I won't scram." "Scram. This has nothing to do with you, you still have your youth. Don't throw away your life here." "Uncle, I want to save you." "I don't need you to save me, even if I die, I will take revenge. Even if it is just an insignificant attack, as long as it lands on that damned beast, I will be satisfied." Rumble. Just as the two were entangled, a hurricane came from the battlefield in the horizon. The hurricane was like a wall, supporting the sky as it rapidly swept towards the two of them. Oh no! Peng De and Mo Li had no time to dodge. They were quickly engulfed by the hurricane. Chapter 2030. Western Desert. Dark clouds covered the sky, thunder rumbled, Mo Clan's Gu Immortals and the mysterious giant beast were still fighting intensely. "Bastard, die! I will skin you alive and tear out your tendons, to compensate for our losses." The two Mo Clan Gu Immortals were furious. Mo Clan had suffered huge losses because of this giant beast. These two were in charge of the most important area. "You want me to die?" During the intense battle, the mysterious giant beast suddenly spoke. The two Mo Clan Immortals were shocked. Their hearts jumped. At this moment, the giant beast suddenly opened its mouth and shot out a purple-red tongue. The tongue pierced through a Mo Clan Gu Immortal's body at lightning speed. Almost instantly, this Mo Clan Gu Immortal was completely corroded by the intense poison. He turned into nothingness. Only his immortal aperture turned into a faint speck of light that fell towards the ground. "You are a legendary immemorial beast." The remaining Mo Clan Gu Immortals were shocked. They quickly retreated. But it was too late. The mysterious giant beast was Ching Cho. It snickered as ghostly chi surged out of its body. The ghostly chi turned into ghostly shadows that easily blocked the Mo Clan Gu Immortals. Ching Cho's main body got closer. "Didn't you want to kill me and tear out my tendons?" The Mo Clan Gu Immortal shouted in fear. "Let me go, I am a Mo Clan Gu Immortal. If you let me go, Mo Clan will not pursue this matter." "Pursue this matter?" Anger flashed across Ching Cho's face when it heard this. "You two fools, you don't even know that you were used. Go and die." The Mo clan Gu Immortal screamed as the ghostly shadows pounced on him. He died on the spot. After killing these two Gu Immortals, Qingqiu looked towards the desert. Sand flew wildly on the ground, turning into a giant monster. It was the immemorial sand monster. This was the helper that the Mo clan Gu Immortals brought. They relied on it to restrain Qingqiu earlier. But the Mo clan Gu Immortals did not expect Qingqiu to be a legendary immemorial desolate beast. It had extraordinary intelligence. Qingqiu used this to disguise itself as an ordinary immemorial desolate beast, causing the two Mo clan immortals to lower their guard. In the end, Qingqiu suddenly attacked, and the two Mo clan immortals suffered grievances. The two Mo immortals were already dead. This immemorial sand monster no longer had a master. Its movements gradually slowed down as it stood on the ground and looked up at Qingqiu. Qingqiu glared at the immemorial sand monster. Scram! The primordial sand monster shivered in fright. It suddenly turned around and dived into the desert to escape. Qingqiu ordered the enemy to retreat, but the ghost aura around it became denser. It looked at a certain place in the sky and sneered, "Two shameless insects, still not coming out?" Saying so, Celestial Court's two immortals, 9 Spiritual Fairy and Red Heart Traveler, appeared. They floated side by side in the sky, looking down at Qingqiu. So previously, when Red Heart Traveler wanted to find Blood Sea Ancestors' true inheritance, he was disrupted by Demon Immortal Qiju. Realizing Demon Immortal Qiju's goal, Red Heart Traveler decisively gave up on the Blood Sea true inheritance and continued to pursue Qingqiu with 9 Spiritual Fairy. After all, Qingqiu's matter was related to the Celestial Court's plans. And even if he obtained the Blood Sea true inheritance, it would only increase the strength of Scarlet Heart Traveler alone. Which was more important was clear at a glance. 9 Spiritual Fairy and Red Heart Traveler possessed Celestial Court's secret method. They chased and soon found Qingqiu again. But the two did not dare to make a move. This was Western Desert, enemies were everywhere. It was not the territory of Celestial Court's two immortals. If they rashly fought against a legendary immemorial desolate beast, once the battle entered a stalemate, Western Desert's native Gu immortals would interfere. There would be too many variables. 9 Spiritual Fairy and Red Heart Traveler discussed for a while. 9 Spiritual Fairy would transform into an immemorial desolate beast and wreak havoc on the surrounding resource points, attracting Western Desert's Mo clan Gu immortals. In the end, Mo clan's two immortals brought an immemorial sand monster, but they did not expend much of Qingqiu's battle strength. Instead, Qingqiu discovered the traces of Celestial Court's two immortals. Celestial Court's two immortals' plan failed and Qingqiu discovered their traces. They directly showed up and attacked at the same time. Bam bam bam. Celestial Court's two immortals were rank 8. They were extraordinary indeed. Each of their moves were fierce and their attacks were like raging waves. Qingqiu was suppressed for a moment. But Qingqiu was an immemorial desolate beast. It had thick skin and flesh. Even if it was hit by a few rank 8 killer moves, it was fine. After dozens of rounds, it became familiar with the Celestial Court's two immortals' moves. It gradually regained control of the situation. But good times did not last. Chi tides started to form. The reason was that the immortal apertures of the Western Desert Immortals had opened and started to absorb heaven and earth chi to stabilize themselves. These two immortal apertures had different heaven and earth chi from the outside world. Together with the accumulated influence of the Gu immortals fighting Qingqiu, a huge chi tide soon formed. In the chi tide, Qingqiu was greatly restricted. Its strength fell by a lot. In contrast, Celestial Court's two immortals had already contributed their immortal apertures. They only had phantom apertures. They were not affected much by the chi tide. Qingqiu roared furiously. It used all its strength but to no avail. It realized at this point that Celestial Court's two immortals had another layer of scheme. They did not just use the Western Desert Immortals. They even schemed against their immortal apertures. Just as Qingqiu was in a tough battle, Pengde opened his eyes shakily. Where am I? He was in a daze for a while before he found that he was being carried by Uncle Emoli. They were moving on a huge sand dune. Uncle, you saved me again. Pengde sighed. You're awake. Uncle Emoli smiled. Pengda, uncle, put me down. But Uncle Emoli shook his head. Your injuries are severe, even though I saved you, you should not move for the time being. Pengda smiled bitterly. I have troubled you again. Where is this? Emoli replied. Sigh, we were swept away by the hurricane for over 10,000 li, we are rushing back now. Emoli had lived in the desert for many years, he naturally had a method to determine his location. Pengda heard Emoli's words and became anxious. Uncle, why are you going back? Are you going to die? Emoli was silent for a while before saying in a deep and resolute voice, I know it is dangerous to go back, but if I cannot even see the true appearance of the murderer of my wife and child, I will not be satisfied. Uncle. Pengda did not know how to persuade him. He understood Emoli's pain and hatred at this moment. Precisely because of this, he could not persuade him. Emoli continued, Brat, Uncle owes you a favor. After we travel a bit further, Uncle will put you down and leave you enough food and water. With your strength, it won't be a problem for you to cross the desert alone and reach the nearest town. Uncle, I won't go. I cannot leave you alone. Stop fooling around. I am not fooling around, you are the one fooling around, Uncle. Just as the two were arguing, the sand under Emoli's feet moved, forming a huge whirlpool that swept the two towards the center. Emoli quickly activated his goo worms, but it was useless. Emoli was pale with fright. What is going on? My goo worms are all useless. Pengda also tried to no avail. His face was extremely pale. Is this quicksand? We are going to be swallowed. This piece of quicksand was too strange. Neither of their methods had any effect. Seeing that they were getting closer and closer to the center of the quicksand whirlpool, their bodies were gradually sinking into the sand, their expressions were ashen. Am I going to die? Pengda muttered. Emoli sighed deeply. I have dragged you down, Pengda. I do not blame Uncle, this is all my own choice. Pengda only felt his heart beating wildly, his mouth was dry, he did not know what to say. The feeling before death was truly terrible. But soon, Pengda's attention was attracted by another matter. He found that the usually strong Uncle Emoli was actually shedding tears. Emoli started sobbing in an extremely rare manner. I am going to die, but I have not taken revenge yet. In fact, I have not even seen my enemy's true appearance. My strength is too weak, too weak. I do not even have the qualifications to approach my enemy. The difference between immortal and mortal is too great. I am only a mortal, I am like an ant. Pengda opened his mouth, wanting to comfort Emoli, but did not know what to say. At the next moment, hot sand poured into his mouth. Pengda quickly shut up. Next, his whole body was engulfed, his vision turned dark. Am I going to die? I'm going to die like this. So pitiful, I did not expect my journey to another world to end like this. I really do not want to die, I really do not want to die. In his dark vision, specks of starlight suddenly lit up. I am not dead? Pengda sat up, looking at the scene in front of him in disbelief. He was now at the bottom of a dry well. There was a quicksand whirlpool at the mouth of the well, but strangely, the quicksand did not fall down. There was a mysterious force here that stopped the quicksand, only allowing Pengda and Emoli to fall in. Uncle, Uncle? Pengda immediately noticed Emoli and called out twice before Emoli reacted. Lad, you are awake? This is the immortal world. We are rich. Emoli turned around with an excited and shocked expression. This is likely an inheritance left behind by a goo immortal. Uncle, are you sure? Pengda opened his eyes wide in disbelief. This was all too surreal. The ups and downs of life were too sudden. He was not a rash person who had just transmigrated. The current Pengda and Emoli had traveled many times. They had a rough understanding of the goo world. The existence of goo immortals and goo immortal inheritances had always been the topic of discussion for goo masters when they were free. To think that such an unreachable thing would appear in front of them at this moment. Damn it. Why is it not reacting? Emoli tried many methods, getting increasingly anxious, but the starlight in front of him did not react at all. Uncle, This is probably not a Gu immortal inheritance, right? I think you are thinking too much. At this time, Pengde finally had the strength to stand up and walk towards Immortal. Immortal did not retort, he was also starting to doubt his previous judgment. But at this time, the starlight in front of him suddenly moved like a tide, directly passing through Immortal and entering Pengde's body. The two were shocked. This happened very quickly. The starlight soon entered Pengde's body. Without starlight, the bottom of the well fell into darkness again. Immortal activated a Gu worm. A lump of fire rose from his palm and brought light to the bottom of the well. Pengde was still standing on the spot blankly, his eyes were wide open like a statue. Immortal quickly walked towards him. Pengde, how are you? Pengde reacted. Uncle, you are right. This is really a Gu immortal inheritance. Moreover, it is Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's inheritance. What? Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable? Immortal was extremely shocked. They had learned a lot about the existence of venerables, and thanks to the current situation, this common knowledge of the Gu immortal world was no longer a secret of the mortal world. Immortal's gaze became slightly complex. This means, Pengde, you are an otherworldly demon? No wonder the inheritance did not react to me. Pengde had an awkward expression. Uncle, I did not hide it from you on purpose. All right. Immortal waved his hand. So what if you are an otherworldly demon? You are still Pengde, the Pengde I know, right? These words made Pengde extremely moved. He nodded fiercely. Yes. Uncle, thank you for your understanding. Immortal waved his hand. All right, you rascal, you really struck it rich this time. Since you have inherited the Demon Venerable's true inheritance, then hurry up and let us leave this place. Normal methods are useless here. Pengde was extremely embarrassed. It is like this, uncle, even though I have many Gu worms, I cannot use them yet. This is the first time I have seen these Gu worms, I need to practice more. And according to the inheritance, I need to learn one of the killer moves before I can leave this place. Then let's practice quickly. If you have anything you don't understand, Uncle will guide you. Thank you, Uncle. There is no need to thank me between us. Immortal smiled. Let's practice quickly, we do not have much food and water left. As the inheritor of the true inheritance, Pengde did not need to eat or drink at the bottom of the well, but Immortal could not. For the next few days, Pengde trained hard. He was only immortal, he was only practicing mortal Gu. This was the first time he had come into contact with these Gu worms. Even though there were detailed instructions in the inheritance, he still needed to practice to master these Gu worms. Immortal helped Pengde study them, and once there was a result, Pengde would lend the Gu worms to Immortal to demonstrate and guide him. Immortal was an experienced Gu master after all. Even though he did not have the qualifications to inherit Thieving Heaven's true inheritance, he was much more efficient at figuring out the usage of these Gu worms than Pengde. Finally, Pengde grasped the usage of each Gu worm with great difficulty. He found the threshold of using killer moves. Go Pengde, try to succeed in one go. Immortal encouraged Pengde, Uncle, watch me. Pengde did not succeed in using his killer move for the first time. The killer move failed and he suffered a backlash. He spat out blood and fell to the ground on the spot. Pengde, how are you? Immortal quickly went to inspect Pengde's body. Pengde spoke with difficulty. Uncle, I have disappointed you. But don't worry, next time I will definitely Suddenly he widened his eyes. Next, he looked at his chest in disbelief. His chest had already been pierced by Immortal's hand. His heart was destroyed by this sneak attack. Uncle. More blood gushed out of Pengde's mouth. Immortal slowly raised his head. His eyes were filled with tears, but his face was extremely distorted. It was unfamiliar and terrifying to the point that Pengde's heart shuddered. Immortal's voice was extremely hoarse. I want revenge. But the true inheritance chose you. I have no choice. Pengde, you are too young, you have practiced for so long, but you can't even grasp a killer move. I can't wait, I can't count on you. Immortal said this as he retracted his hand. Pengde fell to the ground powerlessly, his eyes staring helplessly at the well. He was dead. But Immortal did not stop. He activated his goo worms and captured Ping Da's soul. Chapter 2031. Central Continent, an ordinary nameless mountain peak. 4 goo immortals stealthily arrived at the foot of the mountain. He Lulan is on this mountain. Wuxia looked at the mountain peak as he spoke. Beside him were Fairy Myrtle, Old Man Jing Yuan, and Bai Ning Bing. After Fairy Myrtle and Old Man Jing Yuan forced Bai Ning Bing to surrender, they obtained Wuxia's whereabouts. Wuxia was Spectral Soul's clone. He had always taken the responsibility of rescuing the main body. But due to his own strength and Fang Yuan's arrangements, Wuxia could not enter Celestial Court. After the Fate War, Fate Goo was destroyed, Fang Yuan escaped. Wuxia wandered around Central Continent. He even resented Fang Yuan for not saving Spectral Soul's main body. After Fairy Myrtle showed sufficient evidence, Wuxia learned that the main body was no longer in Celestial Court. He had escaped on his own. Wuxia was overjoyed. He left Fang Yuan and met up with Fairy Myrtle and the rest. From Wuxia, Fairy Myrtle and the rest learned that he had just parted ways with He Lulan. Thus, the 4 immortals secretly came here again. Wuxia said in a low voice, He Lulan is a formidable character. Even though her cultivation level is low and future self has lost its effect, she lacks battle strength. She is tenacious and has great ambitions. We cannot underestimate her. Wuxia did not doubt their strength, but what he was most worried about was whether He Lulan would join him and betray Fang Yuan. In this aspect, Fairy Myrtle was very confident. She smiled. I have complete confidence in persuading He Lulan to surrender. This woman has a complicated relationship with Fang Yuan, but it is not firm. He Lulan wants to kill her father for revenge. This is her greatest wish. And Fang Yuan captured He Cheng. Because his strength surpasses He Lulan, he can control her. If we want to persuade her to surrender, we can start from there. Know thyself, know thy enemy, and you will never be defeated. Back then, Fairy Myrtle tried all ways to deduce Fang Yuan's location, but Fang Yuan was extremely crafty. His wisdom path attainment was to guard against deductions. Fairy Myrtle could not do anything to Fang Yuan, but she investigated Fang Yuan's subordinates. But back then, even if she wanted to use these methods to find Fang Yuan's location, she would fail. But now, Fairy Myrtle wanted to deal with He Lulan. Immediately, Fairy Ziwei made arrangements calmly. This time, Wuxia, stay behind by Ning Bing, get close to He Lulan. Yun Tian Immortal Li Ao Ing and Ling Ing of Sect. When you get close to He Lulan, you will ambush her and seal her in ice. After that, I will persuade her to surrender. Why don't I go with you? Wuxia was not assured. Bai Ning Bing glanced at him before flying out. Wuxia quickly looked at Fairy Myrtle, but Fairy Myrtle shook her head. We will stay here and observe. Bai Ning Bing flew into the sky like a white rainbow, looking at the mountain peak as she shouted, Is He Lulan here? After a while, He Lulan appeared from the cave, looking at Bai Ning Bing with a frown. It's you. Bai Ning Bing chuckled as she pointed at He Lulan. I have joined Spectral Soul now. I am here to capture you. He Lulan, if you know what's good for you, just surrender. He Lulan stared with wide eyes. Are you serious? At the foot of the mountain, Wuxia almost stomped his feet in anger. I knew that Bai Ning Bing would ruin things. She has an eccentric personality. She prioritizes having fun. She is purposely trying to ruin things. She definitely thinks this will be fun. As expected, Bai Ning Bing laughed loudly. Of course it's true. Saying so, she turned into a white rainbow as she pounced at He Lulan. He Lulan had already been preparing in secret. At this moment, he gave a low shout and raised both hands, sending out a sky full of flames to meet the white rainbow. Bai Ning Bing was caught off guard. She was forced back to the sky. But she showed even more excitement on her face. Fire path method? You actually cultivated this path? Haha, interesting. I have been wanting to fight you for a long time. But how long can you resist me? Immortal Killer Move, by Xiang. Bai Ning Bing activated her trump card method. She was no longer in human form as frost energy enveloped the mountain peak. He Lulan entered the cave, but Bai Ningbing did not fear the ambush. She directly charged in. The two of them fought in the cave, causing thunderous explosions and the mountains to collapse and the earth to crack. After a few rounds, He Lulan fell into a disadvantage. Her situation was not good. He Lulan's aptitude, temperament, and talent were the best, but her luck was not good. She met Fang Yuan too early. Fang Yuan was above her. He used He Cheng to control He Lulan. This greatly affected He Lulan's cultivation. He Lulan originally had Strength Chi Immortal Gu, Flying Bear Strength Immortal Gu, and Self-Strength Immortal Gu, but they all became Fang Yuan's. Slavery Immortal Gu was also borrowed by Fang Yuan. It was directly used up. Divert Disaster Immortal Gu was destroyed during her tribulation. During the Fate formation, He Lulan was almost completely relying on Future Self. Once Future Self was broken, He Lulan returned to her original form. Fang Yuan did not summon her back. He Lulan had ambitions. She did not want to be controlled by Fang Yuan. She tried to find a way to escape. She had First Ant's true inheritance. After thinking about it, she decided to cultivate Blazing Heaven Demonis Fire Path. But unfortunately, before she had much success, Fairy Myrtle found out, and now she was being chased by Ningbing. He Lulan was filled with bitterness. She wanted to retreat, but Ningbing chased after her relentlessly. Just as she gradually lost the strength to retaliate and was about to be captured, a white light suddenly shot down from the sky. This white light seemed slow but was extremely fast. Bai Ningbing's Bai Xiang could not dodge in time. She was hit. In an instant, Bai Xiang stopped moving in the air. He Lulan has helpers? Seeing this, Wuxia was shocked. They are not helpers. They should be members of Longevity Heaven. Fairy Myrtle replied with a smile. Wuxia realized now, it turned out that Fairy Myrtle had already calculated Bai Ningbing's personality. Her main motive was to use Bai Ningbing to lure Longevity Heaven into an ambush. The reason why she did not send Wuxia was to protect him. After all, Wuxia was Spectral Soul's clone. He was truly one of them. And Bai Ningbing, who had Bai Xiang, was the best candidate to probe him. This is a time path killer move, is it Fang Yuan? He Lulan had a complex expression. She looked at the sky through the shattered rocks. Rank 8 Immortal Gu House Calamity Luck Altar appeared in the sky. In the blink of an eye, it arrived at the center of the battlefield. Calamity Luck Altar burst out with a strong light that shone on the immobilized Bai Ningbing. Even though Bai Xiang was powerful, Calamity Luck Altar was a rank 8 Immortal Gu House created by Giant Sun Immortal. If Bai Ningbing was hit by it, she would die for sure. Fairy Myrtle quickly made a move, sending out a purple aurora that covered Bai Ningbing's body, blocking Calamity Luck Altar's strong light. I was wondering who it was? So it is the defeated general of Celestial Court. Bing Sichuan's voice came from Calamity Luck Altar. Fairy Myrtle shook her head, flying into the sky with Old Man Jing Yuan. We have already sided with Lord Spectral Soul. We are no longer in Celestial Court's camp. Bing Sichuan sneered. I don't care which side you are on. He Lulan is a descendant of my Longevity Heaven. She is a member of Northern Plains. Don't even think of touching her. Fairy Myrtle retorted. The 5 regions have been unified, the regional walls have vanished, how can there be a Northern Plains? We need to fight for He Lulan's ownership. Bing Sichuan did not waste any words. He directly controlled Calamity Luck Altar to ram towards Fairy Myrtle. A huge battle erupted. He Lulan and Bai Ningbing were both restrained, unable to move. He Lulan's expression was ashen. She knew clearly that be it Celestial Court or Longevity Heaven, they were trying to snatch her because they wanted to search for clues to find Fang Yuan. This was the result of having low cultivation level. She became a target for both sides. Nobody came to ask her if she was willing or not. This battle did not last long. Both sides restrained themselves. First, Fairy Myrtle stopped. No need to fight, I can give He Lulan to you. Bing Sichuan had the Immortal Gu House Calamity Luck Altar, but Fairy Myrtle did not have Star Constellation chessboard. She was at a disadvantage. The reason why Fairy Myrtle fought was because she wanted to attract the Chi Tides after some time, using the power of the Chi Tides to determine their victory. But Bing Sichuan knew about Fairy Myrtle's plan. Calamity Luck Altar charged forward with great power. Fairy Myrtle saw that the battle was intense. They would need to use all their strength to hold on until the Qi tides arrived. She stopped. You and I have a common goal. It doesn't matter which side He Lulan is on. Fang Yuan is at his weakest now. If we miss this opportunity, it will be too late when Fang Yuan recovers. Why don't we work together? What do you think, Bing Sai Chuan? Fairy Myrtle invited. Next, she showed evidence to prove her current faction. To think that we would work together one day. Bing Sai Chuan was silent for a while before sighing. Chapter 2032. Deep within a certain earth trench in central continent. Calamity Luck Altar quietly floated in the air. There were tall and steep cliffs on both sides. Below it was a bottomless abyss. Calamity Luck Altar gave off a faint light. Its aura was not concealed at all. Any beast that tried to invade it would be chased away by it. And in the cliffs, there was a huge cave that Fairy Myrtle and the rest had created. Purple light flickered in the cave. A wisdom path formation was set up. Fairy Myrtle sat in the center, while Old Man Jing Yuan sat in a supporting position. On one hand, he used human path methods to cooperate with Fairy Myrtle. On the other hand, he had control over a portion of the Immortal formation to guard against Bing Sai Chuan. After all, this was the first time these two sides were cooperating. They could not be too careful. At the periphery of the formation, there were also several formation cores. Bai Ning Bing, He Lulan, and Ing Wuxia were in the formation cores. They were the most crucial clues. Purple light flickered, rising and falling like tides. After a long while, Fairy Myrtle slowly opened her eyes, stopping this wisdom path immortal formation. The overflowing purple aurora gradually dissipated. How is it? Bing Sai Chuan's question came from Calamity Luck Altar. Fairy Myrtle shook her head, sighing, there is still some way to go. But this method is definitely effective. These three have signed an alliance agreement with Fang Yuan. They are the closest. As long as we capture more similar Gu Immortals, we will be able to deduce Fang Yuan's exact location. The formation was dismantled. The Gu worms flew back into Fairy Myrtle's immortal aperture. Ing Wuxia and the rest stood up. Bai Ning Bing smiled lightly. This is not difficult. During the Fate War, Fang Yuan did not just send us, he also sent a large number of transformation path Gu Immortals. He Lulan added, according to what I know, these transformation path Gu Immortals were recruited by Fang Yuan after he annexed an immemorial grotto heaven. After the Destiny formation, Fang Yuan disappeared, and his whereabouts are unknown. These people are now scattered all over the Zhongzhou state. Ing Wuxia shook his head, but these transformation path Gu Immortals do not have a close relationship with Fang Yuan. We should find Lady White Rabbit and Fairy Miao Yin. These two are crucial people second only to us. Fairy Myrtle had finally collected all the Gu worms used to set up the formation. She did not have formation flag Gu or similar methods. Every time she collected the formation, she would have to dismantle the formation. It was quite troublesome. She looked at Calamity Luck Altar that had been guarding at the side. Then why don't we split into two groups and search for White Rabbit and Miao Yin? If you encounter Fang Yuan's transformation path Gu Immortals along the way, you can act accordingly. Bing Sai Chuan's reply came from Calamity Luck Altar. Sure. We still need to communicate more about our future cooperation. Fairy Myrtle nodded. Of course. Even though this cooperation was small in scale and took a short time, it had a huge significance. Both sides started to trust each other. Thus, Calamity Luck Altar took away He Lulan, while Bai Ning Bing and Ing Wuxia stayed with Fairy Myrtle. The two sides continued to move separately. Immemorial Two Heavens. Crescent Moon Grotto Heaven. Fairy Crescent Moon, are you not surrendering even in death? Xiao Hejian, Lady Cold Ash, and the rest looked down at the dying Gu Immortal in the ruins. Fairy Crescent Moon had rank 8 cultivation level. She was the owner of Crescent Moon Grotto Heaven. She had the terrain advantage, but she could not fight against so many enemies. She was on her last breath now. She spat, her face filled with hatred. You bunch of bandits, my Crescent Moon Grotto Heaven stands aloof from worldly affairs. We did not provoke you at all, nor do we have any grand ambitions. I will not surrender to you. Then go and die. Lady Cold Ash was already impatient. She pointed with her finger as a gray rainbow shot out, piercing through Fairy Crescent Moon. Lady Cold Ash hooked her sleeves. Fairy Crescent Moon's soul flew into her hands along with the gray rainbow. This is a rank 8 Goo Immortal soul. Devouring her is much more effective than devouring the soul core. It is also easier to absorb. Lady Cold Ash was Spectral Soul, but he had deceived the entire Wuxia alliance. Xiao Hejian looked at her plainly. Lady Cold Ash, you were the vanguard in this battle. You slaughtered countless people and collected a vast number of mortal souls, as well as many Goo Immortal souls. These are your spoils of war, but this rank 8 soul was specially taken care of by Lord Alliance Leader. You cannot keep it for yourself. Spectral Soul was slightly stunned. He smiled as he handed this rank 8 soul to Xiao Hejian. Since Alliance Leader wants it, how can I dare to keep it? He snorted coldly in his mind. I will give this to you for now. In the future, I will settle all our debts with you. Xiao Hejian nodded in satisfaction. He received Fairy Crescent Moon's soul and consoled Lady Cold Ash. Let's go, let the others clean this place. Follow me to meet Alliance Leader and report the entire battle situation. I can finally get close to Wuxia. This is a good chance. Spectral Soul heard this and his heart shook. However, when the two immortals arrived at Dragon Palace, they only saw Wuxia's will sitting on the main seat. After Wuxia's will heard the report, he praised, Lady Cold Ash contributed the most in this attack on Crescent Moon Grotto Heaven. Not bad, work hard. It is our duty to work for Alliance Leader. Lady Cold Ash was very disappointed, but she had a smile on her face. All right, all of you can leave now. In the future, you will be rewarded according to your contributions. Wuxia's will waved his hand. The two left Dragon Palace. Spectral Soul was still unresigned. It is such a pity that I could not see Alliance Leader in person. Xiao Hejian glanced at her, feeling some disdain for Lady Cold Ash's character. She was still trying to flatter Alliance Leader when he was not present. He said plainly, do you think Lord Alliance Leader is someone you can meet whenever you want? To resolve the crisis of the Qi harvest fruit, he has been in closed cultivation in Dragon Palace. We only need to follow Alliance Leader's orders. Xiao Hejian's expression eased. He patted Lady Cold Ash's shoulder. Do your job well and follow me. One day, you will be able to climb up and play an important role in the Alliance. I will need to rely on Lord's guidance for all of this. Spectral Soul put on a show, but internally, he was planning when he could secretly capture this Xiao Hejian as well. It's good that you understand. Xiao Hejian smiled as he walked ahead. He joined the alliance because of Qiju's true inheritance. He was alone and was constantly suppressed by Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch and the others. But Xiao Hejian's strength surpassed ordinary rank 8s. He gradually gained a foothold in the alliance and slowly gained some Goo Immortals as his subordinates. Lady Cold Ash's performance in the recent battles was very outstanding. She displayed incredible battle strength. Even though she was a pure human, Xiao Hejian wanted to recruit her. On the other side, Granny Skeleton requests an audience. The doorman shouted. Granny Skeleton walked into the hall and saw Qi Ancestor on the main seat. She cupped her fists and said directly, Skeleton Grotto Heaven is willing to be under Qi Ancestor's command. Qi Ancestor nodded. This skeleton, you are a wise person. Join us, you will not regret it in the future. Granny Skeleton sighed and asked, I wonder when Lord Ancestor can get rid of the problem of the Qi harvest fruit? I have already made some progress, don't worry. Fang Yuan said as he changed the topic, but Skeleton Grotto Heaven is the closest to Crescent Moon Grotto Heaven. Now that Crescent Moon Grotto Heaven has fallen to Wuxia's side, I intend to send some Goo Immortals to defend Skeleton Grotto Heaven. I hope you can cooperate with me. Granny Skeleton sighed. Even though Fang Yuan did not show the ability to resolve the Qi harvest fruit problem, due to the situation outside, Granny Skeleton could only lower her head and join Wuxia's side. In this situation, I really have no choice. Right now, there are almost no scattered Grotto Heavens in the immemorial 2 heavens. If they do not join Wuxia's side, they will be recruited by Qi Ancestor. Sigh, I wonder what the future will be like. Granny Skeleton did not get the answer she wanted. she left with a heavy heart. Fang Yuan's pressure was also increasing. Just now, a wisdom path great expert deduced about me, she is really powerful. Like Fairy Myrtle. Fairy Myrtle deduced about Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan naturally sensed it. This was equivalent to two people using wisdom path methods to fight across space. From my own luck, the situation is not good. The danger is coming, there is only a trace of hope. Even though Fang Yuan's cooking luck pot was only rank 7, he could see a portion of his luck, he could see a large part of it. Fang Yuan had already made some progress regarding the Qi harvest fruit. But as for how to refine the heaven path Dao marks, Fang Yuan was still at a loss. He was very clear that this trace of hope was in the heaven path Dao marks. Only by refining the heaven path Dao marks and recovering his strength could he break out of the danger in the near future. If he could not refine it or did not do it in time, it would be very dangerous. Chapter 2033. Western Desert. The intense battle between rank 8s was still continuing. Qingqiu roared furiously, its tongue shot out at lightning speed. Bam bam bam. The blood-red figures surrounding Qingqiu were easily pierced by its tongue, collapsing and exploding. Every time a blood-red figure exploded, Red Heart Traveler's face would turn paler. But his brows were tightly furrowed and his teeth were clenched. His fighting spirit did not decrease as he maintained the battlefield killer move with all his strength. At this rate, Red Heart Traveler will not be able to hold on for long. 9 Spiritual Fairy, who was fighting with Qingqiu, had been paying attention to Red Heart Traveler's condition. They had spent much effort to restrain Qingqiu, allowing Red Heart Traveler to maintain the battlefield killer move and trap this legendary immemorial desolate beast temporarily. However, Qingqiu possessed intelligence that was not inferior to humans. After it realized that it could not break this battlefield killer move, it focused its attacks on Red Heart Traveler in an attempt to break through. Once Red Heart Traveler could not hold on and the battlefield dissipated, Qingqiu would definitely leave. With this experience, it would definitely be extremely vigilant. It would be extremely difficult to capture it again in a short period of time. Forget it. I can only use this move. 9 Spiritual Fairy gritted her teeth, making an important decision. Immortal killer move, 9 Spiritual Transformations. Her body suddenly shook, and she returned to her human form from her beast form. She was a transformation path great expert. According to common sense, her battle strength should be higher after transformation. But now that she was in human form, her aura surged and was even stronger than before. 9 rays of light shot out of her immortal aperture, forming a huge 9-colored light barrier. The light barrier was divided into 9 layers, each layer was brightly colored. Qingqiu had been paying attention to Red Heart Traveler. 9 Spiritual Fairies' sudden eruption shocked it. It quickly diverted its firepower. But at this stage, 9 Spiritual Transformations could be considered to have completed its preparation. There were no more flaws. 9 Spiritual Fairy shouted. The 9-colored light barrier shook as the 9 layers of light fused into one, becoming extremely dazzling. Next, the mixed-colored light sphere transformed into a rhinoceros with a large head and small body. Its body was covered in colorful lights as it charged at Qingqiu. Qingqiu gave a strange cry. It temporarily gave up on Red Heart Traveler and charged at this rhinoceros without dodging. With a loud bang, the earth shook and the mountains shook. After the 2 enormous beings collided, it was actually Qingqiu that took a small step back, while the big-headed rhinoceros remained in place. Qingqiu was shocked and furious. It didn't expect this rhinoceros to be so powerful. In its view, this rainbow-colored rhinoceros was translucent. It could even see 9 Spiritual Fairy at the center. It did not give off the feeling of having a solid body. But after this clash, Qingqiu understood that this rainbow rhinoceros could only be stronger than its previous physical form. Qingqiu is at a disadvantage. This is the first time since the battle started. 9 Spirits Transformation is indeed worthy of being a legendary transformation path killer move. Red Heart Traveler was both happy and worried when he saw this scene. The price of using 9 Spirit Transformation was very high. After a Gu Immortal cultivates it, they could only use it 9 times in their lifetime. Nine spiritual fairy chose to use one of such a precious killer move on Xianxia. It showed her determination to obtain it. Xianxia roared. Its ferocious nature was stimulated as it attacked Nine spiritual fairy again. But the mixed-colored light ball around Nine spiritual fairy suddenly changed from the big-headed rhinoceros to the southern Ming fire sparrow. The fire sparrow flapped its wings and soared into the sky. Xianxia pounced on empty air. It had no time to raise its head and directly activated its defensive method. Sure enough, at the next moment, Xianxia heard the sharp cry of the fire sparrow and its back was hit. With a whoosh, it was engulfed by the flames in the sky. Xianxia's hurried defensive method only lasted for a few breaths of time before it was instantly broken. Xianxia retaliated fiercely. Beast roars and bird cries contended with each other. The two sides were locked in a stalemate. Red Heart Traveler finally had a chance to catch his breath. He quickly adjusted his condition. He adjusted his breathing as he watched the battle, feeling worried. This Xianxia is really thick-skinned, although it is at a disadvantage and the battle rhythm is firmly controlled by Nine spiritual fairy, it has sufficient stamina. In contrast, although Nine spiritual fairy has the upper hand and is in control of the battle situation, it cannot last for long. If there is no external help, it will definitely die from exhaustion if this drags on. Red Heart Traveler thought of this and decided to take a risk. He waited patiently, secretly accumulating strength. After waiting for a full 2 hours, he finally saw a chance to fight. There was only an instant of opportunity. Red Heart Traveler suddenly attacked. He spat out a mouthful of blood. This blood had a fragrant smell. It flew into the air and spun like a miniature blood sun. It shot out endless blood light as it charged at Xianxia. Although Xianxia was fighting Nine spiritual fairy, it had never let go of its guard against Red Heart Traveler. However, when it used a killer move to block this small blood lump, it was useless. The blood lump seemed to be illusory. It passed through the obstructions and landed on Xianxia's head, turning into a red sun insignia. Xianxia's expression changed. It found that each of its movements would involve the red sun insignia. This was an extremely powerful seal. It started to show its might, restraining its movements, interfering with its killer moves and lowering its fighting spirit. Damn it, damn it! Xianxia roared angrily, unleashing a frenzied wave of attacks. Nine spiritual fairy fought with all her strength, but she was forced to retreat again and again. With a loud sound, Xianxia finally broke Red Heart Traveler's battlefield killer move. However, a victorious smile appeared on Red Heart Traveler's face. Xianxia's whole body was bound by blood threads. The source of these countless blood threads was the blood sun insignia at the center of its forehead. Success. Cough, cough, cough. Red Heart Traveler coughed out large mouthfuls of blood. His face was pale as paper. Nine spiritual fairy quickly suppressed Xianxia, which was becoming slower and slower, while transmitting her voice. Red Heart Traveler, do you need my help? Red Heart Traveler shook his head, activating his killer move with difficulty. He endured the intense pain and started healing his injuries. Nine spiritual fairy spent a lot of effort to finally suppress Xianxia. Looking at Xianxia that was bound like a dumpling by the blood threads, Nine spiritual fairy praised, "What method is this? You actually managed to capture Xianxia." Red Heart Traveler barely managed to catch his breath, replying, "This is a method I created on the spot. I have not named it yet." Nine spiritual fairy looked at Red Heart Traveler and could not help but stare at him. "You are truly impressive." Red Heart Traveler shook his head, smiling bitterly. "Don't overestimate me. I discovered that Xianxia's vital immortal goo is rank 8 hatred goo. That's why I created this move. If it were any other legendary immemorial, this would be a joke. The reason I was able to use this move was thanks to you disregarding the price and activating the killer move 9 spiritual transformation, giving me the chance to launch a sneak attack." Nine spiritual fairy also shook her head. "Capturing Xianxia is related to the plan to kill Feng Yuan. This is for the celestial court and the people of the world. Why would I care about paying such a small price? But this hatred goo, is it the one recorded in the legends of Renzu?" Red Heart Traveler nodded. Nine spiritual fairy sighed. This makes sense. Why can Xianxia distinguish its enemies? Unfortunately, it did not use its killer move completely. We will capture it and use Hatred Gu. With the Celestial Court's killer move, we will definitely be able to find the exact location of Feng Yuan, Spectral Soul, and the other demons. Red Heart Traveler restrained his aura. Let's go, we cannot stay here for long. They had been fighting here for a long time, even though they used the battlefield killer move to save a lot of time and even concealed most of the traces of the battle. Gu Immortals would definitely rush here to investigate. Not to mention other forces, Mo Clan's large group might be arriving soon. 9 Spiritual Fairy and Red Heart Traveler had been fighting for a long time. Their conditions were not good. They immediately brought Xianxia to Central Continent. Sure enough, after they left for a while, several Gu Immortals from Mo Clan arrived in an immortal Gu house with a fierce aura. There was an intense battle here. Even though there are few traces, we can see that it was a battle between rank 8s. No wonder our clan's Gu Immortals died so quickly. Quickly chase, we have an immortal Gu house. They can't have escaped far. Mo Clan's group followed the traces and chased after the 2 immortals of Celestial Court. Several days passed. Amidst the rumbling sandstorm, a Gu master moved with difficulty. He came to the center of the battlefield and saw that the pit was already half buried by the sandstorm. He roared towards the sky. This person was the one who killed Pengda and seized Thieving Heaven's true inheritance, Immortal. He had gone through untold hardships to come here, wanting to see the true appearance of the murderer of his wife and child, but he was too late. I will definitely find you and tear you to shreds. No matter who you are, what kind of monster you are, I want you to die. Immortal knelt in the desert and roared towards the sky. And beside him, Pengda's soul was floating. Pengda sneered. You are a mere mortal. You want to take revenge on an immortal beast? So what if it is an immortal beast? Immortal's eyes were blood red. He stared at Pengda's soul with a malevolent expression. I have Thieving Heaven's true inheritance. I have Thieving Heaven's true inheritance. I will definitely become a Gu Immortal and take revenge. Pengda laughed. There is another possibility. This immortal beast has already been killed by the Gu Immortals. You have no target to take revenge on. Immortal was stunned. He was silent like a rock. After a while, he stretched out his hand and grabbed the throat of Pengda's soul, acting like a madman. No. It will not die. I will not allow it to die. It will definitely die in my hands. Immortal continued to shout. I want to become a Gu Immortal. I have Thieving Heaven's true inheritance. I will definitely take revenge. I will definitely take revenge. Speak, quickly explain to me how to use the next Gu worm. Immortal grabbed Pengda's soul and activated his Gu worm at the same time. Traces of white smoke quickly appeared at the place where Immortal's palm touched Pengda's soul, producing a sizzling sound. Pengda's soul immediately let out a sharp scream. He was in great pain. I'll speak. This is called Circuit Gu. Circuit Gu? What in the world is that? Pengda's soul hesitated. How do I explain this thing? You are not an otherworldly demon. You cannot understand what circuit is. Simply put, it is a path that lightning walks on. Immortal immediately scoffed. What is so hard to understand about this? It is not like I haven't read The Legends of Rinzhu. The Legends of Rinzhu clearly recorded that in order to find a way out, Lightning Gu chose to cooperate with Blazing Glory Lightning Brilliance and eventually walked out of immemorial blue heaven. This should be the true meaning of circuit. Pengda's soul was stunned. Immortal praised. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable is truly worthy of being a venerable. He actually had such a wondrous idea. He must have obtained inspiration from The Legends of Rinzhu to create Circuit Gu. Chapter 2034. Forest Thunder Grotto Heaven. Forest Lightning Grotto Lord, you betrayed the 2 Heavens Alliance and colluded with Qi Si Ancestor. Your sins cannot be forgiven. Today will be the day you die. Xiao He Jian looked down from the sky. Behind him were a large number of Gu Immortals from the 2 Heavens Alliance. They were all standing there expressionlessly, showing their strength in numbers. In contrast, the Forest Thunder Grotto Lord was alone. Facing the enemy troops alone, he was very powerless. The Forest Lightning Grotto Master let out a bitter laugh. Since I've been discovered by you, I won't refute anything. At that time, do you think I was willing to collude with the enemy? The Alliance wants to use my Forest Thunder Grotto Heaven's Chi Harvest Fruit as an experiment. Before this, the Alliance had tried several times, but none of them had succeeded. The Grotto Heavens that they had experimented with had all been destroyed. I joined the Two Heavens Alliance to protect myself. But now I have to sacrifice my home. Since that's the case, I might as well surrender to the enemy. Perhaps there will be a new hope. Xiao Hejian frowned and snorted discontentedly. You have too little confidence in our Two Heavens Alliance and our Alliance Master Wu Shuai. Maybe you'll succeed this time. The Forest Lightning Grotto Master chuckled. If Alliance Chief Wu Shuai handles things fairly, I have nothing to say either. However, he was obviously protecting the mutants and sacrificing the humans. The Grotto Heavens used by the Alliance for testing are all human Grotto Heavens. Wu Shuai is a dragon man after all. I've seen through this alliance. All the human goo immortals present, watch carefully. Today, I will be your ending. After me, it will be your turn. Hearing this, the expressions of the human goo immortals present changed slightly. Forest Lightning Grotto Lord had undoubtedly spoken of their worries. Wu Shuai and Qi Si Ancestor were part of the same body. They had a tacit understanding. They were opposing each other on the surface, but they were actually peacefully dividing the forces of the Two Heavens. By now, there were no longer any neutral Grotto Heavens in the Two Heavens. All Grotto Heavens in the Two Heavens were either destroyed or submitted to Wu Shuai or Qi Si Ancestor. After the two major forces divided the fruit for 2 days, both sides stopped fighting and kept exploring ways to solve the problem of the Chi Harvest Fruit. Compared to Qi Si Ancestor, who was in closed cultivation, Wu Shuai's Chi path attainment was much weaker. Therefore, Wu Shuai's 2-day alliance could only keep experimenting. In order to pursue efficiency, their actions were very rough. The experiment of eradicating the Chi Harvest Fruit failed many times, and many Grotto Heavens self-destructed. When it was Forest Lightning Grotto Heaven's turn, Forest Lightning Grotto Heaven Lord was not willing to let his own Grotto Heaven become a gambling stake. He wanted to protect himself and to survive. He secretly contacted Qi Si Ancestor. He was truly an unlucky child. He did not know that Qi Si Ancestor and Wu Shuai were one body. Qi Si Ancestor was Feng Yuan's main body. He directly informed Wu Shuai. Wu Shuai thus ordered Xiao Hejian to gather a group of goo immortals and punish the traitors severely. Looking at the Forest Thunder Cave Master, Xiao Hejian sneered coldly and said impatiently, "Who will take down this criminal for me?" Lady Cold Ash stepped forward. "Let me do it." She had the attitude of a vanguard. Xiao Hejian nodded. "Very good." Seeing Lady Cold Ash charging towards Forest Lightning Grotto Lord, Xiao Hejian was overjoyed, thinking, "This Cold Ash is indeed perceptive and quite capable. My hard work in roping her in was not in vain." Lady Cold Ash and Forest Lightning Grotto Lord fought. Both were rank 8s. For a while, they were locked in a stalemate. The other goo immortals of the Two Heavens Alliance were watching the battle from the clouds. When goo immortals fought as a group, cooperation was very important. Different paths had conflicting Dao marks. If there was no exquisite cooperation, there would be huge internal friction instead. The losses would outweigh the gains. Of course, this did not prevent the spectating goo immortals from accumulating strength and launching sneak attacks when there was an opening. But the goo immortals of the Two Heavens Alliance did not find a good opportunity to launch a sneak attack. Lady Cold Ash gradually gained the upper hand and gained control. Forest Lightning Grotto Lord saw that the situation was bad and immediately escaped underground. Lady Cold Ash was Spectral Soul in disguise. How could Forest Lightning Grotto Lord resist her? The intense battle earlier was all a facade. It was just a performance by Spectral Soul. Xiao Hejian saw Forest Lightning Grotto Lord escaping and laughed loudly, waving his hand. "Chase!" The immortals surged forward. They did not care about the huge Forest Lightning Grotto Heaven. They only targeted Forest Lightning Grotto Lord. As long as they got rid of this one rank 8, the other resistance would not be a problem. They would even take the initiative to protect Forest Lightning Grotto Heaven's safety. After all, this Grotto Heaven was used as an experiment. If the resources inside were to be divided, they would have a share. Forest Lightning Grotto Lord continued to drill deep underground. Lady Cold Ash did not chase him. She stayed beside Xiao Hejian. Soon, the first wave of Gu Immortals who went deep underground returned with dejected expressions. Xiao Hejian was slightly stunned after hearing their report. There is such a thing? There is a lightning forest deep underground? The returning Gu Immortals naturally brought back evidence. Using methods like image Gu, the Immortals of the Two Heavens Alliance saw a vast lightning forest. In the pitch-black depths of the underground, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled at every moment. Lightning flashed time and time again, forming huge silver-white trees. The giant trees only existed for an instant, but the great thunder sound leaves, the forked silver lightning branches and so on were condensed into solid forms, tempting the Immortals present. Amazing, these are all invaluable Lightning Path Rank 8 Immortal materials. This is only the surface wealth of the Lightning Forest. According to the Legends of Rinzu, the source of the Lightning Forest is Lightning Gu. A Lightning Forest of this scale is enough to prove that there is a Rank 8 Lightning Gu here. Forest Lightning Grotto Lord wants to use Lightning Gu to resist. This is wishful thinking. How can a mere Rank 8 Immortal Gu resist our Two Heavens Alliance? The Immortals of the Two Heavens Alliance discussed, but no one took the initiative to go. After all, the Lightning Forest was a dangerous area. Forest Lightning Grotto Lord had a huge geographical advantage here. Rashly invading was likely to be a thankless task. Xiao Hejian frowned. Who can go down and capture Forest Lightning Grotto Lord? Lady Cold Ash did not hesitate, she stood up again. Xiao Hejian revealed a satisfied smile. Cold Ash, if you win, you will have the greatest contribution in this battle. Thank you. Lady Cold Ash was about to move. Night Heavenly Wolf Lord also walked out. The Lightning Forest is a dangerous place. Let me accompany immortal friend Cold Ash there. If there are any accidents, I can assist you. Let's do that. Xiao Hejian agreed to Night Heavenly Wolf Lord's request. Thus, the two Immortals charged underground, while the other Gu Immortals and Xiao Hejian stayed in the air, watching the battle while waiting patiently. Lady Cold Ash charged underground, arriving in front of the Lightning Forest. She opened her Immortal Aperture's entrance and let out countless soul beasts. The soul beasts charged into the Lightning Forest like a surging tide. Rumble, lightning continued to strike down, explosions occurred continuously. The soul beasts suffered heavy losses, using countless lives to forcefully open up a path. Lady Cold Ash and Night Heavenly Wolf Lord successfully charged into the depths of the Lightning Forest. I did not expect Lady Cold Ash to unravel the Lightning Forest like this. She really disregarded the cost. She is determined to curry favor with Xiao Hejian. There have been many rumors recently. It seems that Lord Alliance Leader wants to make Xiao Hejian the Vice Alliance Leader? Our alliance only has one Vice Alliance Leader, Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch. Lord Wushuai wants to balance his subordinates. It is not strange for him to make such an arrangement. Even though Lady Cold Ash is a human Gu Immortal, she does not want to end up like Forest Lightning Grotto Lord. Thus, she wholeheartedly wants to enter the Alliance's higher-ups and protect her Grotto Heaven. She has put in a lot of effort. The Gu Immortals watched the battle while conversing secretly. After a while, Lady Cold Ash and Night Heavenly Wolf Lord reached the center of the Lightning Forest and saw Forest Lightning Grotto Lord again. Forest Lightning Grotto Lord was refining Rank 8 Lightning Gu. Seeing the two Immortals, he quickly stopped the Gu refinement and shouted furiously, "Stop! If you take another step forward, I will destroy this Lightning Gu." Seeing this, the Immortals could not help but be surprised. So this Lightning Gu is still a wild Immortal Gu. Forest Lightning Grotto Lord did not refine it? What is going on? I understand. Forest Lightning Grotto Lord's ambition is not small. Oh, what do you mean? If I'm not wrong, this Lightning Forest was originally just an ordinary Lightning Path resource point. But at some point, a wild Lightning Gu was produced. Because of this lightning goo, the original lightning path resource point gradually turned into a small lightning forest. Forest Lightning Grotto Lord did not refine this wild lightning goo, but added bricks and tiles to this lightning forest to help it grow and expand. As the scale of the lightning forest grows, its source lightning goo also continues to grow. Forest Lightning Grotto Heaven continuously invested in it and finally made this wild lightning goo advance to rank 8. The goo immortals of the Two Heavens Alliance conversed and quickly understood the truth of Forest Lightning Grotto Lord's ambition. Forest Lightning Grotto Lord was a lightning path goo immortal and was not proficient in refinement path. But this lightning forest was a natural evolution of the heavenly path. Nature was refining goo. Forest Lightning Grotto Lord ingeniously used the power of nature to continuously add fuel to the flames on the original foundation. His goal was to raise lightning goo to the level of rank 9. And during this process, once he refined this wild immortal goo, the heaven path goo refinement process would be interrupted and could no longer be restored. Thus, Forest Lightning Grotto Lord kept this wild lightning goo and did not refine it. Seizing other people's goo worms was an extremely difficult matter. But a wild immortal goo was different. A rank 8 wild immortal goo, and most importantly, it even had the possibility of advancing to rank 9. This discovery was extremely huge. Xiao Hejian and the rest could not help but open their eyes wide, revealing expressions of greed and wariness. This is an important matter, we cannot be rash. Xiao Hejian quickly transmitted to Lady Cold Ash and Night Heavenly Wolf Lord. Lady Cold Ash and Night Heavenly Wolf Lord paused their attacks. Forest Lightning Grotto Lord stated conditions: as long as you let me and Forest Lightning Grotto Heaven go, I can contribute this lightning goo to you. Xiao Hejian quickly contacted Wu Shuai and reported this matter. Chapter 2035. I have been in seclusion for a week, and I am very grateful to everyone for recommending various articles. I skimmed through these articles. They were all good articles. But among them, there are only 3 stories in the 3-body problem that are similar to my Gu Dao Master. The similarity is that they are both fables, but the difference is that Might the Legends of Renzu is slightly longer and can be used as a complete single story. In the previous week, I had learned a lot. When they saw something good, they would open their mouths wide and stuff it down their necks. Only then did he finally finish the new chapter of The Legends of Renzu's. Tearful. I dug this hole myself, and now I can only bury it myself. Even if I have to bury myself in it, I have to fill the hole. Looking at the sky with tears in my eyes, I discovered that I had many shortcomings. For example, he always liked to make optimistic estimates, such as the plan to finish the book in May. How embarrassing! Covering face with tears. Another example was that he did not have a strong foundation in writing. If I had sufficient foundations, would I not be able to write The Legends of Renzu? Recently, this feeling has become more and more intense. I feel more and more weak. There are so many things that I need to study and learn about writing. There are too many books worth reading, too many examples worth learning from. A week of seclusion was really too short. There wasn't much to learn. Previously, he said that he would not be able to repay the debt of double updates in April. I can't say for June, I really can't guarantee it. He was terrified and uneasy. Perhaps the updates would stabilize, but it was very possible that they would suddenly be stuck on The Legends of Renzu, unable to continue. The main text wouldn't get stuck. But The Legends of Renzu was definitely going to be stuck. It was definitely going to depend on one's state and inspiration. However, The Legends of Renzu definitely had to be written well, and it had to be similar to the previous chapters. It had to be interspersed throughout the entire article, and it had to complement each other. Otherwise, this venomous Daoist would lose its grade. He had done so well in the beginning. If he couldn't do it well in the later stages, it would be such a pity. Not to mention, you guys, I won't let myself go. Because of a moment of laziness and comfort, I gave up on this part of my hard work. I will definitely regret it in the future. This is my recent writing experience, and I would like to share it with everyone. I would also like to report my writing status. current progress, and so on. Chapter 2036. According to The Legends of Rinzhu, Hatred Goo and Lightning Goo can form an extremely terrifying killer move that can destroy immemorial blue heaven? Fang Yuan looked at it carefully and thought, doesn't this mean that these two goo worms can counter Heaven Path? Where are the Heaven Path Dao marks most concentrated? It is undoubtedly the immemorial 9 heavens. Other than that, it is Fang Yuan's body. This seems to be a way to resolve my current predicament. Fang Yuan thought, but Lightning Goo is here. Without Hatred Goo, it won't work. Where is this goo worm? Is there such an immortal goo? If not, how can I refine it? If there is, it will be even more troublesome. I will have to go and snatch it. In fact, even if I have these 2 core immortal goo, how to form the killer move is still a mystery. The Legends of Rinzhu is too vague. Right at this time, Qin Ding Ling personally sent a letter from Celestial Court through jewel yellow skies. Fang Yuan opened it and saw that the letter Gu directly described the matter of Forest Lightning Grotto Heaven. Qin Ding Ling was very enthusiastic about Lightning Gu. She even asked Qi Si Ancestor to stop researching the Qi harvest fruit and lead his subordinates to cooperate with Celestial Court to obtain Lightning Gu. Why is Celestial Court in such a hurry? Fang Yuan's eyes shined with bright light. Also, they obtained this information too quickly. It seems that they have placed a pawn on Wu Shuai's clone's side. Qin Ding Ling was not Fairy Myrtle after all. She was slightly impatient in her actions and allowed Fang Yuan, who had deep wisdom path attainment, to deduce some possibilities. In that case, Fang Yuan sneered. Celestial Court's urgent letter made him make up his mind. Forest Lightning Grotto Heaven. Xiao Hejian's expression changed slightly. He had received Wu Shuai's order a moment ago. His gaze turned cold as he shouted, Alliance leader has ordered, kill Forest Lightning Grotto Lord, don't worry about Lightning Goo. Losing a mere wild rank 8 immortal goo was nothing. They had to kill all the goo immortals in Forest Lightning Grotto Heaven, and then try to get rid of the Qi harvest fruit. Don't accept any resources from the Grotto Heaven. Do your best and complete the mission in the shortest time possible. What? Hearing this, be it Forest Lightning Grotto Lord, Lady Cold Ash, or Night Heavenly Wolf Lord, they were extremely shocked. This was a future rank 9 immortal goo. Wu Shuai gave it up just like that? For a moment, the 3 immortals did not make a move. Night Heavenly Wolf Lord was originally a spy in the Celestial Court, so he naturally wanted to protect Forest Thunder Grotto Lord and cause trouble for Wu Shuai's alliance. And Lady Cold Ash was actually Spectral Soul. He wanted to preserve this conflict and trigger an intense battle between Wu Shuai and Qi Si Ancestor. As long as there was a chaotic battle, it would bring him many good opportunities. Forest Lightning Grotto Master suddenly cried out in alarm. Xiao Hejian, you are extremely daring. You actually passed on a false life. Wu Shuai needed to expand his strength. How could he give up on a future rank 9 immortal goo? You really joined halfway and have wild ambitions. After being falsely accused by Forest Lightning Grotto Lord, Xiao Hejian's expression turned cold. He did not retort. Instead he stared at Lady Cold Ash and Night Heavenly Wolf Lord with a sharp gaze. This is Alliance Leader's order. Do you believe a traitor or me? Quickly attack. Saying so, Xiao Hejian did not wait for them and attacked first. Bam bam bam, killer moves erupted, causing a large area of the lightning forest to collapse. The Alliance Immortals who were originally in the air also received Xiao Hejian's order and flew over, attacking this lightning forest together. With a situation like this, no matter what schemes Lady Cold Ash and Night Heavenly Wolf Lord had, they could only sigh helplessly and follow the tide. Wu Shuai, you are so vicious. You are so narrow-minded, you will definitely die a horrible death. Forest Lightning Grotto Lord knew that his death was near. He cursed viciously while exerting strength to destroy this lightning goo. Wishful thinking. At the next moment, Lady Cold Ash suddenly appeared behind him. Forest Lightning Grotto Lord suddenly stiffened. Lady Cold Ash took the chance to snatch the lightning goo from his hands in front of everyone. What method is this? The immortals were shocked. Although Spectral Soul's attainment level had fallen greatly, he still had many methods. The foundation of a venerable was not something ordinary rank 8 Gu immortals could estimate. Well done! Xiao Jian was overjoyed. He did not have any hope of seizing Lightning Gu, but to think that he actually succeeded. This was Lady Cold Ash's contribution, it was also his contribution. At this point, his position as Vice Alliance leader was already half done. The other half was to complete all of Wu Shuai's missions. Forest Lightning Grotto Lord counterattacked frantically. In order to protect Lightning Gu, Lady Cold Ash had to endure many of his attacks and was injured on the spot. Quickly retreat and protect Lightning Gu. Xiao Jian quickly came to Lady Cold Ash's aid and blocked Forest Lightning Grotto Lord. To prevent any disturbances, the Immortals started to watch Xiao Jian fight Forest Lightning Grotto Lord alone. Forest Lightning Grotto Lord had already fought with Lady Cold Ash earlier. He was not in a good state and almost all of his methods were exposed. And in terms of battle strength, Xiao Jian was even higher than Lady Cold Ash. There was no suspense in this battle. Soon, Xiao Jian defeated Forest Lightning Grotto Lord. Forest Lightning Grotto Lord was not resigned to his defeat and still wanted to escape. But the surrounding Gu immortals had already seen this and did not let Forest Lightning Grotto Lord escape from their encirclement. After Forest Lightning Grotto Lord's death, Forest Lightning Grotto Heaven was quickly destroyed. Wu Shuai's alliance's attempt to target the Qi Harvest fruit also did not succeed. Moreover, because Wu Shuai wanted to race against time, most of the resources in Forest Lightning Grotto Heaven were destroyed. The Gu immortals who participated in the battle obtained very little. The biggest gain was that rank 8 Wild Lightning Gu. But it was obvious that this had to be handed over to Alliance leader Wu Shuai. Fang Yuan thought about it for a while before finally deciding to cut the Gordian knot and directly eradicate Forest Lightning Grotto Heaven, not allowing the conflict to escalate. Wu Shuai's thunderous action not only shocked the Alliance immortals, it also caused Celestial Court's plan to fail. On Celestial Court's side, after Qin Ding Ling obtained first-hand information from Night Heavenly Wolf Lord, she immediately sent a message to Qi Si Ancestor. Fang Yuan received the letter, in which Qin Ding Ling still advocated snatching Lightning Gu. Even if Lightning Gu was already in Wu Shuai's alliance's hands. Even if they could not snatch Lightning Gu, they had to destroy it. It seems that Celestial Court is determined to obtain Lightning Gu. Celestial Court should have Lightning Gu's Immortal Gu recipe. After destroying this Immortal Gu, Celestial Court can refine it themselves. Fang Yuan was even more curious. Why did Celestial Court urgently need Lightning Gu? Why did the huge Celestial Court need this Immortal Gu so urgently? Lightning Gu was not Fate Gu. Fang Yuan did not know about Celestial Court's plan, but Qin Ding Ling's attitude caused Fang Yuan's plan to fail. The reason why Fang Yuan ordered Wu Shuai to destroy Forest Lightning Grotto Heaven, disregarding Lightning Gu's safety, was to eliminate the conflict in advance and prevent a war between the two sides. But now that Celestial Court had such an attitude and was eager to fight, Fang Yuan could not refuse openly. After all, Qi Si Ancestor was in an alliance with Celestial Court. Chapter 2037. Profound Literature Grotto Heaven. Capital City, Su Clan. In the courtyard of a certain guest room, there was a book house. This book house was a Mortal Gu house. It was shaped like a tree house with lush green leaves and branches. At this moment, Li Xiaobai was sitting cross-legged in the house. A beautiful girl was standing in front of him. It was Su Qihan. Su Qihan's expression turned solemn. Darling, have you really thought it through? Vital Gu cannot be changed casually. Li Xiaobai nodded with a smile. Qihan, don't worry. I have thought it through. I am most interested in composing poems. Thus, to me, poem Heart Gu is the most suitable Vital Gu. It is just that I did not have the conditions to change Vital Gu casually. But since the power of this study room is extraordinary and has the function of assisting in the replacement of Vital Gu, how can I let go of such an opportunity? Su Qihan sighed. Since you have decided, I will not persuade you anymore. I'll stand guard outside the house. Li Xiaobai did not stand on ceremony, he closed his eyes. Ever since he obtained the bookhouse inheritance, he returned to the capital city and reunited with Su Qihan. Even though Li Xiaobai did not make it to the poetry competition, he had already proven himself. Su Qihan invited him to stay in Su clan for the time being. Nobody objected to it, it became a good topic for a while. Li Xiaobai was not stingy. After staying in Su clan, he shared the bookhouse inheritance with Su Qihan. The two spent almost all their time in the bookhouse, cultivating and researching as they interacted with each other. Even though the two became husband and wife due to a fortuitous encounter, they did not have much feelings for each other. Su Qihan's actions earlier were mostly due to her own character. But after these days of interaction, Su Qihan admired Li Xiaobai's talent even more. She liked him even more. Li Xiaobai obtained this fortuitous encounter. He did not hide it from Su Qihan, he shared it with her. From this, Su Qihan could see Li Xiaobai's pure and kind nature. He was willing to sacrifice for her. He was not a heartless scholar. Even though the two were not officially engaged, Su Qihan had already treated Li Xiaobai as her only husband in this life. Su Qihan walked out of the bookhouse. She was still worried. Darling, this bookhouse has a high value. It contains many information path categories like poems and songs. However, these paths were limited to Gu Master Cultivation. There was no path to Gu Immortal Advancement. I have hinted to Li Lang many times that as long as he marries into our Su clan, he will be able to obtain the cultivation method of our Su clan's book Immortal. Unfortunately, Li Lang did not like calligraphy and wholeheartedly wanted to focus on poetry. Alas, since he likes it so much, there's nothing I can do to stop him. If he achieves nothing in the future and becomes a Gu Master, I will work hard to become a Gu Immortal and become an official of the Imperial Court. I will raise and protect him for the rest of my life. Watching him compose and recite poems, as long as he's happy, I'm happy. In profound literature paradise, there was a unified Imperial Court. The officials of the Imperial Court were all Gu Immortals. Su Qihan was Su family's beloved daughter, the pearl of their palm. Her talent and talents were astonishing, so she naturally had access to Su family's cultivation method. Eldest miss, you should go and rest. It's tiring to stand. With us here, great scholar Li will definitely be safe. The guards and servants came forward to persuade Su Qihan. Su Qihan shook her head. All of you stand outside the courtyard and guard the door. I'll personally take care of Li Lang. The study room shook more and more. A faint light was emitted from inside that shone out of the window. 15 minutes later, the study room quieted down. The leaves and branches no longer shook. In the study room, Li Xiaobai slowly opened his eyes. The process of replacing his vital Gu was very smooth. Li Xiaobai opened his internal vision and saw that there was a Gu worm in his aperture that looked like a heart. It had the texture of red jade and was covered in a layer of faint golden light. It was the rank 5 Gu worm that he had just replaced, Poem Heart. Poem Heart Gu was an information path Gu. It was a side path among the entire information path cultivation methods. Most of the information path cultivation methods were alliance oaths, like Sea Oath Gu, Mountain Pledge Gu, Promise Gu, Black and White Paper Gu. Next were communication Gu, like Swan Goose Gu, Paper Crane Gu, Butterfly Letter Gu, Flying Sword Letter Gu, Flying Pigeon Letter Gu and others. Next were reading, listening, reading and writing. For example, Water Word Gu was a writing type Gu. Beast Language Gu was related to reading and speaking. Poems, songs and so on were not mainstream. Li Xiaobai made such a choice. It was no wonder that Su Qihan was worried about his future. But she did not know Li Xiaobai's true intentions. This Grotto Heavens environment is special. It has the killer move help literary talent. As long as I create a good poem, I will be rewarded and advance rapidly. The 5 regions chaotic war is coming. This method of rapidly raising one's strength without any repercussions is the most precious. Although Su Qihan can come into contact with Gu Immortal methods, she does not know the situation in the outside world. After changing to Poem Heart Gu, next is to practice Poetry Gu and Emotion Poetry Gu, using Gather Poem Gu to collect poems from the outside world and raise Poem Wall Gu. I also need to practice Poetry Realm Gu. This is a goo worm similar to a battlefield killer move. It is very outstanding. Just as Li Xiaobai was thinking, the door of the study room was pushed open. Su Qihan walked into the room with a concerned gaze. "Darling Li," Su Qihan called out softly. Li Xiaobai smiled lightly, nodding at her. "Everything is going smoothly." Su Qihan's expression brightened, her watery eyes showed gentleness. "That's good." Boom. Just as they spoke, the sky shook, a loud sound echoed throughout the world. "What's going on?" Li Xiaobai and Su Qihan were alarmed. They quickly walked out of the room and saw that the sky was clear and blue. A gust of wind blew past them. The wind only lasted for a short period of time. After that, there was no other change. The mortals, goo masters, and even goo immortals living in the capital city felt this sudden and rapid change. Most people were baffled. Only a small portion of goo immortal officials knew the inside story. They were overjoyed. Success. Somewhere in profound literature grotto heaven, old Immortal Hua Yu had an excited expression. He bowed deeply to Qi Si ancestor. "Congratulations, ancestor, you have unraveled the Qi harvest fruit." Ancestor saved profound literature grotto heaven. "You have given me a new lease on life. From now on, if you need my help, I will do my best without any hesitation." Fang Yuan, who was acting as Qi Si ancestor, laughed heartily as he helped old Immortal Hua Yu up. "No need to be so polite." The immortals at the side were overjoyed. "Ancestor is mighty." Wu Shuai's experiments have destroyed many grotto heavens. Ancestor's first attempt was a huge success. Wu Shuai cannot compare to him. "I wonder when Ancestor can resolve the problem of the Qi harvest fruit for us?" That's right. The Qi harvest fruits in our grotto heavens are already extremely huge. We are getting closer to self-detonation. The situation is very dangerous. The goo immortals praised loudly as they urged Fang Yuan to take action again. Fang Yuan waved his hand. "Even though this experiment succeeded, I sensed a flaw in it. I only need to cultivate for 3 more days to modify it. At that time, I will get rid of the problem for everyone. Wouldn't that be even better?" The immortals were overjoyed. They said in unison, "We will listen to Ancestor's arrangements." Fang Yuan smiled, bright light flashing in his eyes. Celestial Court. Soon, Qin Dingling received the news. She showed joy on her face. "Good, good. Back then, I chose to cooperate with Qi Si Ancestor. It was the right decision." Qi Si Ancestor did not disappoint them. Not only did he create a method to resolve the Qi harvest fruit, he even succeeded in one attempt. According to the information, not only had profound literature's abode safely eradicated the energy harvest fruit, but the explosion of the fruit had formed a harmless Qi tide that swiftly swept through the entire abode, increasing the resources of the abode by a great deal. Qin Dingling was in a good mood. During this period of time, Celestial Court had already walked out of the shadow of the Fate War. After Qin Dingling and the other Celestial Court immortals worked hard and planned, good news came one after another. First, the variant human forces were restrained, then Qin Chou was captured, and now, the problem of the Qi harvest fruit was about to be eliminated. But now, should we get rid of the Qi harvest fruit in Celestial Court or snatch Lightning Goo? Qin Dingling could not make a decision alone. She gathered the Celestial Court immortals for a discussion. Qi Si Ancestor is truly a Qi Path great expert. With this method, his force is undefeatable. Wu Shuai's alliance is still experimenting with this method. Their Qi Path attainment is very low. As long as Qi Si Ancestor can stall for time, there might be no need to fight. Wu Shuai's alliance might collapse on its own. Qin Dingling heard this optimistic evaluation and shook her head. Wu Shuai is a formidable person. Even a rabbit will bite when forced, not to mention this dragon man. Once he gets news of this, he might immediately start a war with Qi Si Ancestor. That's right, Qi Si Ancestor can safely get rid of the Qi harvest fruit, but Wu Shuai cannot. The longer this drags on, the more disadvantageous it is for Wu Shuai. It is very likely that Wu Shuai will attack. If that is the case, we need to act earlier and let Qi Si Ancestor take action to resolve the problem of the Qi harvest fruit for Celestial Court. You're right. Once the battle starts, Qi Si ancestor will not be able to split himself. He will definitely face Wushuai's full-strength attacks. Right now, the situation is like water and fire. Once they fight, it will not end easily. A life-and-death battle might really occur. As they discussed this, Qin Dingling looked at Nine Spiritual Fairy. How is the refinement of hatred Gu going? Nine Spiritual Fairy shook her head. I just had a breakthrough. Hatred Gu is in a strange state. It has already fused with Qing Chou. We found a way to refine hatred Gu not long ago. If we want to refine hatred Gu, it will take a long time. But the good news is that if we succeed, Qing Chou will be useful to us. Qin Dingling nodded. Since we have not obtained hatred Gu yet, we are not in a hurry to snatch lightning Gu. I intend to conceal this information and invite Qi Si ancestor to come to Celestial Court in secret to resolve the problem of Celestial Court. After that, we will start a war with Wushuai. The Immortals heard this and had no objections. But how are we going to repay Qi Si ancestor? A Gu Immortal asked. This is not hard. Qi Si ancestor is very interested in the Qi Path Immortal Gu of our Celestial Court. In the letters we exchanged earlier, he has been asking to borrow these Qi Path Immortal Gu, but I did not agree to it and kept pushing it away. Qin Dingling smiled. Another Gu Immortal added, we need to be wary of another person, that is Demon Immortal Qi Ju. Qin Dingling nodded. I have considered that too. This demon is also a Qi Path great expert. If he cooperates with Wushuai, it will balance out the situation of both sides. He is a huge threat. Demon Immortal Qi Ju is hard to track. We do not know where he is now. He has just been reborn. He is not familiar with the current major paths. Right now, he has been selling Qi Path Immortal materials in jewel yellow skies, exchanging for inheritances of all paths. Even Gu Master inheritances are not spared. Wushuai has a bargaining chip to transact with him. Chapter 2038. Inside Dragon Palace, the atmosphere was heavy. The current situation is like this. What do you all think? Wushuai was the only one seated. He first gathered the Alliance Immortals and described Qi Si ancestors' actions in profound literature Grotto Heaven. Celestial Court tried to conceal this information, but almost at the same time, Wushuai informed all the Gu Immortals of the Two Heavens Alliance. When the Immortals heard this news, they had a huge reaction. Their expressions changed. Is this information true? Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch immediately asked, but he soon reacted as his face turned pale. I am not suspecting Lord Alliance Leader, but this situation is simply too sudden. Wushuai snorted coldly. Do I need to lie to you? This is not good. Xiao Jian had a solemn expression. Qi Si ancestor is a Qi Path great expert. Since Demon Immortal Qi Ju could use the Qi Harvest Fruit to revive, it is possible for Qi Si ancestor to get rid of the Qi Harvest Fruit. But now that he has the method to get rid of the Qi Harvest Fruit, he is in an invincible position. Indeed. What do we do now? The Qi Harvest Fruit in our clan's Grotto Heaven has already expanded to its limit. If we do not get rid of it, it will really self-detonate. But our experiments have not succeeded yet. A lot of Grotto Heavens have been destroyed. It is impossible to negotiate with Qi Si ancestor. We need to be wary of him taking the chance to attack. The Immortals discussed. Their tones were filled with panic. Spectral Soul, who was acting as Lady Cold Ash, was among them, cheering inwardly. He wanted a huge battle to happen. Once the situation turned chaotic, he would have a good opportunity. Night Heavenly Wolf Lord looked like the others, but he was very happy internally. He secretly defected to the Heavenly Court. Once this happened, it would be very beneficial to him. Why are you panicking like this? Gu Tribe's leaders suddenly shouted. The Immortals turned to look at him. Even though Gu Tribe's leader joined the Two Heavens Alliance, he had always been quiet. But the Immortals here knew that this person was Wushuai's trusted aide. In terms of trust, he far surpassed the two Vice Alliance leaders, Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch and Xiao Jian. The leader of the Gu family suddenly spoke. Xiao Jian's heart skipped a beat as he understood something. But before he spoke, Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch spoke first. With Lord Alliance leader here, there is no need for us to panic. At this critical moment of life and death, this subordinate is willing to follow the Alliance leader closely and follow your lead. Xiao Hejian cursed under his breath and followed closely behind. This subordinate will listen to Alliance Master's decision. Wu Shuai nodded slightly and grunted through his nose. The current situation is so critical. If we sit still and wait for death, we will definitely be defeated. There is no other possibility. Only by fighting with all their might and taking the initiative to attack would there be hope. The enemy was able to get rid of the Qi harvest fruits because of Qi Si Ancestor's methods. As long as we fight and kill Qi Si Ancestor, it will be our victory. Even if we cannot kill Qi Si Ancestor, as long as we heavily injure him, the situation will be greatly alleviated. Just as Wu Shuai finished speaking, the Gu family head immediately responded, "Alliance Master is wise." Wu Shuai looked at Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch and Xiao Hejian. These two Vice-Alliance leaders spoke in unison. "Alliance leader is wise. This is a brilliant plan. What are your thoughts? If you have any better suggestions, tell us." Wu Shuai purposely asked the other Gu immortals. How could these people have any good ideas? The truth was, Wu Shuai was forced to attack because he had no other choice. He had no other choice. But other than this, were they really going to surrender to Qi Si Ancestor? It was not that the immortals did not have such thoughts, but they did not have the guts to do so. The Forest Thunder Grotto Heaven was the best example. Who among the immortals present did not know about his miserable end? Who did not know about it? Since everyone has agreed, let us discuss how to send troops. We need to use every second we have to catch the enemy off guard. Wu Shuai spoke decisively. Gu family head continued, "Lord Alliance leader is right. Every breath of time we drag on now is a breath of time for the enemy to gain a new advantage." Immediately, the immortals started to discuss their battle plan. This discussion lasted for the time it takes for 3 incense sticks to burn before they came up with a more complete plan. Wu Shuai opened the door of Dragon Palace and ordered the immortals to make preparations. They would attack 7 days later. Night Heavenly Wolf Lord returned to Night Wolf Grotto Heaven. On one hand, he mobilized his troops and gathered troops. On the other hand, he quickly informed the Celestial Court of this important information. Qin Ding Ling received this information and gathered the immortals of the Celestial Court overnight. The situation has changed. It seems that Wu Shuai also placed a spy around Qi Si Ancestor. I said before, we cannot underestimate Wu Shuai. Since Wu Shuai's side wants to attack, we might as well play along and take him down. That will be difficult. The enemy has Dragon Palace and Di Zongxing to protect him. Unless we awaken all the immortals in the Immortal Graveyard, we will not have the strength to make such arrangements. Time is too tight. We only have 7 days, and it is far away in Eastern Sea. Then we can only inform Qi Si Ancestor and let him be on guard secretly while pretending not to know anything. When Wu Shuai attacks, he will definitely suffer a huge loss. Did you forget the spy that Wu Shuai placed around Qi Si Ancestor? If Qi Si Ancestor learns about it from us, Wu Shuai might know about it immediately. Prince's Impatience suddenly spoke. Why do we need to inform Qi Si Ancestor? The discussions paused for a moment. Qi Si Ancestor is our ally. If he finds out that we do not report about it, it will be disadvantageous to the alliance. Prince's Impatience shook his head and smiled. As long as we do not say anything, how will Qi Si Ancestor know that we know about it in advance? Our spy in the Two Heavens Alliance has always been secretive. If we speak about it, we might be exposed. We formed an alliance with Qi Si Ancestor because we want to borrow his strength to resolve the problem of Heavenly Court's Qi harvest fruits. Secondly, we want to use him as a chess piece to gather a group of external forces to help us restrict the growth of variant human forces. Prince's Impatience continued to speak. Thirdly, if possible, we can recruit Qi Si Ancestor as a member of our celestial court. Qin Ding Ling looked at Prince's Impatience. Then in your opinion, what should we do? Prince's Impatience breathed in deeply. In my humble opinion, we should feign ignorance and proceed according to the original plan. Right now, Qi ancestor has already moved secretly. He will definitely come to our celestial court in 3 days. At that time, we will let him help us get rid of the Qi harvest fruit problem. Celestial court is huge and has a deep foundation. The Qi harvest fruit it forms is also the largest in the world. Qi ancestor suggested that we set up a Qi path immortal formation. We will need at least 6 days to get rid of the Qi harvest fruit. We can purposely delay the formation and let Wu Shuai's sneak attack succeed. Qi ancestor's forces will suffer heavy losses. Qi ancestor will definitely be anxious and want to go back to help, but he needs to maintain the formation at all times and cannot leave. Without a leader, Qi ancestor's subordinates will definitely not be Wu Shuai's match. But so what if they are all destroyed? Our strength will not be affected at all. Qi ancestor will also be alone now. He secretly came to our celestial court and caused his subordinates to all die. His reputation will definitely fall to rock bottom. Eastern Sea's Gu Immortal world's opinion of him will also plummet. Who would respect a Gu Immortal who went missing in battle and secretly helped another region? At this point, Qi ancestor will definitely understand that his status in Eastern Sea will not return to before. At that time, we will have nothing to worry about. We can send people to help him take revenge. During this process, we can use reason and emotion to persuade him, as well as lure him with benefits. I believe there is a high chance of recruiting Qi ancestor. The immortals were silent. They looked at each other for a while before looking at Prince's impatience. But at this moment, the immortals' gazes were completely different from before. Prince's impatience's strategy made the celestial court's immortals look at him in a new light. Prince's impatience had his arms behind his back. He did not speak. He had a slight smile on his face. This plan was very sinister. The Gu immortals present did not think of it, but he was the first to suggest it. It was completely related to his personal experiences. Prince's impatience came from Spirit Affinity House. He was treated as a spy and went to Northern Plains to develop. Many years later, he reached rank 8 and became the son-in-law of Northern Plains Gong tribe. He was the highest spy that Central Continent had in Northern Plains. The Celestial Court's Gu immortals had been overlords for too long. They were already used to it. But the immortals here were all rank 8 elites. They quickly understood. Prince's impatience's plan was indeed the most beneficial to Celestial Court. Even if Wu Shuai's force won, so what? They would only lose grotto heavens in the 2 heavens. Even if the flames of war spread to Eastern Sea, it would not shake its foundation. Even if Eastern Sea's righteous path was toppled, it was just one region. Humans were still the overlords of this world. Chapter 2039. Celestial Court was filled with light all along. Fang Yuan, who was disguised as Qi ancestor, was already inside Celestial Court. He floated in the air, looking at the Qi harvest fruit in front of him. The energy harvest fruits produced in the heavenly court were huge beyond common sense. They were like towering mountains, towering to the extreme. Such a huge Qi harvest fruit would not be able to fit in an ordinary rank 8 grotto heaven. It would break through the sky. Only Celestial Court has such a deep foundation and had previously fused in a large number of Tsang Xianxi's space path fruits. It has enough space to hold the Qi harvest fruit. Fang Yuan sighed internally. The last time he came to Celestial Court, he had participated in the Fate War with his true appearance and caused Celestial Court to suffer a crushing defeat. This time, he was disguised as an ally of Celestial Court. He wanted to help Celestial Court resolve the problem of the Qi harvest fruit. The situation was constantly changing. It was hard to predict. How is it? Qin Dingling was standing beside Fang Yuan, asking. Fang Yuan nodded. This is the first time I have seen a Qi harvest fruit of such a scale. I can see that your foundation is unfathomable. You are truly the #1 sect in the world. After pausing for a while, Fang Yuan continued. After some investigation, even though my previous method worked, this Qi harvest fruit is too huge. It is best to set up an immortal formation. The larger the Qi path immortal formation, the more time we can save. Qin Dingling was slightly surprised. To think that ancestor could even design an immortal formation. Fang Yuan shook his head. Not so. The Chi Path Immortal formation can only amplify my Chi Path killer moves. The true method to get rid of the Chi Harvest fruit is still my Chi Path killer moves. Qin Ding Ling nodded. This was reasonable. She smiled as she took out a Chi Path Rank 8 Immortal Goo. Celestial Court does not lack Chi Path Immortal Goo. To resolve the problem of the Chi Harvest fruit, Celestial Court is willing to use all their Chi Path resources to achieve this. Ancestor, please take a look at this Immortal Goo. Fang Yuan's gaze was immediately attracted by this Immortal Goo. Is this human Chi Immortal Goo? Fang Yuan's pupils dilated, his expression changed slightly. Human Chi Immortal Goo was shaped like a bee. It only had the size of a thumb. It flapped its wings and floated above Qin Ding Ling's palm, emitting a dense aura. Qin Ding Ling handed human Chi Immortal Goo to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan opened his palm and caught it. He stared at it and praised, "Good goo, good goo. This goo is closely related to human path. It has huge potential." Qin Ding Ling smiled, taking out a second Immortal Goo and handing it to Fang Yuan. This was Earth Chi Immortal Goo. It was like a butterfly. It was brown in color and emitted dense Chi. Fang Yuan held human Chi Immortal Goo in his left hand and Earth Chi Immortal Goo in his right. He looked around with great interest. Amazing, amazing. This is Heaven Chi Immortal Goo. Qin Ding Ling said as she handed a third rank 8 Immortal Goo to Fang Yuan. Heaven Chi Immortal Goo was like a dragonfly. It was dark green in color and had 8 thin light blue wings. When it flapped, its body would emit a translucent aura. Fang Yuan had a solemn expression. This Heaven Chi Immortal Goo is closely related to the heavenly path. To speak the truth, I created the method to get rid of the Chi Harvest fruit because I comprehended a trace of the profundity of the heavenly path. If I had this goo, I would have been able to come out of closed cultivation earlier. Among the goo cultivation paths, heavenly path and human path are the most unique. Ancestor, you have almost reached the end of the path of Chi path, thus you are able to comprehend the true meaning of other paths by analogy. Qin Ding Ling praised before changing the topic. These 3 Chi Immortal Goo are the cores of triple Chi retraction. They are the true treasures of the Celestial Court. Only members of the Celestial Court can possess them. Qin Ding Ling saw Fang Yuan's expression and was very happy. She hinted to Qi Si Ancestor that if he wanted these goo worms, he would have to join the Celestial Court. Fang Yuan heard this and showed a trace of hesitation on his face, but he laughed internally. His expression just now was just an act. If he truly cultivated Chi Path, the temptation of these 3 Chi Immortal Goo would be unparalleled. Fang Yuan had tried many times before. These 3 Chi Immortal Goo were the cores of triple Chi retraction. They were irreplaceable. If he forcefully used other Chi Path Immortal Goo to replace them, even if he managed to modify triple Chi retraction, it would lose its value in battle. Thus, even though Fang Yuan had obtained the complete primordial origin Chi Path true inheritance, he did not gain much from it. Furthermore, Qi Si Ancestor was only one of Fang Yuan's identities. Moreover, Fang Yuan did not lack rank 8 Immortal Goo. Attitude Goo, Mutation Goo, Wisdom Sword Goo, Years Flow Like Water, Soul Beast Token, Regret Goo, Spring, Summer, Big Chi, Realm, Addition, Steel Life, Water Refinement, Advance Refinement, Dream Token. There were simply too many of them. In Fang Yuan's eyes, only rank 9 Immortal Goo could make him excited. Rank 9 Immortal Goo were too rare. He originally had 1, Wisdom Goo. Unfortunately, this Immortal Goo was tampered with by Giant Sun Immortal. Fang Yuan had no choice but to sacrifice it in the Fate War. Qin Ding Ling borrowed 3 Chi Immortal Goo to let Qi Si Ancestor familiarize himself with it. She arranged for several Goo Immortals to modify the Chi Path Immortal formation with Qi Si Ancestor. With the help of the Immortals, the Chi Path Immortal formation was completed in a few days. Fang Yuan and the Celestial Court Immortals started to set up the formation. The main person in charge of this Chi Path formation was naturally Fang Yuan. But the other formation cores were guarded by Celestial Court Goo Immortals. On one hand, Celestial Court was helping Fang Yuan. On the other hand, they were there to supervise him. Qi Si Ancestor was an outsider after all. Even though he had an alliance agreement, he was still a member of Celestial Court. How could Celestial Court not take precautions? In fact, it was not just the supporting Gu Immortals who took precautions. The core immortal Gu of this Qi path formation, Heaven Qi, Earth Qi, and Human Qi, were also temporarily lent to Fang Yuan by Qin Dingling. Once there were any changes, Celestial Court could immediately retrieve them and make Fang Yuan lose control of the entire Qi path formation. And this Qi path formation's modification process involved several Celestial Court Gu Immortals. Even if these Gu Immortals had low Qi path attainment, they had good insight. It was very difficult to hide it from them. In fact, Fang Yuan did not hide anything in this Qi path formation. There was absolutely no problem with the formation. Earth Qi Gu Go. Fang Yuan threw out Earth Qi Immortal Gu and instilled Immortal Essence. Earth Qi Immortal Gu quickly flew out and drilled into the ground at the bottom of the Qi harvest fruit. Boom! Suddenly, there was a loud sound as the ground below the Qi harvest fruit started to shake intensely. Countless amounts of Earth Qi rose up like thick smoke. Fang Yuan started to collect these Earth Qi. The Celestial Court Gu Immortals beside him also took action. Some assisted in collecting the Earth Qi, while others started to set up small formations around the entrance of the cave where the Earth Qi was rising up. While Fang Yuan was setting up the formation, at the other end of the Celestial Court, there was a huge underground square. Qin Chao's mountain-like body was motionless in the depths of the underground square, like a stone statue. Boom! Suddenly, a loud sound could be heard from afar. The underground square shook slightly, cracks appeared on the floor tiles. But Red Heart Traveler, who was guarding this place, was not flustered. He immediately took action and stabilized the situation. The cracks on the floor tiles were disappearing at an observable speed. What's the commotion? Qin Cho suddenly spoke, but strangely, its voice was 9 spiritual fairies. 9 spiritual fairy had actually entered Qin Chao's body and forcefully refined hatred Gu. Looking at this commotion, Qi Si Ancestor should be setting up the formation. He used Earth Qi Immortal Gu as the first foundation of the formation, so the Earth vein was affected. And this place is one of the main Earth veins, so it can affect us. Red Heart Traveler replied, "You were at a crucial moment earlier, so I did not inform you about this. Don't worry, this level of influence cannot affect us." 9 spiritual fairy immediately put her mind at ease. Then let's hurry up and try to refine hatred Gu while we get rid of the Qi harvest fruit to make Celestial Court even happier. Celestial Court's Gu Immortals had already recovered from the shadow of defeat in the Fate War. They worked even harder than before and were filled with fighting spirit. Several days later, the Qi path formation was successfully set up. Fang Yuan was in charge of the formation and activated his methods to get rid of the Qi harvest fruit. The Qi harvest fruit was continuously whittled down by Fang Yuan's killer moves. But this Qi harvest fruit of Celestial Court was too huge. It would take some time to completely get rid of it. After several days, the Qi harvest fruit was whittled down by a little more than 10%. Qin Dingling hurriedly came to Fang Yuan with a solemn expression. "Ancestor, there is a change in Eastern Sea. The situation is not good." Fang Yuan was shocked. What happened? Marshal Wu's alliance suddenly launched a large-scale attack. They split into 3 groups and attacked the Grotto Heaven forces that submitted to us. We were caught off guard and suffered heavy losses. Qin Dingling said, "The news of my secret arrival should have been sealed. How could this be? Marshal Wu found out so quickly?" Fang Yuan's expression changed. His tone was filled with anxiety. "Ancestor, you want to return to Eastern Sea?" Qin Dingling asked purposely. "That is what I was thinking." Fang Yuan frowned. "But this method of mine has to be completely successful. If I give up halfway, there might be undesirable changes." Qin Dingling bowed deeply at Fang Yuan. "Ancestor, please think of the big picture." Marshal Wu reacted so quickly, it was out of everyone's expectations. But if Ancestor returns now, it will be fulfilling Marshal Wu's wish. Only when we completely get rid of the Qi harvest fruit can we have a safe rear. At that time, Ancestor, you can lead our Celestial Court's immortals back to Eastern Sea. You can say that you came to our celestial court to ask for reinforcements. You did not want Marshal Wu to launch a sneak attack that will shut their mouths. After that, we can combine our strength and kill Marshal Wu, completely getting rid of the Two Heavens Alliance. That is the way to victory. Fang Yuan did not speak, he only looked at Qin Dingling deeply. After a long while, he spoke with a heavy tone. Marshal Wu's side has definitely prepared for a long time for this large-scale attack. Does the Celestial Court know anything about their plans? Absolutely not. Qin Dingling shook her head, her attitude firm. Fang Yuan snorted coldly. He struggled for a while before sighing helplessly. Forget it, I will stay here to control the formation until the Qi harvest fruit is completely eradicated. But during this period of time, I will need your Celestial Court to send reinforcements to support Eastern Sea. Qin Dingling also sighed. We will do our best in this matter. Fang Yuan gritted his teeth, saying, once the Qi harvest fruit is completely eradicated, I will immediately return to reinforce it. But if I control the formation without rest, my battle strength will definitely fall. I hope the Celestial Court can give me 3 Qi Immortal Goo to help me kill the enemy. Qin Dingling's expression changed slightly. Although Fang Yuan was asking for compensation in a tactful tone, his appetite was too huge, it greatly exceeded Qin Dingling's bottom line. She shook her head and refused. 3 Qi Immortal Goo are the treasures of the Celestial Court. Only members of the Celestial Court can. Before she finished, Fang Yuan interrupted, the Eastern Sea Immortals are also my subordinates. Qin Dingling still shook her head. I will remember ancestors' sacrifice, but even though I am the leader of the Celestial Court, I cannot give you 3 rank 8 Immortal Goo. At most, I can only offer one of them as compensation. How can one compare to all the living beings in the Grotto Heaven? Fang Yuan was slightly furious. Boom! Just as the two were haggling, there was a loud sound in the sky. A rank 8 Immortal Goo house directly charged in with a ferocious momentum. The immortals of the Celestial Court were all shocked. Because the Immortal Goo house that invaded the Celestial Court was Dragon Palace. How can this be? Qin Dingling could no longer discuss with Fang Yuan. She flew out of the formation and faced the enemy. The door of Dragon Palace opened. Wu Shuai sat on his throne as he looked out from deep within Dragon Palace. Qin Dingling, we meet again. Wu Shuai, why are you here? Qin Dingling shouted. Several Goo immortals had gathered behind her. Wu Shuai sneered and kicked off a head beside his feet. This head rolled down the stairs below the throne, all the way to the center of the hall. His eyes were wide open. It was Night Heavenly Wolf Lord. That old scoundrel Qi Si can get rid of the Qi harvest fruit. Your Celestial Court wants to hide the news and secretly resolve the internal problem? Hee, wishful thinking. I came here to destroy your Celestial Court and kill that old scoundrel Qi Si. Let's see who can stop me in this world. Wu Shuai said this as he stood up and waved his hand, shouting, Kill! Chapter 2040. Central Continent, deep within a certain earth trench. Fairy Myrtle was controlling the Wisdom Path formation. Purple light shrouded the formation without leaking out. In the formation core, other than Bai Ningbing, He Lulan, and In Wuxia, there were also Fairy Miao Yin, Lady White Rabbit, and several other Goo Immortals. After the Fate War, these Goo Immortals were left behind by Fang Yuan. Fairy Myrtle and the rest cooperated with Bing Sichuan, capturing these people one by one. As the purple light faded, the formation stopped. Fairy Miao Yin's expression was uncertain while Lady White Rabbit was furious. They were both immobilized. You two still don't want to surrender? Ing Wuxia sneered. You traitor! Lady White Rabbit shouted angrily. Bai Ningbing also rushed over. Her gaze was emotionless and cold. I urge you to reconsider. After all, your greatest value has been lost. Fairy Miao Yin heard this and her expression became even more hesitant. Fairy Myrtle stopped the formation and stood up. Her aura was weak. She had expended a lot of energy in this deduction. But she showed clear joy on her face. It seems we succeeded. Bing Sichuan was already waiting outside the formation. He smiled lightly. He Lulan walked past Fairy Myrtle, stopping behind Bing Sichuan. Fairy Myrtle nodded with a smile. There are enough clues, we finally succeeded. I have already deduced Fang Yuan's current location. Take a guess, where is this crafty demon hiding? Bing Sichuan raised his eyebrows. Now that you asked, it is a clear hint. What, is this scoundrel Fang Yuan hiding in Celestial Court all along? Fairy Myrtle nodded. According to my deduction, he is indeed in Celestial Court. The Immortals heard this and showed strange expressions. Wuxia gritted his teeth. He is truly crafty. He escaped from Celestial Court earlier. It was just a disguise. He has probably been hiding in Celestial Court all along. Old man Jing Yuan sighed. No wonder we could not find his true body. Bai Ning Bing laughed loudly, praising, amazing! This is Fang Yuan's style indeed. Bing Sichuan frowned. But how can he hide until now without being discovered by the Celestial Court Gu Immortals? Fairy Myrtle's eyes flickered with bright light. I can only deduce that Fang Yuan is in Celestial Court now, but I cannot be sure that he has been hiding in Celestial Court. But in terms of ability, this demon, Fang Yuan, is the most difficult to estimate. But in terms of ability, Fang Yuan is Gu Immortal sect. Bing Sichuan sighed. Fang Yuan is hiding in Heavenly Court now. What do we do? Were they going to attack the Celestial Court again? If we directly report this information to the Celestial Court, and the Celestial Court kills Fang Yuan, wouldn't they obtain all of his inheritance? Bing Sichuan represented Giant's son Immortal. He represented the benefits of Northern Plains longevity heaven. Of course, he did not want to see the Celestial Court grow stronger again. Moreover, the information regarding Fang Yuan's location was something that they had painstakingly deduced. If they were to inform the Celestial Court just like that, it would be too easy for them. Elder Jing Yuan reminded, no matter what, we still have to tell the Master about this precious information first. Fairy Myrtle replied, I've already reported it to Master as soon as I retracted the formation. Celestial Court. A fierce battle had broken out. Boom. Lady Cold Ash's figure flickered as she dodged the explosion of a killer move. She was actually Spectral Soul in disguise. Spectral Soul had just received Fairy Myrtle's information, but he was not in a good mood. Fang Yuan is in the Celestial Court now? Of course, I already knew this. A memory flashed in Spectral Soul's mind. It was the scene that happened several days ago. The Gu Immortals were gathered in Dragon Palace again. Wu Shuai used the excuse of discussing the details of attacking Qi Si ancestors' side. But halfway through the discussion, Wu Shuai suddenly attacked. Dragon Palace rumbled. Night Heavenly Wolf Lord was caught off guard and was hit by the killer move Dreamy Light Smoke. He was easily taken down without any resistance. Everyone, don't panic. This person is a spy of our alliance. He is the mastermind of the Celestial Court. Wu Shuai consoled the Immortals as he took out evidence. In front of such concrete evidence, the Immortals were shocked and furious. They condemned Night Wolf Grotto Heaven and wanted them to pay the price. Wu Shuai shook his head. We will definitely punish Night Heavenly Wolf Lord, but the urgent matter now is not this. The big picture is the most important thing. Gu Tribe's leader frowned deeply. Lord Alliance leader, because of this traitor, Night Heavenly Wolf Lord, our sneak attack plan has been exposed. If we carry it out again, we might not be able to catch them off guard. Wu Shuai smiled coldly. There is still an important piece of information that I have not told everyone yet. Qi Si ancestor is no longer in Eastern Sea. He has entered Central Continent many days ago and is heading to the Celestial Court. This is good news. Many Gu Immortals heard this and were overjoyed. But Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch had a grim expression. What's so good about it? The reason why we attacked Qi Si ancestor's side was to target him personally, to stop him from resolving the Qi harvest fruits in the other grotto heavens. Now that Qi Si ancestor is not here, what is the point of continuing our attack? The Gu Immortals who were cheering earlier were stunned. After reacting, the atmosphere in Dragon Palace became even heavier. Everyone, don't panic. Wu Shuai spoke. All the Gu Immortals' gazes landed on him. He continued, it is actually very simple to resolve our current predicament. Since Qi Si ancestor is heading to Central Continent's celestial court, we will give up on the grotto heavens and directly attack the celestial court to kill Qi Si ancestor. What? The Gu immortals in the hall hesitated. It is not easy to attack the celestial court. The celestial court is the #1 force of humanity. Even if they lost the Fate War, we cannot take them lightly. Many Gu immortals wanted to retreat. Wu Shuai snorted coldly, "You fools!" He scolded them on the spot. His imposing aura caused the hall to turn silent. The Gu immortals kept quiet out of fear. Why don't you think about why the celestial court would suddenly invite Qi Si ancestor over? Wu Shuai asked with a stern expression. Xiao Hejian's eyes shined as he said, "Don't tell me, the celestial court is also facing the Qi harvest fruit problem." But this time, I invited a strong reinforcement. Because of him, I learned of Night Heavenly Wolf Lord's betrayal. Ah? Who is it? The immortals were curious. Lady Cold Ash's gaze flickered. She already had a guess. Right at this moment, from the shadows behind Wu Shuai, a Gu immortal walked out. This Gu immortal wore a white robe. He had long black hair that reached his waist. His face was white as jade. His eyes were shining with cold light. Fang Yuan, it's him, it really is him. The immortals' pupils shrunk, their expressions changed, they were all shaken. Under everyone's gazes, Fang Yuan spoke slowly, his voice was cold as ice. The celestial court bullied me. Now that I have recovered my strength, I am going to attack the celestial court. Duke Long is not here, who can stop me? His voice resounded in the hall, nobody dared to make a sound. But Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch and the rest felt their hearts pounding. With a strong reinforcement like Fang Yuan leading the way, they immediately regained their morale and fighting spirit. Fang Yuan was someone who had defeated the celestial court. His battle strength was clear to everyone in the world. But if it shrunk, the difficulty of defending it would be much lower. We need to be fast. This killer move is not complete. I can only hold on for a while. Qi Si ancestor said as he flew towards the Qi harvest fruit. When he was about to crash, he turned into a human-shaped Qi current and fused into the Qi harvest fruit. The Qi harvest fruit shook intensely. It started to shrink rapidly. In a few breaths of time, it shrunk from the size of a mountain to the size of a horse carriage. This change made celestial court's Gu immortals surprised and joyful. An immortal Gu house flew down and floated above the Qi harvest fruit, shooting out a grand pillar of light that enveloped the Qi harvest fruit. Wu Shuai's side's killer moves rained down like a storm, but they could not shake the pillar of light at all. Di Zongxing and Dragon Palace charged over again. Block them! Qin Ding Ling shouted. But they were too passive, they were forced to retreat. The Qi harvest fruit shrunk again. It turned from a horse carriage to an ordinary gourd. Seeing that they were about to fall into the abyss of defeat again, Qin Ding Ling quickly asked, "Ancestor, can you move the Qi harvest fruit?" Qi Si ancestor replied weakly, "This is my limit. I researched Demon Immortal Qi Ju's revival method. I can only shrink it, I cannot move it at all. This method is just a preliminary creation, it is not complete. Quickly think of a way." Qin Ding Ling was out of ideas. She had already sent reinforcements to the 10 great ancient sects at the start of the battle. Originally, Celestial Court had Central Heaven Gate. They could send reinforcements quickly, but it was destroyed by Fairy Myrtle during the Fate War. But at the next moment, the primordial Qi wall collapsed. Countless Qi currents landed on Di Zongxing's body. Di Zongxing's battle strength fell sharply, his threat was greatly reduced. This was Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable's follow-up method. It landed on Fang Yuan during the Fate War. Fang Yuan was trapped and could not break free, but Limitless Demon Venerable's figure helped him resist the power of these Qi currents. But now, the chess game was over. The two venerable silhouettes had vanished completely. They could no longer help Di Zongxing. In the blink of an eye, Di Zongxing was suppressed by Shabi 95. Celestial Court's dangerous situation was alleviated. Wu Shuai's side lost their most important battle force. Dragon Palace had no choice but to step up and use Dreamy Light Smoke Killer move. Heavenly Court still did not have a way to resist it head-on. Dragon Palace showed off its demonic might. We can't go on like this. In the end, my Celestial Court still lacks peak battle strength. Qin Ding Ling gritted her teeth. If Duke Long was here, how could the other side be so arrogant? Qi Si Ancestor also has peak battle strength, but his killer move was stopped and he suffered a backlash. Chapter 2042. Hearing that Qi Si Ancestor was seeking Heaven Path true meaning, Qin Ding Ling smiled bitterly. Even though Celestial Court has deep foundation, it does not have Heaven Path true meaning. Why is that? Qi Si Ancestor asked. It is because no one can cultivate Heaven Path. If we could, why would Celestial Court create Heaven Overseeing Tower to make use of fake goo? Qin Ding Ling's tone was filled with deep regret. No goo immortals could cultivate Heaven Path. This was the root cause of Heaven Path true meaning. It was not easy for goo immortals to leave behind their true meaning. To leave behind true meaning, Wisdom Path and Rule Path had the greatest advantage. Other paths could only leave behind true meaning if they could comprehend other paths by analogy. For example, Long Hair's Refinement Path true meaning or Reckless Savage's Transformation Path true meaning. Hearing Qin Ding Ling's answer, Feng Yuan was not dejected. He was mentally prepared. His earlier request was more to probe Celestial Court's foundation. Maybe it really had? Celestial Court did not have Heaven Path true meaning. It was not out of his expectations. Long Hair Ancestor, Feng Yuan, sighed heavily, transmitting to Qin Ding Ling. This means there is no hope. I can only let go for now and fight alongside Celestial Court to kill these variant humans. Qin Ding Ling immediately became anxious. The Qi Harvest Fruit became Celestial Court's weakness. It was a fatal weakness. The reason why the battle was in a deadlock now was because Qi Si Ancestor was shrinking the Qi Harvest Fruit. Once Feng Yuan let go, the Qi Harvest Fruit would shrink to its original size. Celestial Court would have a hard time defending. They would be in a passive situation. Qin Ding Ling was facing huge pressure now. This pressure was not only from the external enemies, but also from her inner heart. After the Fate War, the Immortal Graveyard was heavily damaged, Celestial Court's foundation fell. Qin Ding Ling had no choice but to take charge of all the matters of Celestial Court in this precarious situation. She was conscientious and worked hard to build the Celestial Court. It could be said that she had done her best to bring the Celestial Court back to its former glory. Just like the other members of the Celestial Court, Qin Ding Ling had a strong sense of belonging to the Celestial Court. But now, a strong enemy had come, and it was extremely sudden. What was worse was that they had the fatal weakness of the Qi Harvest Fruit, causing Qin Ding Ling to feel a great sense of danger. Is the Celestial Court going to be destroyed in this battle? Am I the sinner who caused the destruction of the Celestial Court due to a lapse in defense? Rumble. The fierce battle continued and the Dragon Palace continued to move about. Qin Ding Ling stayed in the command center. She paid attention to the battlefield and made emergency arrangements while also communicating with Qi Si Ancestor. The internal and external troubles and the heavy pressure forced her to choose to take a gamble. Immortal friend Qi Si, don't let go. Although the Celestial Court doesn't have any Heaven Dao true intent, it has abundant Heaven Dao research results. I'll give it to you right now. Qin Ding Ling was very straightforward. She directly sent an information path Immortal Gu to Qi Si Ancestor. My plan succeeded. Feng Yuan received this information path Immortal Gu and sighed internally. He quickly sent his consciousness inside to inspect it. Amazing! 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 Feng Yuan only saw a small part of it, but his eyes shined with bright light. He praised internally. The Celestial Court had risen to become the #1 force in the world for 3 million years. In these 3 million years, from complying with Providence at the start, to keeping it in check in the dark, to altering Providence, they had all interacted with the Heaven Dao. Chapter 2043. What is going on? Black Qi shook as Xiao Hejian was forced to retreat. His face was filled with shock. He had seen Lady Cold Ash get killed by Che Wei and felt some regret. To think that not long after, Lady Cold Ash actually revived. Did she fake her death earlier? But her luck was not good and she was about to be hit by a dream path killer move, so she had to fight again? But how can Lady Cold Ash have such battle strength? Not only was Xiao Hejian bewildered, the other Gu immortals also had the same doubts. But compared to Celestial Court's side, the Two Heavens Alliance was not only shocked, but also joyful. After all, Lady Cold Ash had concealed herself so deeply, she was still one of them. That attack earlier had Duke Long's style. Is Lady Cold Ash a person on the same level as Duke Long? I don't believe it. Another Gu immortal charged out from Celestial Court's side. It was none other than Che Wei, who had displayed his might in this battle. Che Wei pounced at Lady Cold Ash. All sorts of signs and information showed that attack earlier was Lady Cold Ash's trump card. She could not use it often. Kill! Che Wei's body shined with golden light. He crashed towards Lady Cold Ash like a meteor. At the same time, far from the battlefield, underground, the two generals of Celestial Court were still forcefully refining Hatred Gu. Red Heart Traveler controlled the formation while Qing Chou was motionless like a statue. 9 Spiritual Fairies' voice came from the statue. It's about time. In a few more minutes, we will be able to completely refine Hatred Gu. As soon as he finished speaking, Qing Chou's dim and lifeless eyes suddenly opened wide, and a crimson-red light shot out explosively from its eyes. What's going on? 9 Spiritual Fairy exclaimed in shock. What happened? Red Heart Traveler asked while injecting Immortal Essence to increase the Immortal formation's power. But Qing Chou's body shook more and more violently. It's Hatred Gu, oh no! 9 Spiritual Fairy suddenly cried out in shock. She was forced out of Qing Chou's body like a ray of light. Roar! Qing Chou regained its freedom. It roared towards the sky. Its voice shook the heavens like thunder. Boom! At the next moment, Qing Chou charged out of the formation, leaving behind a damaged formation and 2 shocked Celestial Court rank 8 Gu immortals. Red Heart Traveler was in charge of the formation and suffered a lot of backlash. He quickly helped up 9 Spiritual Fairy who had fallen to the ground. Qing Chou flew to the battlefield. What happened? 9 Spiritual Fairy's gaze was still dull, her tone uncertain. Maybe I saw wrongly. At that instant earlier, the rank 8 Hatred Gu burst out with terrifying power. It actually had a trace of the aura of a rank 9 Immortal Gu. At this time, the battlefield, attention had shifted from Dragon Palace and the Qi onto Gu. Cho attack. Gu Cho on, Gu Cho. Cho. Gu on. Gu. Cho. Gu, Lady, Gu. Cho on Cho. Cho, demon, to say. Qin, on, Cho Dynasty Qin Demon Gu, Demon Qin, 2, Spectral Soul's thought was direct. Since Fang Yuan is not coming out, I will force him to come out. Today was different from the past. During the Fate War, Spectral Soul was very weak. He could only rely on Fairy Myrtle and Old Man Jing Yuan to escape and recuperate. But now, he had recovered most of his strength. He was no longer weak. What is going on? The Immortals were even more shocked. Gu Cho gave up on Cho Dynasty and targeted Dragon Palace. Internal conflict? Cho Dynasty's momentum slowed. Let's observe the situation first. Maybe it is a trap. Qin Ding Ling wanted stability. She gathered her subordinates. Wu Shuai frowned. He controlled Dragon Palace to retreat. But Gu Cho was faster. She pressed her palm on the roof of Dragon Palace. Chapter 2044. What situation was this? Seeing that Lady Cold Ash was sent flying by Qing Chou, the Immortals were stunned. The aura of a rank 9 Immortal Gu could not be faked, but this aura was too weak, and it was mainly the aura of a rank 8 Immortal Gu. This was the first time something like this had happened. An incomplete rank 9 Immortal Gu? The Immortals felt that it was inconceivable. Goo refinement had always been a very careful process, be it human goo refinement methods or hairy man goo refinement methods, they were extremely meticulous. Fang Yuan was like this, long hair ancestor was also like this. They had never heard of a goo worm that could still be used during the goo refinement process. But the truth was right in front of them, the Immortals had to admit it. What refinement method is this? Many goo Immortals were very excited. This is definitely a new chapter in refinement path. Spectral soul? Xianxia has hatred goo, it should not be wrong. To think that Lady Cold Ash was actually spectral soul in disguise. From spectral soul's words, it seems that Fang Yuan is also here. Is he hiding in Dragon Palace? The Immortals were shocked and uncertain. There were too many accidents in this battle. Celestial Court, the two heavens, spectral soul, Fang Yuan, and others had their own arrangements. None of them knew the overall situation. Even though Fang Yuan had been reborn, it was the same. Spectral soul's identity was exposed, he felt a trace of joy. Dragon Palace retreated even faster. Wu Shuai immediately called back the 3 dragon generals. He also ordered the other 2 Heavens Alliance Goo Immortals to defend Dragon Palace and deal with Spectral Soul. Wu Shuai did not dare to rashly bring the other 2 Heavens Alliance Goo Immortals into Dragon Palace. Spectral Soul's identity was exposed, they were also very suspicious. I can't wait any longer. Qi Si ancestor, Fang Yuan, gritted his teeth as he secretly made a move. He had planned to disguise himself for a while, but with Spectral Soul's exposure and Xianxia's participation, he knew that he had lost control of the situation. He had to act quickly. Fang Yuan contacted Qin Dingling. The modification has results. Protect me, it will be very crucial next. Understood. A hint of joy flashed across Qin Dingling's face. This was the best news she had heard since the start of the battle. Celestial Court's Goo Immortals retreated and formed a tight defense line. They were very wary of Spectral Soul and Dragon Palace's Wu Shuai. Xianxia charged towards Frost Ash Immortal Goo. Hatred Goo's rank 9 aura became denser. It was as if Spectral Soul's appearance had triggered the deepest hatred in Xianxia's heart. This intense hatred was rapidly refining Hatred Immortal Goo. When Hatred Immortal Goo was activated, it amplified Xianxia in all aspects. Especially the offensive killer moves, their power rose sharply, they were terrifying. As Spectral Soul fought against Xianxia, he was suppressed for some time. The hostility on his face intensified. After a few rounds, he suddenly spat out a mouthful of black gas. The black gas was small and dim, seemingly unremarkable, but when it flew onto Xianxia's body, Xianxia's movements became sluggish, and its attacks became disjointed. Spectral Soul's body shook, he turned into countless clones that surrounded Xianxia. Xianxia had hatred goo, it should be able to identify the real one. But against the countless Spectral Souls, it showed a confused expression, it lost its target. Spectral Soul's true body suddenly appeared on Xianxia's back. He stretched out his hand as his palm and forearm pierced deeply into Xianxia's body. Xianxia's body shook intensely, it was in extreme pain, it roared at the sky. Xianxia unleashed immortal killer moves repeatedly, disregarding its own safety, it attacked Spectral Soul who was on its back. Chapter 2045. Fang Yuan had always planned before taking action. This trip to Celestial Court was indeed risky, but he had made ample preparations. He refined the Celestial Court Qi Harvest fruit into a Qi Path clone, while his main body entered Dragon Palace in an instant. There were many Goo Immortals in the battlefield, but none of them discovered the truth. Fang Yuan's Qi Path clone inhaled, absorbing the remaining white Qi into his body. Next, he pushed with both palms, with a loud sound, a huge Qi wall condensed and pressed down on Dragon Palace and Spectral Soul with an overwhelming force. Spectral Soul's eyes shined with bright light, black smoke burst out of his body and collided with the Qi wall, creating a sizzling sound. The Qi wall melted, but the surrounding Qi walls quickly filled up the gap. Spectral Soul made use of this momentary gap to turn into black light, passing through at lightning speed. Spectral Soul left a portion of his attention on Qi-Si Ancestor. Most of his attention was still on Dragon Palace. Dragon Palace was huge. This Qi wall was not easy to pass. Once Dragon Palace's Qi wall showed a weakness, Spectral Soul would immediately attack, using Qi-Si Ancestor's killer move to deal a heavy blow to Dragon Palace. Right when the Qi wall was about to hit Dragon Palace, the door of Dragon Palace opened. Fang Yuan's body was straight like a spear, appearing in front of the Immortals. Immortal killer move, unlimited Qi-Si. Fang Yuan had already prepared his move. He stretched out his right hand and grabbed at the Qi wall. The huge Qi wall shook and collapsed, turning into countless Qi currents that were swept away by a formless force, entering Fang Yuan's immortal aperture. Fang Yuan. He is here after all. This move again. During the Fate War, he used this move to break the primordial Qi wall. The Immortals saw Fang Yuan in front of them. Their hearts shook intensely. The Celestial Court's Gu Immortals had ashen expressions. They lost the Fate War. Fang Yuan had already turned into a huge shadow that shrouded their hearts. The two Heavens Alliance's Gu Immortals were shocked and joyful. After all, according to Fang Yuan's current behavior, he should be standing on their side. Spectral Soul's pupils shrunk. Fang Yuan's performance made him slightly bewildered. Previously, Fang Yuan had been strengthened by the heavenly Dao marks, so how could he still have such powerful battle prowess? The entire battlefield fell into a strange silence. Fang Yuan and Qi-Si Ancestor appeared at almost the same time. The entire situation of the battlefield changed. Celestial Court was heavily guarded by Qi-Si Ancestor, Spectral Soul was alone, and Fang Yuan was at the entrance of Dragon Palace. The three strongest Gu Immortals faced each other. In the Gu world, experts were respected. The following battle would depend on these three's competition. To think that there would be a day when my Celestial Court could no longer control the situation. Qin Ding Ling sighed internally as she transmitted to Qi-Si Ancestor, asking about his situation. Qi-Si Ancestor immediately replied, "Even though the Qi harvest fruits were cleared, I suffered heavy injuries. As for how to survive this tribulation, I will need everyone in Celestial Court to work together." Qin Ding Ling continued, "This time, it was all thanks to Ancestor that Celestial Court's crisis was resolved. After repelling the enemies, Celestial Court will definitely give Ancestor a satisfactory reward." Qin Ding Ling tried to recruit Qi-Si Ancestor. At this time, Dragon Palace suddenly moved, flying into the sky like an orange-gold meteor. Celestial Court had experienced this tribulation. It was already filled with holes. The Dragon Palace followed the loophole and easily left the Heavenly Court, heading to the primordial White Heaven. The remaining Immortals looked at Dragon Palace in a daze. Even though Fang Yuan appeared and cooperated with Wu Shuai, these two actually escaped. Was this still the number one demon of the current era? It seems that Fang Yuan has not replied yet. Even though his attack earlier was powerful and broke Qi-Si Ancestor's Qi Wall killer move, he is probably at the end of his tether. Should we give chase? This demon Fang Yuan is very crafty. I am afraid that this is just his plan to lure the enemies. He might even be setting up an immortal formation outside, waiting for us to fall into his trap. The Celestial Court Gu Immortals hesitated, while the two Heavens Alliance Gu Immortals were already cursing internally. Their morale, the powerhouses and great experts that they had pinned their hopes on, had actually fled. They had fled even faster than them. Meanwhile, the two Heavens Alliance Gu Immortals were left in Celestial Court. They were abandoned. Fang Yuan, where do you think you can escape to? Since you are here, die here? Spectral Soul snickered, carrying Lady Cold Ash's body. He also charged out of Celestial Court, chasing after Dragon Palace. Roar! Qing Cho roared. It had already recovered most of its lost strength. Even though the rank 9 aura of Hatred Gu was not complete, it was several times denser than before. Spectral Soul, I want you to die. Harboring an irreconcilable hatred, Qing Cho did not hesitate. It chased after Spectral Soul. Thus, only the Celestial Court Gu Immortals, Qi-Si Ancestor, and the two Heavens Alliance Gu Immortals were left in the battlefield. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch and Xiao Jian looked at each other. The two Heavens Alliance Gu Immortals were in an awkward situation. Let's chase. Protect Dragon Palace. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch and Xiao Jian worked together for the first time. They shouted a slogan that even they did not believe in as they charged out of Celestial Court. The remaining two Heavens Alliance Gu Immortals shouted as well, following the two Vice Alliance leaders as they left the battlefield of Celestial Court. Are we going to kill these variant human Gu Immortals? Prince's Impatience asked Qin Dingling. Qin Dingling looked at Qi Si Ancestor. She thought about it before saying resolutely, no. These variant human Gu Immortals are only a small problem. The most important thing is Feng Yuan. Two of you will stay behind to clean up the battlefield. The rest will follow me. We will hunt down Feng Yuan with all our strength. Feng Yuan was not in a good state now. This was the best time to get rid of him. Once they killed Feng Yuan, if they were lucky, the loot they obtained would satisfy the entire Celestial Court. Feng Yuan had too many good things on him. He had countless immortal Gu and an extremely outstanding inheritance. Even without these things, as long as they could capture Feng Yuan's soul and search for his memories before his rebirth, it would be extremely valuable to the Celestial Court. Even if they killed Feng Yuan, the Celestial Court would not gain anything substantial. But as long as Feng Yuan died at the hands of the Celestial Court, the Celestial Court would regain their morale and get rid of the shadow of defeat in the Fate War. They would be able to look down on the world with their heads held high. Even if we cannot kill Feng Yuan, we cannot let Spectral Soul kill Feng Yuan. On the other hand, Qin Dingling was also wary of the old demon Spectral Soul. Ancestor. Qin Dingling was about to speak when Qi Si Ancestor interrupted her. Don't say anything else, be it Feng Yuan or Spectral Soul. They are both demons. Everyone in the righteous path has the right to kill them. Time is pressing. The opportunity is fleeting. We need to chase after them. At the crucial moment, Qi Si Ancestor displayed his righteous path's responsibility. This attitude made the Celestial Court's immortals have a good impression of him. Qin Dingling nodded heavily. If not for Qi Si Ancestor, they would not be able to chase after them. The main body situation is bad. I need to take care of him. The Celestial Court's Gu Immortals are more useful than the two Heavens Alliance's cannon fodder. Qi Si Ancestor had a scheme in his mind. He led the Celestial Court's Immortals to join the chase. This way, Dragon Palace was flying at the front, while Spectral Soul was closing the distance between them. Next was Qing Chou. Next was Qi Si Ancestor and the Celestial Court's Immortals. As for the two Vice Alliance leaders of the two Heavens Alliance and the other variant human Gu Immortals, after leaving the battlefield of the Celestial Court, they had already scattered. They only wanted to escape. They did not dare to get involved in this mess. At this time, Dragon Palace's door was already shut. Feng Yuan sat on the ground, actively modifying the killer moves Heaven Human Sensation and replacement of workers with Heaven. Feng Yuan lacked most of the Gu worms needed for these two killer moves. Feng Yuan could only modify them and replace the Gu worms needed to make these two killer moves work for him. Immortal Gu were unique. These two killer moves had just been obtained. Feng Yuan's difficulty in modifying them increased greatly. After experimenting for a while, Feng Yuan changed his strategy. He gave up on the Gu Immortal level and started with mortal killer moves. Feng Yuan communicated with Jewel Yellow Skies and quickly gathered the corresponding mortal Gu worms. With the Gu worms, modifying killer moves would drop from an immortal killer move to a mortal killer move. The difficulty would plummet to rock bottom. With these two mortal killer moves, Feng Yuan stopped the formation in the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. He stopped using Qi Tides to cleanse the 9 heavens and 5 earths in the Immortal Aperture. Soon, Providence was created. Feng Yuan first sent a will to Providence. Next, he activated Heaven Human Sensation. Feng Yuan's will fused into Providence. After that, he used Heaven's Worker's substitute killer move. After a while, Feng Yuan's eyes shined with shocking light. I sensed a certain heaven path Dao mark. If the word sense was used instead, Feng Yuan would use another word, capture. Originally, With the Heaven Path Dao mark on him, even though Fang Yuan knew about it, he could only ignore it. But this time was different. When Fang Yuan sensed it, it meant that this Heaven Path Dao mark was temporarily under his control. After all, during the Fate War, Fang Yuan could still use Spring-Autumn Cicada. But now, his greatest trump card had lost its effect. Fang Yuan had no chance to redo it. If he made any mistakes, he would die a pitiful death. Spectral Soul's killing intent penetrated Dragon Palace and caused Fang Yuan's hair to stand on end. Fang Yuan's lips curled up. He had already thought it through. Go to Crazed Demon Cave. The Heaven Path Dao marks were interfering with Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan could not use his killer moves easily. Even if he could, the effect would be very poor. Fang Yuan could only get out of this predicament with the help of external forces. As for the other dangerous areas, they were not of much help to Fang Yuan. After all, Dragon Palace was the fleeing party. It was at the front. If they barged into a dangerous area, Dragon Palace would be the first to suffer the retaliation. Instead, they would be at a disadvantage. Spectral Soul would have the advantage. But Crazed Demon Cave was different. In a certain layer of Crazed Demon Cave, Fang Yuan could use the Sovereign Immortal body to enter the next layer, while the other Gu Immortals would be blocked. As for whether Spectral Soul could pass, Fang Yuan did not know. But he could take a gamble. After all, Spectral Soul was not in his complete state when he was alive. And most importantly, Spectral Soul did not have the Sovereign Immortal body. Even if Spectral Soul uses a forceful force to pass, he would expend a lot of strength. Furthermore, the next layer is extremely vast and profound. I can continue to fight against Spectral Soul inside. Fang Yuan made up his mind. He activated Dragon Palace and changed directions, heading towards the north. As for Wu Shuai, he was in charge of repairing Dragon Palace. Spectral Soul saw that Dragon Palace was escaping. He breathed in deeply as he got closer. He stretched out his hand and attacked Dragon Palace. At the next moment, countless immemorial soul beast phantoms appeared. Each time they appeared, Dragon Palace's outer wall would crumble. After the soul beast phantoms flashed for an entire round, several pillars at the top of Dragon Palace started to show cracks. Wu Shuai had a grim expression. Oh no, this killer move is very powerful. It actually attacked the Immortal Gu house from inside out. Many of Dragon Palace's core Immortal Gu were damaged. Fang Yuan's main body squinted. The door of Dragon Palace was shut, but his vision was not obstructed. He could see the situation outside Dragon Palace clearly. Fang Yuan said solemnly, Spectral Soul has used this Soul Path killer move before, but it is clearly more effective this time. Evidently, Spectral Soul modified it at the last minute. This was truly terrifying. Spectral Soul was extremely strong. Even though he was no longer rank 9, he had battle strength on par with Duke Long. Even though most of his attainment level was stripped away, his Soul Path attainment level did not fall by much. Rumble. The lightning ball's self-detonation was terrifying. Spectral Soul was sent flying far away. The range of the explosion was huge. Fang Yuan's Dragon Palace and myriad year-flying warship were not spared. They were both affected. Qing Chou endured the shockwaves of the explosion as it charged towards Spectral Soul without any regard for its own safety. You beast! After being disrupted time and time again, Spectral Soul was extremely furious. Fang Yuan took the chance to escape. Spectral Soul saw Dragon Palace's movement and became even more furious. Little beast, don't think of escaping. Dragon Palace's speed fell as expected. Black fog rose from the destroyed area of Dragon Palace. It was severely slowing down. What killer move is this? When did Spectral Soul use it? Fang Yuan was shocked. He instantly had the thought of moving into Myriad Year Flying Warship. But unfortunately, Myriad Year Flying Warship was also emitting black fog. Its speed was slow. The black fog soon dispersed, but Spectral Soul seized the opportunity. He defeated Qing Chou and approached Dragon Palace. At once, the three sides engaged in a chaotic battle. Fang Yuan wanted to get rid of Spectral Soul, But Qingqiu was already overwhelmed by hatred. It had no intention to cooperate. Qingqiu only wanted to deal with Spectral Soul, but it did not care about Fang Yuan. It used all sorts of killer moves against Dragon Palace. To protect himself, Fang Yuan had to deal with Qingqiu at times. After a few rounds, Spectral Soul gained the upper hand again. Even though he was only Spectral Soul Demon Venerable Soul, he was extremely strong. His battle style was different from Duke Long's dominance. He was more ruthless and crafty. His killing intent was bone-chilling. He was ruthless and crazy. But he had a terrifying understanding of the situation. He often attacked and made use of Fang Yuan's and Qingqiu's strength to exhaust each other. The number of times Spectral Soul attacked was decreasing, but in the chaotic battle between the three sides, his advantage was becoming firmer. Chapter 2049. I'm very sorry. Recently, my updates have been very unstable, and I've taken leave every few days. In fact, I understand everyone's pain very well. Because I'm not only an author, but also a reader. When I read a certain web novel and take leave every few days, my reading experience will be very uncomfortable. I'll be disappointed, I'll be angry, and sometimes I'll even curse in my heart. This author is really an idiot. However, the truth is very cruel. Although I don't want to admit it, I have to say, regarding the issue of the recent updates, I'm that idiot author. I really want to update steadily, or even add chapters or explode chapters. Therefore, I've made a greater promise than before. Which author doesn't want to update steadily and frequently? For web novels, frequent updates means popularity and income. Which author doesn't want to make life difficult for their wallet? I'm immortal, I'm a layman, of course I also want to earn more money. But the cruel truth tells me, I'm not capable enough. I'm really not capable enough. I can't update steadily or add chapters. I can only take leave frequently, think hard, and then write it out bit by bit. Some readers will ask, didn't you update steadily in the past? Then I can only answer these readers with a bitter smile. Yes, I used to update steadily and even add chapters or explode chapters. But that was in the early and middle stages of novel writing. Novel writing gets harder as it goes on. In the early stages, it's like drawing on a blank piece of paper. In the middle stages, the clues are scattered, and you follow them patiently. In the late stages, it's the most difficult, because you have to collect all the scattered clues, fill in all the holes, and let all the characters have their own ending. To this extent, the later stages of the novel are truly qualified for the later stages. The later stages of a novel with 1 million words are difficult, the later stages of a novel with 2 million words are very difficult, and the later stages of a novel with 3 million words are even more difficult. Everyone, our novel has more than 6 million words, so you can imagine the difficulty. The novel Venomous Goo Master is different from most web novels. Usually, the plot of web novels is linear, and it goes on for a very, very long time. The map is constantly changing many, many times. Almost all the characters in the early and middle stages, except for the main supporting characters, almost disappear in the later stages of the novel. As for Venomous Goo Master, it's more like a stage, a big stage. No matter what kind of characters, they have a chance to appear in the later stages. I won't mention important supporting characters like Bai Ning Bing and He Lulan. Let me give you an example, Qin Huizi. This person encountered Demon Immortal Qiju and fell into a dangerous situation, but thankfully Demon Immortal Qiju did not take his life. In fact, Qin Huizi is a minor character in the middle of this book, and I've mentioned him briefly. Another example was Mo Clan's Plump Lady. This character appeared during Fang Yuan's Immortal zombie period. At the end of the book, she appeared again. Moreover, her appearance affected Mo Li. And Mo Li and Peng Da's encounters would affect other characters. Every character had their own thoughts, their own joys and sorrows. Their every action, whether intentional or unintentional, would cause the lives of other characters to change. I think that only such a novel world can be called spiritual. Therefore, Venerable Gu's plot design was very complicated and difficult, especially in the later stages, the 5 regions and 2 heavens stage. So many people. Every time I put pen to paper, I was very cautious. If I'm not careful, I'll eat my settings, my character will collapse, or my logic will be wrong. And this was only the difficulty of the main text. There was another part of the novel that was several times more difficult than the main text. Needless to say, everyone knew, that was The Legends of Rinzhu. The Legends of Rinzhu was very difficult. Not only did I have to create a legend, I also had to create a legend that surpassed Panga's creation of heaven and earth, Nuwa's creation of man, and Adam and Eve's level. Because the latter did not involve philosophy, but The Legends of Rinzhu contained philosophy, it was deeper and could be read in detail. Because the dialogues and plots I designed had to follow a certain path. Let's give an example. Blazing Glory Lightning Brilliance killed Hatred Gu, but found out that Hatred Gu could not be killed. This plot was very simple, but it contained a very simple path. Revenge breeds revenge. Hatred cannot be used to extinguish hatred. To get rid of hatred, other methods were needed. Another example. Rinzhu refined Wealth Gu. He used Hardship Gu, Worry Gu, and Sorrow Gu. Next, Stupidity Gu was deceived and died. Wisdom Gu was also deceived, but it escaped in the end. Eventually, Rinzhu lost both his hands and refined Wealth Gu. This plot was a description of wealth. Earning wealth was very difficult. Maintaining wealth required a sense of hardship, and losing wealth would cause sorrow. Foolish people would die in excess of wealth, while wise people would often be blinded by wealth, but truly wise people would eventually see through this point. Finally, wealth was created by the hands of humans. There were many more examples like this. I felt that The Legends of Rinzhu was much more difficult than normal web novels. It also got harder as it progressed. Because I had to write about Rinzhu's 10 children, how to destroy the 9 heavens, and some foreshadowing, Qian Kun Crystal Wall, in the later stages. The main text was difficult, but The Legends of Rinzhu was even more difficult. And what I had to do was to skillfully combine the two. This was an extremely difficult task. At least to me, it was extremely difficult. I had to write The Legends of Rinzhu chapter by chapter, and then skillfully insert them into the main text, adding the finishing touch to the main text. And the order of these chapters could not be messed up, they could not be reversed. To speak the truth, my pressure was immense. Especially recently, I often could not sleep, I could only barely fall asleep at 3 or 4 in the morning. Thinking about the plot, thinking about The Legends of Rinzhu, made my head feel like it was burning. I remembered that a few days ago, I made an appointment with an old Chinese doctor. But the night before, I was anxious and could not sleep. I organized the outline and slept at 2 or 3 in the morning. But the next day, I did not even have breakfast and rushed to the hospital. There was a traffic jam, causing the appointment to be missed, and I had to wait until the afternoon to register again. Chapter 2050. Recently, quite a number of friends have given me many valuable suggestions. Someone said, Daoist, we can first finish writing the main text, then add on The Legends of Rinzhu. Thank you for your suggestion, but it is actually very difficult to implement. The main text and The Legends of Rinzhu complement each other. If the main text is written, it will be like a large building and then stuffing a small house inside. The Legends of Rinzhu. In the end, it will look very awkward, and it will destroy the space and beauty of the layout. This is a good idea, and I have actually thought of it before. But if we really implement it this way, the quality of The Legends of Rinzhu will be very bad. Because building a house inside a completed building will have very little room for improvement. Although I won't accept the suggestion, I still sincerely thank you. There is also another suggestion that I have accepted. A reader friend said, Daoist, why don't you write some side chapters while you are thinking about it? These side chapters are also very interesting. I thought about it, and this suggestion is really good. Although these side chapters also have to test the setting and logic, the difficulty of thinking about it and writing it is much easier than the main text and the legends of Rinzhu. Thus, today, I added on the second chapter of The Legends of Reckless Barbaric. Everyone can go to Qidian, Daoist Gu, and read about it. This side chapter is free, and I won't take any money. Everyone can read it for free, and it can also be considered as my apology to everyone for this period of time. Also, today I corrected many typos. Specifically, in the first chapter, there are 2, 3, 8, 9, 15, 16, 17, 19, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 29, 30, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 42, 44, 45, 47, 48, 50. Qi ancestor was slightly stunned. Do you already know Fang Yuan's location? I don't know. Qin Dingling smiled at Qi ancestor. The Qi clone looked at Qin Dingling deeply before coming to a realization. Qin Dingling knew what was going on. She had never trusted Fairy Myrtle who joined Shadow Sect. Longevity Heaven was also jackals of the same tribe. It would be foolish to trust them. The reason why she stayed here was to supervise the Dream Realm and also to reorganize the situation. Celestial Court lacked peak rank 8 battle strength. If they chased after them from Celestial Court, they would lose their terrain advantage. They seemed to be acting aggressively, but if they were careless, they would suffer huge losses. Celestial Court was already at a stage where they could not afford to lose. Qin Dingling naturally had to restrain herself and be steady. Right now, Spectral Soul chased after Dragon Palace, Qing Cho chased after Spectral Soul, while Demon Immortal Qiju chased after Myriad Year Flying Warship. Qin Dingling knew that Demon Immortal Qiju who had Shi Land countered Qi ancestor too much. Even if Myriad Year Flying Warship had Fang Yuan, Qi ancestor could not do anything to Demon Immortal Qiju. Instead, if Qi ancestor chased after Spectral Soul, he could influence the situation. For Celestial Court, Fang Yuan had to be eliminated. Shadow Sect was the same. Longevity Heaven was also not a good person. But Celestial Court's strength was different from before. It was very weak now. Even if Qi ancestor stood on Celestial Court's side, he was still not a member of Celestial Court. Qin Dingling heaved a deep sigh. Fang Yuan is extremely crafty. This division of troops seems simple, but it actually greatly reduces the pressure on him. We have no choice but to stop temporarily. Spectral Soul is stronger than Demon Immortal Qiju. If he kills Fang Yuan and obtains the spoils of war, the former Demon Venerable will rise again. Qi ancestor, please make a plan for the sake of the people. It is best to let these two demons exhaust each other and let our righteous path become the final winner. Bing Sichuan explained, Hey Lulan, you have the great strength true martial physique. You should cultivate strength path. Your future will be bright and dazzling. You have the Huang Jin bloodline. You are a natural-born person of Northern Plains Longevity Heaven. I believe you will not disappoint me. I will definitely provide you with strength path resources in the future. And keep this strong gu for now. Even though it is rule path, I feel that it suits you very well. Strong gu. Hey Lulan's body shook slightly. Alright, Fairy Myrtle has set up the formation. Go in. Bing Sichuan instructed. Hey Lulan immediately left Calamity Luck Altar and entered the formation. She had an indifferent expression. She had a calm expression, but her heart was in turmoil. The legends of Renzu recorded strong gu. It had a mysterious and important connection with the great strength true martial physique. Bing Sichuan gave this legendary immortal gu to He Lulan. It showed how much anticipation he had in nurturing her. He Lulan had a realization. It seems that my life has reached a huge turning point. The Legends of Renzu, Chapter 5, Section 31, recorded, Renzu lost freedom gu. He was in so much pain that he wanted to die. He only recovered after a long time. Renzu asked Cognition gu in a depressed tone, "Oh Cognition gu, how can I get freedom gu again? After last time, freedom gu will definitely not come to me." Cognition gu answered, "Oh human, why do you want freedom gu so badly?" Renzu snappily said, "Don't you know the reason behind this? I am seeking freedom. It is to get rid of the restraints of fate." Cognition gu answered again, "Then I have nothing to tell you. Because didn't you already tell Fate gu the answer to this question?" Renzu was stunned. He recalled. That was before he went crazy. He encountered Fate gu. When he was persecuted by Fate gu, he shouted to Fate gu, "I will use my strength and my wisdom to obtain freedom, to get rid of fate's control." Renzu's eyes brightened. "Oh gu, I remember now, thanks to your guidance. I need to rely on myself to get rid of fate. I already have strength. What I lack now is my own wisdom. I need self gu to eat a mouthful of wisdom gu, just like how it ate strength gu." "But where is wisdom gu?" Renzu asked Cognition gu. Cognition gu, "I don't know. Wisdom exists in many places. Its location is not fixed. You can find wisdom in many places. So human, you can only rely on yourself to find it." Renzu nodded, continuing his journey. He walked and walked. One day he saw two gu worms on the road, one chasing the other. A small and white gu worm was flying in front, begging in fear, "Don't chase me, don't chase me, I don't want to be eaten by you." The other gu was clearly bigger. It had thick armor and spoke in a sonorous voice, "I want to eat you, I want to eat you. No matter where you run to, I will eat you." The white and small gu was about to be caught by the big gu behind it, but it saw Renzu and quickly hid behind him. "Human, I beg you, please save me." Renzu saw how pitiful this gu worm was. Being chased by other gu worms, he felt like he was looking at himself. In an instant, a heart grew in his chest, the heart of compassion. Renzu opened his arms, blocking the iron armor great gu. "Stop, don't chase anymore." The iron armor great gu shouted, "Oh human, are you trying to stop me?" "No, you can't stop me, you can't stop me either." "Why is that?" Renzu was curious. The iron armor great gu explained, "I am a strong gu, it is a weak gu. Since ancient times, the strong preys on the weak, that is the law of nature. Thus, the strong eat the weak, and the weak are the food of the strong." Renzu sighed, persuading, "Then why don't you let it go once? Look at how pitiful it is." The strong gu sneered, "Not even once. In the eyes of the strong, there is no place for the weak. They do not have pity for the weak. Because heaven and earth will never pity the weak, they will only marvel at the strong. The weak are born to be conquered, controlled, and eaten by the strong." Renzu saw that his persuasion was useless. He had to reject the strong gu firmly. "I have already saved this weak gu. Go eat something else." Ever since Feng Yuan used a trick to peacefully annex Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven, the Gu Immortals in Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven became his subordinates. Feng Yuan taught them the correct Gu cultivation method. During the Fate War, among them, a large number of rank 7 Gu Immortals were sent out by Feng Yuan. Until now, Feng Yuan did not have the chance to recruit them, They were still roaming around the 5 regions. This was a rare situation for the old combat beast king. He had been cultivating in Star Collection City, his strength had increased greatly. This was a method that Fang Yuan left behind to prevent his immortal aperture from being invaded during the Fate War. During the Fate War, such a situation did not occur. But now that the sovereign immortal aperture was experiencing a myriad tribulation, Fang Yuan could not do anything. He could only use the trump card of Combat Beast King. Winds howled, starlight shot out. The rank 8-star sea snail corpse shell was taken out by Fang Yuan and handed to the old Combat Beast King. Combat Beast King did not hesitate. He activated his killer move and turned into a towering giant covered in star armor in the blink of an eye. The giant roared as his body flew up, charging towards the lightning clouds in the sky. The giant had just flown into the sky when several lightning bolts suddenly merged into one. A blue lightning bolt that was as thick as a heavenly pillar struck the star armor giant. If it were in the past, Combat Beast King would definitely be defeated by this attack. But after this period of cultivation, he had already grasped an immortal killer move. At this moment, Combat Beast King had already activated his defensive killer move, forcefully resisting the lightning attack. But the giant's momentum was also completely dispelled. The giant landed on the ground, his majestic body trembled slightly, there were still traces of lightning on his body. Combat Beast King's limbs were numb and his movements were greatly restricted. Myriad tribulation is truly terrifying. Combat Beast King was tongue-tied, he was filled with shock. Fang Yuan frowned deeply. Earlier, when the lightning bolts merged and attacked Combat Beast King, it was clearly because of providence. The Heaven Path Dao marks were so dense that when they gathered into a lump, providence would naturally be created. With providence's guidance, the terrifying myriad tribulation became even more agile. It made people feel despair. I have Heaven's Will Dissipation killer move. It can even destroy providence in the dream realm. Unfortunately, I cannot use it now. Fang Yuan sighed to himself. If he wanted to refine the Heaven Path Dao marks, he needed to fight against providence first, then use Heavenly Human Perception and Heaven's Worker Substitution killer moves to capture the location of the Heaven Path Dao marks. Finally, he could use Unrestrained Heavenly Mark to refine the corresponding Heaven Path Dao marks. Thus, providence had to exist. Once Fang Yuan destroyed providence, he would not be able to continue refining the Heaven Path Dao marks. But the gathering of Heaven Path Dao marks and the myriad tribulation will greatly affect my refinement of the Heaven Path Dao marks. The efficiency is less than 1% of before. Originally, the Heaven Path Dao marks were scattered all over the sovereign immortal aperture. They were like scattered soldiers. Fang Yuan broke through them one by one. His refinement plan was very effective. But now that the Heaven Path Dao marks had gathered into a lump and were closely connected, Fang Yuan could not do anything. His refinement plan had almost no progress at all. At this speed, how long would it take for him to refine the Heaven Path Dao marks? Fang Yuan was in a difficult situation. Oh no, I can't hold on anymore. At this time, Wu Shuai shouted he had to ask Fang Yuan for help. This Dragon Man clone situation was also very bad. Chapter 2055. Difficult. Fang Yuan heaved a deep sigh. Almost as soon as he said that, Spectral Soul's attacks intensified again. Spectral Soul shouted coldly, Fang Yuan, you have truly disappointed me. How long are you going to hide? Let me tell you the truth, your location has already been deduced by Fairy Myrtle. Hoping to deceive me, that is the behavior of a weakling. I gave Sovereign Immortal Fetus Gu to you, it was truly a waste. Come out and fight me, at least after you die, people will not say that you are a coward who bullies the weak and fears the strong, a coward who fears death. Damn it. Wu Shuai's thoughts were interrupted, he gritted his teeth. Fang Yuan snorted coldly, he frowned but did not reply. What did reputation mean to him? What Fang Yuan cared about was, did Fairy Myrtle really deduce it? Or was Spectral Soul purposely deceiving him? Even his hesitation earlier was an act. He was probing Fang Yuan? The Qi Si clone had already left. Fang Yuan did not know the exact situation. Even now, the wisdom path formation is still working. There is a possibility that Fairy Myrtle is using this to stall the Celestial Court and Longevity Heaven. She secretly informed Spectral Soul of his deduction. Sigh, I cannot care about this anymore. Fang Yuan sighed. He soon tossed this question to the back of his mind. It was not that he found the truth, but Dragon Palace's current situation was extremely dangerous. He had to make a move. Fang Yuan opened a crack in his Immortal Aperture's entrance. He let out the immemorial year beasts that he had prepared. Several immemorial year beasts roared as they charged out of Dragon Palace. Some tried to destroy the Black Qi Whirlpool, while others attacked Spectral Soul. This is useless. Spectral Soul attacked. Black smoke rose from his body. He created eerie winds that shrouded the surroundings. He pointed with his finger. Each attack was only a trace of black smoke, but it was extremely fast and powerful. The black smoke shot towards the immemorial year beast and immediately expanded, turning into thick vine-like chains that bound the immemorial year beast. The immemorial year beast struggled, but the black smoke chains were strengthened by the black smoke vortex, becoming thicker and tighter. The archaic year beast could still struggle at first, but soon it couldn't move at all. It became a target and was then swept away by the whirlpool. These are all small tricks. You have truly disappointed me, Fang Yuan. Spectral Soul floated in the sky, looking down at the black smoke spiral below him. The great rank 8 Immortal Goo House Dragon Palace was like a toy. Once it was exposed, it could only be toyed with and manipulated in the palm of his hand. Wu Shuai gritted his teeth, activating dreamy light smoke. Spectral Soul snickered as he spat out several soul balls. The soul sphere had a tail and was shaped like a tadpole. It drew out a dark phantom in the air and quickly pierced into the body of the immemorial year beast. A thin layer of black gas appeared on the immemorial year beast's body. The black smoke chains quickly melted in the black gas, causing the black gas to become more than 10 times denser in the blink of an eye. The immemorial year beasts regained their freedom, but they roared as they charged towards Dragon Palace. One of the immemorial year beasts even charged towards dreamy light smoke. These immemorial year beasts were actually incited by Spectral Soul on the spot. After dreamy light smoke swept away the immemorial year beasts, Wu Shuai felt a deep sense of helplessness. Spectral Soul was in control of the battle now. He had ample time and initiative. Dreamy light smoke could no longer pose a threat to him. It became a small problem. Spectral Soul used several soul path killer moves now. Fang Yuan and Wu Shuai had never seen or even heard of them before. The foundation of a rank 9 venerable was unfathomably deep. In the sky, the wisdom path formation was still operating continuously. Fairy Myrtle sat at the control area, looking like she was still deducing with all her strength. Longevity Heaven and Celestial Court's Immortals surrounded the wisdom path formation. Qin Dingling looked at the wisdom path formation silently. Just earlier, Celestial Court had sent news that the remaining Gu Immortals had successfully suppressed Di Zongxing. Di Zongxing was hit by a primordial Qi Path killer move. His condition had already fallen to rock bottom. When Fang Yuan escaped, he directly abandoned him. He could not care about him. It was not strange that he was captured and suppressed by Celestial Court's Gu Immortals. From this, one could see Fang Yuan's panic. He could not even take care of an existence like Di Zongxing. It showed how weak he was right now. And it was this fact that made Qin Dingling want to kill Fang Yuan. Such a good opportunity was extremely rare. After suppressing the evil dragon, the remaining Gu Immortals started to repair Celestial Court's Grotto Heaven. The flaws were quickly repaired. Celestial Court's crisis was more than half over. This made Qin Dingling let out a sigh of relief, but she still had other worries. Qi Si Ancestor left not long ago. According to Dragon Palace's speed and direction, it should be at Intestine Corridor already? Qin Dingling estimated. Fang Yuan escaped. He moved Dragon Palace out of immemorial White Heaven, heading towards Central Continent. This made Celestial Court anxious and furious. They were worried that their territory would suffer huge losses from the aftermath of the battle. Intestine Corridor was the northern entrance of Sorrowful Wind Mountain Range. It was created during the Olden Antiquity era after a Beastman expert died and fused with the mountain range. It was controlled by Black Heaven Temple, one of the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent. Qin Dingling had already transmitted the situation to Black Heaven Temple, telling them to use their immortal goo houses to move freely around Intestine Corridor. If there was an advantage, they would attack. If the enemy was too strong, they would directly abandon Intestine Corridor. Preserving their strength was the most important thing. Black Heaven Temple received orders from Celestial Court and acted as if they were facing a great enemy. They quickly mobilized almost all of their forces to take action. But no matter how long they waited, Dragon Palace and Spectral Soul did not appear. What Qin Dingling did not know was that Dragon Palace had already been intercepted by Spectral Soul along the way. It was still in the sky above Sorrowful Wind Mountain Range. Sorrowful Wind Mountain Range was huge. It spanned over 100,000 li. Overall, it was much gentler than other mountain ranges in Central Continent. There were not many resources here. Many of the mountain peaks were barren. Thus, even though it was at the periphery of Black Heaven Temple's territory, it was not placed much importance on it. Most of the resources here were wind path. Back then, a rank 7 goo immortal from Wind Cloud Manor came here to cultivate for many years, eventually breaking through and becoming a rank 8 goo immortal. This person was Old Man Bei Feng, but his life was full of troubles. He was captured by Feng Yuan during the Fate War and was enslaved by Dragon Palace. In the intense battle earlier, Old Man Bei Feng had already died. Not just him, the 4 dragon generals had all died in this battle. Even the strongest, Di Zongxing, was now imprisoned by Celestial Court. On a certain mountain in Sorrowful Wind Mountain Range, several goat-herding youngsters were arguing. The one being bullied was a youngster. He was the thinnest and weakest. He retreated from the accusations. Wang Xiao heir, we have already taken over this mountain. There is no place for you. Get lost, the further the better. These youngsters wore thick leather jackets. They were muscular and had expressions of disgust. Wang Xiao heir's clothes were not only patched, they were tattered in many places. He looked like a beggar. He protested weakly, but my goats need to eat grass too. If I don't feed them, uncle and aunt will beat me up when I return home. The youngsters laughed loudly. One of them was the most muscular. He pushed Wang Xiao heir to the ground. Go to the neighboring mountain to herd the goats. There is still some grass there. Get lost. If you don't get lost, I will break your legs. The muscular youngster threatened fiercely. Wang Xiao heir struggled to get up. He did not dare to protest anymore. He could only drive his small group of goats away from this mountain. He moved his weak legs, trekking through the barren mountains and rivers. There was no path on the mountain. Wang Xiao heir often tripped and fell on the hard rocks, leaving bruises all over his body. On the contrary, the goats behind him walked leisurely. Wang Xiao heir finally found a small patch of grass. After running for a while, the goats were thirsty and hungry. They did not need him to drive them. They just swarmed forward and fought for food. Wang Xiao heir was so tired that he sat on a huge rock. He looked at the goats fighting for food. He sighed in his heart. Recently, the sorrowful winds in the mountain are getting stronger. There is less grass. So, they chased me away to prevent my goats from sharing that patch of grass. The patch of grass was very small. The goats ate it all in a short while. The muscular goats ate the most. The rest of the goats were still groaning in hunger. Wang Xiao heir shook his head. There was very little grass on this mountain, and it was scattered everywhere. To feed these goats, they would have to travel from one mountain to another. Not only was it a waste of time, it was also a waste of energy. Goats, at least you have something to eat. I will definitely return late after eating all of you today. I will definitely be scolded by uncle and aunt again. I will only be able to eat rotten food. Even though Central Continent was the most developed place in the 5 regions, to the vast majority of mortals, life was still difficult. It was common for them to not have enough to eat. At this moment, there was a sudden rumbling sound. Wang Xiao heir looked up at the sky. He was still wondering why there was thunder in such a clear sky. Then, he gradually opened his mouth. He saw a meteor falling from the sky. The meteor became bigger and bigger in his vision. The wind was pressing down, the rumbling sound was deafening, the temperature in the air also rose rapidly. Wang Xiao was so frightened that he stood rooted to the ground. The goats beside him felt the danger. They cried out and ran in all directions. Not just the goats, the wild animals on the mountain also ran in all directions. The 5 regions and 2 heavens shall bear witness. The world was silent. After traveling through space and time, his memories faded. He returned to the current battlefield. Ching-Cho rolled in the air. It could not hold on any longer. Its throat moved as it spat out Spectral Soul. Spectral Soul's figure was like a phantom. He quickly appeared on Ching-Cho's back. He raised his right hand. His 5 fingers were gray like ink. It was very strange. His 5 fingernails were longer than his fingers. They were pale and sharp, giving off a cold and terrifying aura. Go ahead and struggle before death. Don't worry, I will not give you any hope of survival. Spectral Soul's eyes shined with a dark light. His 5 fingers stabbed down at lightning speed. Roar! But Providence was not stupid. It knew about Feng Yuan's details. Myriad Destruction Lightning Forest also appeared in mini-central continent. It started to attack the human path formation. Feng Yuan was forced into a passive state. Roar! Beast roars resounded. A large group of soul beasts charged towards the lightning clouds in the sky. They charged with great momentum, disregarding their own safety. These were all soul beasts. A large number of desolate-level soul beasts, ancient soul beasts, and 4 immemorial soul beasts. These soul beasts were mostly captured by Feng Yuan in Green Ghost Desert. Among them, these immemorial soul beasts were obtained when Feng Yuan helped Feng clan obtain Divine Bean Palace. These soul beasts had always been kept in Mini Black Heaven. Right now, Feng Yuan was in trouble. He had to use this portion of his foundation. Feng Yuan acted decisively. He mobilized all of his soul beasts to disperse the lightning clouds, to give him a chance to counterattack. The soul beasts were extremely fragile under the myriad tribulation. They were like paper. In just a while, close to 100 desolate-level soul beasts were annihilated by the lightning strikes. More than 10 ancient soul beasts died as well. Feng Yuan's heart was cold. He did not waver. The soul beasts were already useful. They attracted a large amount of firepower. They helped Feng Yuan gain some time. Even though these soul beasts included immemorial soul beasts, they did not have immortal goo. They were only high-level cannon fodder in front of the myriad tribulation. But this was making the best use of them. Feng Yuan did not dare to use the soul beasts to deal with Spectral Soul. In fact, ever since those immemorial year beasts defected to Spectral Soul's side, Feng Yuan had given up on this idea. A huge force surged into Spectral Soul's body like a surging tide. Ching-Cho struggled intensely, activating killer moves one after another, attacking its body. But Spectral Soul endured Ching-Cho's frenzied attacks as he continued to absorb its strength. The reason why soul beasts existed in this world was because of Spectral Soul's soul path. Spectral Soul understood soul beasts too well. Not only could he make soul beasts loyal to him, he even had methods to absorb strength from soul beasts to replenish himself. Ching-Cho's struggles became weaker and weaker. Spectral Soul looked at Ching-Cho with satisfaction. The hatred goo in Ching-Cho's body was getting close to completion. This fool was simply giving away treasures while sacrificing his life. Spectral Soul suppressed Ching-Cho while putting most of his attention on Dragon Palace. From the start to the end, he did not relax at all. He kept staring at Fang Yuan's main body. The entire battle was still under his control. Suddenly, a gust of wind blew. The atmosphere was majestic. Two giant hands slammed the door from left and right, attacking Spectral Soul. These two hands were black and white. They were grand and powerful. They resonated with each other. It was a Chi Path killer move, Yin-Yang Great Killer move. At the crucial moment, Fang Yuan's Chi Path clone had arrived. Spectral Soul snickered as soul smoke rose from his body. Two immemorial soul beasts flew out of the smoke, crashing into the two Chi Path hands. The Chi Path hands squeezed fiercely, causing the two immemorial soul beasts to cry out in pain, but they could not be killed immediately. Chi-Si Ancestor did not know whether he should let them go or not. If he continued to hold on to these two immemorial soul beasts, his attacks would be restrained. If he let them go, these two immemorial soul beasts would come and find trouble with him. Chi-Si Ancestor grunted as he waved his hands. The black and white Chi Path hands flew away, bringing the two immemorial soul beasts away from the battlefield. Among the venerables, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was publicly recognized as the person with the greatest killing intent. He was an expert who had gone through intense battles. He fought his way out of the encirclement and created a path of blood. Chapter 2059. Chi-Si Ancestor, how is the situation on your side? During the intense battle, Fang Yuan's Chi-Si clone received Qin Dingling's transmission. Chi-Si Ancestor did not speak. He used an information path goo worm to record the battle scene and sold it to Qin Dingling through Jewel Yellow Skies. The Heavenly Court quickly grasped the situation of the battle like the back of their hands. Qin Dingling's heart shook. Spectral Soul's strength far surpassed her previous estimation. Chi-Si Ancestor seemed to be unable to restrain Spectral Soul. At this rate, Spectral Soul was likely to kill Fang Yuan, defeat Chi-Si, and devour Qing Chou, becoming the greatest beneficiary of this battle. This was something Qin Dingling did not want to see. Fang Yuan and Spectral Soul were both powerful demons. It was best if they died together. It would be best if Longevity Heaven was implicated as well. This was the result that Qin Dingling was looking forward to. My side is using an Immortal Goo House. If we join the battle now, we can still influence the situation. Even though Qing Chou is strong, using it to deal with Spectral Soul is a mistake. Looking at Spectral Soul's expression, he seems to be certain that Fang Yuan's main body is inside Dragon Palace. Then, has Fairy Myrtle succeeded in her deduction and informed Spectral Soul? Qin Dingling guessed the truth, but she was not certain. She looked at the operating wisdom path formation, then at Calamity Luck Altar. If Celestial Court could eliminate Fairy Myrtle and the rest, that would be for the best. By cutting off Spectral Soul's wings in advance, there were fewer factors influencing this battle. Unfortunately, Calamity Luck Altar was here, and even Longevity Heaven's experts were involved. Qin Dingling did not have much confidence in dealing with Fairy Myrtle and the rest. Longevity Heaven. Qin Dingling gritted her teeth. Among the Celestial Court Goo Immortals present, she hated Longevity Heaven the most. Back then, she was forced to become Giant Sun Immortal's immortal concubine. She endured the humiliation and successfully cultivated Luck Path, participating in the Fate War. But at the crucial moment, Immortal Zombie Giant Sun attack threw a huge wager on the scales of victory. Longevity Heaven, I will settle the score with you sooner or later. Qin Dingling vowed in her heart. Just as Qin Dingling was thinking, a rank 7 Immortal Goo House flew over. This Immortal Goo House belonged to Spirit Affinity House. Spirit Affinity House's first Supreme Elder and second Supreme Elder had personally brought an important person from Celestial Court, Feng Kim Hong. Feng Kim Hong, hurry up and take action. Collect the dreamscape before us, Qin Dingling ordered. Yes. The Immortal Goo House opened its door. Feng Kim Hong stood on the stairs with a solemn expression, quickly making his move. She had Dream Wings Immortal Goo and the modified Pure Dream Reality Seeker transformation. In fact, this killer move was the result of Fairy Z-Wei's deductions. Lumps of dream realms turned into human forms and flew into Spirit Affinity House's Immortal Goo House. Shadow Sect and Longevity Heaven's forces were in a commotion. Fairy Myrtle's eyes shined with divine light. Old man Zheng Yuan quickly asked, "Fairy, should we make a move?" After all, these dream realms belonged to Spectral Soul, they were related to his attainment level. Fairy Myrtle shook her head. "Endure it for now, these dream realms are only a small portion, they are not the main point. Fang Yuan is our main target." Currently, Spectral Soul's side had a clear advantage. If this continued, it would be very beneficial to Shadow Sect. Fairy Myrtle also did not want to break the balance here and disrupt the overall situation. Feng Kim Hong was only a rank 5 Gu Master, he was not even a rank 6 Gu Immortal. But her identity was special, she was Feng Jioga's daughter. Once she was attacked, Feng Jioga might be lured out. Feng Jioga's future self-killer move was likely to have disappeared. He was in the same situation as Bai Ning Bing and He Lulan. But even so, with just Feng Jioga's strength, he could participate in the battle. He was a variable. Especially when this variable was not beneficial to Shadow Sect, Fairy Myrtle felt that it was better to avoid trouble. Inside Calamity Luck Altar, Bing Sai Chuan also had the same consideration. He did not make a move. Feng Kim Hong collected the dream realms under the protection of Celestial Court's immortals. Qin Ding Ling had a complex feeling. She made use of Feng Kim Hong in the end, and also indirectly used Feng Jioga's influence and deterrence. When did the powerful Celestial Court fall to such a state? The pride in Qin Ding Ling's heart suppressed her, but the rationality in her mind told her she had to use all the resources and strength she could. Qi Si Ancestor sent another message, requesting for Celestial Court's reinforcements. Qin Ding Ling rejected this request, hoping that Qi Si Ancestor could hold on for a while longer. Qi Si Ancestor took a step back. Sorrowful Wind Mountain Range is closest to Black Heaven Temple. Why don't we ask Black Heaven Temple to send Immortal Goo houses to patrol the battlefield? If I am unable to stop Spectral Soul from killing Fang Yuan, Black Heaven Temple's forces can interfere. Qin Ding Ling thought about it. She did not tell Qi Si Ancestor that she had already ordered Black Heaven Temple. She rejected him. Black Heaven Temple's battle strength is not enough to interfere in a battle of this level. Qi Si Ancestor replied angrily, "This is a rare opportunity. If Celestial Court hesitates and misses this chance, it will be the Righteous Path's regret if either of these two demons grows stronger." Qin Ding Ling sighed. "Ancestor, how can I not know that? But the current Celestial Court is not as strong as before, we need to be careful. If Black Heaven Temple's Gu Immortals join the battle, they will only be sending themselves to death. Ancestor, please forgive us." Qi Si Ancestor could not help but feel dejected. The leader of Celestial Court told him this openly. Celestial Court was truly different from before, they did things differently, Fang Yuan could not make use of them easily. While Qi Si Ancestor and Qin Ding Ling conversed secretly, Demon Immortal Qiju also asked Spectral Soul, "Fang Yuan's main body is here, why are you not here yet?" Fang Yuan had set up a will in Myriad Year Flying Warship, he had also entrusted many Immortal Goo and Immortal Essence to it, under the disguise of Familiar Face, it was extremely lifelike. Demon Immortal Qiju informed Spectral Soul of this information, but the latter was still fighting with Dragon Palace. He showed no signs of leaving. All of this made Demon Immortal Qiju suspicious. Spectral Soul replied directly, "Don't forget that Fang Yuan still has Familiar Face. At present, we still can't determine his true body's location." Demon Immortal Qiju became even more suspicious. "Spectral Soul, are you hiding something from me?" Spectral Soul replied directly, "Don't worry, you just need to stall Myriad Year Flying Warship, there will be a huge reward for you." Demon Immortal Qiju did not buy it, he smiled coldly in reply, "No worries. I have a great plan to find out the true location of Fang Yuan's main body." Saying so, he suddenly stopped. Ignoring Myriad Year Flying Warship, he flew towards Spectral Soul's location. Myriad Year Flying Warship was stunned for a moment before it flew into the sky, rapidly pulling away from Demon Immortal Chi-Ju. Spectral Soul sensed something amiss. He quickly urged, "Chi-Ju, don't be rash." Demon Immortal Chi-Ju had a firm attitude. "Sometimes, we have to take a gamble, right? Maybe you have some information that you just obtained. Can you tell me now?" Spectral Soul snorted coldly but did not reply. Demon Immortal Chi-Ju was silent. He flew through the wind and clouds, his speed increasing rapidly. A few breaths of time later, Myriad Year Flying Warship's figure appeared behind him again. Demon Immortal Chi-Ju saw this and laughed loudly. "Oh, Spectral Soul, look, I found out the location just like that. I am certain now that Fang Yuan's main body is inside Dragon Palace." If Fang Yuan's main body was inside Myriad Year Flying Warship, he would have escaped long ago. But now that Myriad Year Flying Warship had flown back and was trying to stall Demon Immortal Chi-Ju, it was clear that Fang Yuan's main body did not want Spectral Soul to receive reinforcements. He was trying to stall Demon Immortal Chi-Ju. At this point, Fang Yuan's deceptive tactic of splitting his forces was completely exposed. Demon Immortal Chi-Ju was an old demon whose name was recorded in history after all. In terms of seniority, he surpassed everyone here. Even Spectral Soul was inferior to him. After sensing something amiss, he immediately took action to find out the truth. Spectral Soul snorted coldly. He had an unhappy expression. Demon Immortal Chi-Ju's move caused the situation to go out of Spectral Soul's control. Spectral Soul was only tempting Chi-Ju. The two were wary of each other. They were making use of each other. The reason why Spectral Soul did not want to lure Demon Immortal Chi-Ju here was because he was worried that this person would change his mind and covet the huge benefits of killing Fang Yuan. But looking at Demon Immortal Chi-Ju's actions now, Spectral Soul's worry was very wise. Demon Immortal Chi-Ju clearly had his own plans. Spectral Soul did not panic. When he lured Demon Immortal Chi-Ju to participate in the battle, he had already realized this. But there was no helping it. Spectral Soul had not recovered for long. Shadow Sect had not developed yet. There were too many variables in this battle. Spectral Soul had to increase his bargaining chips as much as possible. Thankfully, Fairy Myrtle had contacted Longevity Heaven earlier. Bing Sichuan and the rest were temporarily on Shadow Sect's side. Otherwise, the situation would have been even more chaotic. Did Bing Sichuan not have any ulterior motives? Was he really going to watch as Spectral Soul killed Fang Yuan? Of course not. Fairy Myrtle was a wisdom path great expert. She had deep considerations. She set up the formation in front of Celestial Court's Gu Immortals. On one hand, it was to restrain Celestial Court. On the other hand, it was to keep Longevity Heaven in check. This battle to kill Fang Yuan, even though it was not as grand as the Fate War, it involved at least 4 parties, dozens of Gu Immortals. Almost all of the top experts in the world were present. These people fought and schemed against each other. Spectral Soul acutely sensed that the situation was rapidly going out of his control. Immortal Killer Move, Chi Wall. In the intense battle, Chi-Si Ancestor suddenly pushed with both hands, creating a tall Chi Wall. The Chi Wall was like a mountain as it pressed down on Spectral Soul. Spectral Soul pointed with his fingers as several immemorial soul beasts appeared, growling as they tried to hold up the Chi Wall. Chi-Si Ancestor gave a deep shout as he stretched out his right hand. His palm was aimed at Spectral Soul from afar. Spectral Soul immediately sensed it. Black smoke swirled around his body, forming a spherical barrier that covered him. The moment Chi-Si Ancestor finished preparing his killer move, he suddenly changed the direction of his palm, aiming at the black smoke spiral. Immortal Killer Move, Giant Chi Hand Explosion. With a loud sound, the black smoke spiral was blown to pieces, black chi scattered everywhere. Dragon Palace, which was heavily damaged, moved extremely quickly, drawing an orange-gold light in the sky as it escaped. At this point, Dragon Palace finally escaped. Spectral Soul's attention was drawn by Demon Immortal Chi-Ju. This small opening was discovered by Chi-Si Ancestor. He even managed to seize the opportunity. Spectral Soul looked at Chi-Si Ancestor deeply. Other than intense anger and killing intent in his eyes, there was also a trace of praise and admiration. Qi ancestor's move was truly smooth. Now that Dragon Palace escaped, Spectral Soul had to follow it. He could only give up on the heavy Qingqiu. If not for him, Fate Immortal Gu would not have been destroyed. Be it Feng Yuan or Spectral Soul, they both deserve to die. Black Heaven Temple's immortals gritted their teeth. They treated Qi ancestor differently. When we fight later, let Qi ancestor go. This time, it's all thanks to him that the problem of the Heavenly Quartz energy harvest fruit was completely eliminated. He is our ally, but he does not know that we are lying in ambush here. We cannot accidentally injure him. Even though Qi ancestor and Dragon Palace were cooperating closely, Black Heaven Temple's Gu immortals were not surprised. Spectral Soul was too strong. They had to do this to resist him. Precisely because of Qi ancestor's hard work, Feng Yuan and Spectral Soul were fighting each other to the death. They continued to exhaust each other. We're close, we're close. Let's fight. Black Heaven Temple's Gu immortals were eager. Whoosh! Right at this moment, Spectral Soul attacked. Black smoke rumbled as eerie winds blew. Under the cover of the eerie winds, several mountains and valleys were reduced to dust. To resist the eerie winds, Qi ancestor had to use the killer move Qi Wall. Dragon Palace shone brightly with golden light, shooting out a grand light pillar, using offense as defense, shooting straight at Spectral Soul. Just as it was about to hit, Spectral Soul's body flickered as he vanished on the spot, easily dodging the pillar of light. The pillar of light tore through the sky. It was hundreds of meters long, creating a huge ravine on the ground. In an instant, dust clouds rumbled as countless mountains collapsed. A brand new man-made earth trench appeared in front of Black Heaven Temple's immortals. After this burst of attacks, Spectral Soul did not create any opportunity. He restrained himself and fought against Dragon Palace and Qi as he flew. Black Heaven Temple's several immortal Gu houses were silent. That burst of attacks earlier had shaken them both physically and mentally. So, this is their true battle strength. Many people were scared to the point of breaking out in a cold sweat after they realized what had happened. No one mentioned attacking anymore. The atmosphere was a little awkward. Eventually, Black Heaven Temple's first Supreme Elder coughed twice, breaking the silence. He purposely muttered to himself, "No wonder Celestial Quartz Lord Qin ordered us to wait for an opportunity. That's right, Lord Qin is very wise. What do we do now? Continue to lie in ambush. They have not discovered us yet. Maybe there will be an opportunity? That makes sense. Actually, even if there is no opportunity, we cannot come here for nothing. Right? At the very least, we need to gather information about the battle and report it to Lord Qin." Rumble. Just as Black Heaven Temple's immortals were discussing, a battle erupted in the sky again. At once, the sky turned dark and gloomy, the ground shook. The aftermath of the battle spread in the sky, creating a huge shockwave. Trees were uprooted, rocks flew everywhere, countless beasts cried out and died. It was a scene of the apocalypse. Black Heaven Temple's immortals stared with wide eyes. They saw Spectral Soul's black soul ball being dodged by Dragon Palace. The soul orb fell into a valley far away. There was no sound. In an instant, with that valley as the center, the surrounding 1,000 li of mountains turned into black ash, dispersing with the wind. The originally lively mountain range had completely disappeared, leaving behind only a huge empty crater. Gulp. Someone swallowed a mouthful of saliva. The surrounding Gu immortals could hear it clearly. What killer move was that just now? It is too strange. There are no records of it in history. It is not strange for Spectral Soul's method to have such power. But if it were to land on us, forget about us, even the immortal Gu houses in our sects might not be able to withstand it. Let's go? Lord Qin told us to wait for an opportunity. He naturally allows us to retreat. Black Heaven Temple's immortals looked at each other before looking at First Supreme Elder. First Supreme Elder's expression was dark as he said solemnly, "We need to preserve our strength, we cannot waste it here. If we sacrifice ourselves, who will be able to support Black Heaven Temple? Lord Qin will not blame us, we need to plan for the future." Fang Yuan did not create an internal conflict between the three parties because they were not ordinary Gu immortals. At the same time, Fang Yuan had deep enmity with them, the benefits he had were too great. Even if the three parties held back, their firepower was ferocious and their killer moves were strange and mystical. Myriad Year Flying Warship did not fly for long before it became heavily damaged, countless Gu worms and corpses were scattered along the way. At this rate, there is no way out. Wu Shuai shouted, "Main body, our path to the north has been completely sealed. We can only escape southwest now. There is no hope, we can't hold on for long, Myriad Year Flying Warship is much more fragile than Dragon Palace." Fang Yuan's main body was sitting cross-legged, resisting the myriad tribulation inside as he commanded, "Then go underground and see if there is any chance of survival." Myriad Year Flying Warship swayed rapidly in the sky, dodging a black soul ball sent by Spectral Soul, but it was still engulfed by the attacks in the sky. The silver-white hull resisted the killer moves with difficulty. Soon, a portion of the hull dimmed and turned into white ash, drifting in the sky. In the end, it was swept away by the intense winds, vanishing without a trace. Myriad Year Flying Warship was like a flying fish that was getting injured. It plunged down towards the ground. Follow it. With 3 more rounds of attacks, this ship will definitely be destroyed. Fang Yuan must die. If we cannot win, we will destroy the sovereign immortal aperture as well. We cannot let outsiders benefit from it. Almost all 3 forces had similar communications and instructions. Boom. Myriad Year Flying Warship was like a silver-white meteor, directly crashing into the ground. Dust and smoke surged as the ground shook, but it could not intimidate the pursuers behind Fang Yuan. They entered the hole created by Myriad Year Flying Warship. Boom boom boom, all sorts of killer moves were unleashed on Myriad Year Flying Warship. Myriad Year Flying Warship quickly disintegrated, it was in grave danger. Fang Yuan is muddle-headed. Under the ground, Myriad Year Flying Warship can't move easily, so we can easily hit it. There is no path to heaven, no door to hell. Fang Yuan, you demon, you slaughtered the innocent and harmed the world. Today's situation is the result of your actions. Offending us, this is your miserable ending. The immortals roared. Fang Yuan's defeat and escape caused their morale to soar to the extreme. If they worked harder, Fang Yuan's death would be right in front of them. Inside Myriad Year Flying Warship, Wu Shuai was covered in blood. Under such intense attacks, Myriad Year Flying Warship could not be repaired in time. Rumble. The immortals prepared for a moment before attacking again, creating a frenzied wave of attacks. Countless killer moves were separated from each other, trying their best to avoid internal friction. Like a terrifying tsunami, they surged towards Myriad Year Flying Warship layer by layer. Die! At the moment of life and death, Myriad Year Flying Warship smashed through the soil and rocks in front of it, charging into a spacious underground space. Myriad Year Flying Warship had the space to move quickly, avoiding most of the killer moves and narrowly escaping death. It was like a swimmer that was about to drown suddenly inhaled some air. What's going on? We chased him to Earth Abyss. Is this Fang Yuan's plan? Chase, we cannot let him escape. The immortals were stunned for a moment before breaking through the soil and rocks, charging into the underground space. It turned out that Fang Yuan was chased by Spectral Soul from Sorrowful Wind Mountain Range in the north of Central Continent to the southeast. Demon Immortal Qiju rushed over from the east and cooperated with Spectral Soul to force Fang Yuan to the southwest. Finally, Fairy Myrtle and the rest joined the battle from the south. Fang Yuan had no choice but to go west. After going west, they finally reached Ancient Soul Sect's territory. Ancient Soul Sect was one of the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent. It had a long history. Under Ancient Soul Sect's territory, there was a huge underground abyss. Every layer of the underground abyss had an area of at least hundreds of millions of square kilometers. The space was vast and mysterious. There were all kinds of caves and tunnels. Some were like mazes, some formed huge underground lakes, and some were as empty as plains. There were countless life forms living here. In Fang Yuan's previous life, a terrifying beast tide surged out of Earth Abyss, wreaking havoc on the whole of Central Continent. Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects spent several years to exterminate the beast tide on the surface of Central Continent. Afterwards, they disregarded their factions and invited both righteous and demonic path Gu Masters and Gu Immortals to explore Earth Abyss together. In the end, they found that Earth Abyss was unfathomably deep. There were layers after layers. By the time Fang Yuan was reborn, he had already discovered 107 layers. It was impossible to estimate how many layers there were. The environment here is complex. There are many life forms. The deeper we go, the more immemorial desolate beasts there are. This is indeed the best place to escape to. Wu Shuai, who was in Myriad Year Flying Warship, realized. Relying on Earth Abyss, Myriad Year Flying Warship's situation started to improve. But towards Fang Yuan's scheme, the pursuers led by Spectral Soul understood it clearly. Many Gu Immortals no longer held back. They used all their methods. They were on guard against each other earlier, but now that they had chased all the way here, no one was willing to give up. Fang Yuan's situation was still dangerous. Myriad Year Flying Warship's destruction speed was much slower, but it was still sliding towards the edge of the cliff of destruction. Fang Yuan and Wu Shuai worked together and used their brains to their fullest extent, but they were still unable to shake off the pursuers. At most, they were only able to create a gap between the pursuers. In the first group, the one closest to Myriad Year Flying Warship was Spectral Soul. Next were Demon Immortal Qiju, Qi-Si Ancestor, and Qing Chou. In the third group were Celestial Court, Longevity Heaven, and Shadow Sect's Fairy Myrtle. Boom! Myriad Year Flying Warship, which was on the verge of collapse, smashed through the rocks and entered the next layer. Countless bats flew around, escaping in panic. There were millions and millions of bats living in this level. They were like a black tide, vast and boundless. Ordinary bats were smashed into minced meat by Myriad Year Flying Warship, while the alarmed immemorial black bats charged against the tide. On this floor, the black bat swarm was fully deserving of being the overlord. They were alarmed by Myriad Year Flying Warship. They were determined to punish this daring intruder. Spectral Soul arrived soon after. He saw the sky full of black bats and was overjoyed. Fang Yuan, heaven is not on your side. It seems that this layer will be your burial ground. Spectral Soul suddenly roared. The whistling sound spread out, and wherever it went, the black bats died instantly. Even the ancient black bats were not spared. Only the immemorial black bats staggered in the air, barely holding on. Spectral Soul roared. Countless bat souls emerged from the corpses of these black bats. These souls quickly fused with his roar, turning into black fog that covered Myriad Year Flying Warship. Myriad Year Flying Warship quickly disintegrated under the corrosion of the black fog. It could not hold on any longer. Collect the core immortal goo. Prepare to abandon the ship. Fang Yuan's main body ordered decisively. Just like when they abandoned Dragon Palace, they tried to retrieve the core immortal goo at the final moment. Dragon Palace's core immortal goo, Dream Token, had already been retrieved. But the battle was dangerous. When the immortal goo house was facing destruction, retrieving the core immortal goo was only a matter of manpower. It was up to fate. Sometimes, because they were too anxious, they extracted the core immortal goo too quickly, causing the core immortal goo to be heavily injured and destroyed afterwards. At the next moment, myriad year-flying warship broke apart, Fang Yuan's main body and Wu Shuai were completely inside the black fog. He is here. I will block him. Wu Shuai blocked in front of Fang Yuan. I said it before, this escape is futile. Spectral Soul approached, his tone was cold as ice. Qi Si Ancestor and the second group of people had just arrived. They saw the sky filled with black fog, silver-white fragments were scattered and dissipating. Spectral Soul was attacking Fang Yuan's main body. No! Qi Si Ancestor was too far away, he could only shout in his mind. Even though there was no evidence, Fairy Myrtle still said it with absolute certainty. She had fought with Fang Yuan too many times, she was the loser every time. Fairy Myrtle had tasted this feeling of failure too many times, she was already used to it. Every time she thought that victory was in her grasp, Fang Yuan would cause trouble. The current situation gave Fairy Myrtle the same feeling, it was extremely familiar. Qin Ding Ling agreed with Fairy Myrtle's deduction. We are chasing after Fang Yuan, but from another perspective, we are being led by Fang Yuan. One chasing and one escaping, this route is controlled by Fang Yuan. If he cooperated with Paradise Earth's force, this situation would have been the easiest. But why is Paradise Earth's force cooperating with a demon like Fang Yuan? We have not seen it with our own eyes, is this a force left behind by Paradise Earth? If it is, which Paradise Earth force is it? Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable was the most recent Venerable, he naturally had the most forces left behind. But different from the other Venerables, Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable did not intentionally support any forces. Celestial Court was a force created by Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, and Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable. Longevity Heaven was originally Giant Sun Immortal's Grotto Heaven. It was a foundation created by his inheritance. Shadow Sect was an organization created by Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's soul after his death, using Zombie Alliance as a shell. Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable was different, he supported and helped countless forces. For example, Eastern Seas Merman Imperial Court, he could not bear to see the merfolk being bullied. Or Southern Borders Mushroom Man Paradise, he did not want to see the Mushroom Men being slaughtered mercilessly. Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable had methods to transform his immortal aperture into a paradise. He had helped a large number of Gu Immortals and many Grotto Heavens and blessed lands in his life. He even helped legendary immemorial beasts, like the Blue Dragon Whale. Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable did not just help humans, he also helped variant humans and all living beings. Thus, in this aspect, he was the most benevolent and compassionate Venerable. Even though Celestial Court's Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable also helped all living beings, he mostly focused on saving nature and restoring the environment. The other Venerables had offensive methods, only Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable did not. Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable had also left behind true inheritances in various places. Southern Borders Mushroom Man Paradise was one of them. Thus, Paradise Earth's leader, Southern Border Gu Immortal Lu Wei-yin, claimed to be Paradise Earth's inheritor, nobody could refute him. Back then, before the Fate formation, Fairy Myrtle had personally entered Mushroom Man Paradise and borrowed Benevolence Gu. The Immortals could not guess. Paradise Earth's actions caused many forces and Gu Immortals to be connected to him. It was hard to say which force was among them. Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable had been eliminating Spectral Soul's influence his entire life. He showed kindness and brought peace to people. Would his force cooperate with a demon like Fang Yuan? But this is not impossible. Isn't Celestial Court also cooperating with us temporarily? Fairy Myrtle's heart was filled with dark clouds. The more she thought about it, the worse she felt. The reason why Celestial Court cooperated with Shadow Sect was to let Fang Yuan and Spectral Soul exhaust each other. It would be best if they could eliminate these two demons at the same time. If they had such thoughts, why would Paradise Earth's force cooperate with Fang Yuan? With Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's status and nature, he would not do such a shady thing. But the Immortal Venerable had already passed away. Nobody could say for sure what kind of nature his force or inheritor had. This situation is definitely out of Master's expectations. But there is an even worse situation. That is, this is all Fang Yuan's scheme. He did not hesitate to give up Dragon Palace and myriad-year flying warship to lure Master into this battlefield. No matter what the situation is, I need to do my best to save Master as soon as possible. Fairy Myrtle had a bad premonition. She was very anxious. She was a wisdom path great expert. Any premonitions or changes in her mood were important to her. Spectral Soul naturally had an advantage against Fang Yuan. But if he faced another venerable force, it would be hard to say. And most importantly, this venerable force was the Paradise Earth force that targeted Spectral Soul the most in history. At the same time, in the Earth Path battlefield, Spectral Soul looked at the surging yellow sand around him. His expression was cold as ice. Good, very good. You are Lu Wei-yin, the current generation's southern border inheritor of Paradise Earth? A Gu Immortal stepped on a yellow cloud as he bowed towards Spectral Soul. Lord Demon Venerable is wise. I have been waiting here for a long time. At the side, Fang Yuan urged, Lu Wei-yin, I have lured him here. Don't expect me to take action now. I need to see your sincerity. Fang Yuan stopped talking and retreated rapidly. But it was too late. In an instant, Spectral Soul suddenly appeared in front of him, using an unknown method. Fang Yuan, you were careless. It has been hard on you to escape to this point. Die. Spectral Soul stretched out his hand and grabbed Fang Yuan's neck. Moreover, Fang Yuan's two immortal Gu houses, Dragon Palace and myriad-year flying warship, were destroyed. He lost a lot of Gu worms. The core immortal Gu he brought back were all injured. Spectral Soul laughed sinisterly. Fang Yuan, hide well. Maybe Lu Wei-yin will let you out? He, but it doesn't matter. Paradise Earth is gone. No matter what kind of Earth Path battlefield it is, it cannot trap me for long. Once I understand the profundity of this, it will be the day you die. Lu Wei-yin did not reply. He activated the battlefield. Yellow sand flew around Spectral Soul. A figure charged out of the sand. It was Fang Yuan's Qi-Si clone. Qi-Si ancestor saw Spectral Soul and was stunned. As if he had charged through the sandstorm earlier, he did not expect Spectral Soul to be here. But at the next moment, Qi-Si ancestor immediately attacked, using Qi Path methods to attack Spectral Soul. Spectral Soul snorted coldly. He blocked the attack and was about to counterattack when he saw Qi-Si ancestor getting engulfed by the sand again, vanishing without a trace. Spectral Soul immediately chased after him, diving into the yellow sand, but he could not find Qi-Si ancestor's whereabouts. Another figure attacked. It was Demon Immortal Qiju. Spectral Soul was about to greet him, but he saw that Demon Immortal Qiju's expression was not right. He became vigilant. As expected, at the next moment, Demon Immortal Qiju also attacked him. Spectral Soul blocked and shouted, Qiju, what are you doing? Demon Immortal Qiju smiled coldly. Qi-Si ancestor, since you provoked me, I will show you the true power of Qi Path. Hearing this, Spectral Soul was stunned. He thought, don't tell me, this is another ability of the Earth Path battlefield. It can confuse enemies and allies? Spectral Soul could recognize the sand puppet as Fang Yuan, but Spectral Soul could not. Then, this battlefield could disguise him as Qi-Si ancestor. It was not strange that Demon Immortal Qiju was deceived. Spectral Soul and Demon Immortal Qiju fought for more than 10 rounds. Demon Immortal Qiju was injured. He was engulfed by the sand again. Next was Qingqiu. Spectral Soul, I want you to die. I want you to die. Qingqiu was still going crazy. The rank 9 immortal Gu aura on its body was extremely dense. Spectral Soul's heart jumped. Like this, at times, it was Qi-Si ancestor, at times, it was Demon Immortal Qiju, and at times, It was legendary immemorial desolate beast Xianxia. They appeared and disappeared amidst the sand, engaging in continuous battles against Spectral Soul. Spectral Soul had incredible battle strength, surpassing any of them, but whenever he gained a slight advantage, Lu Wei-yin, who was behind the scenes, would immediately switch targets. Spectral Soul could not do anything about it. Spectral Soul was attacked repeatedly, he was also covered by the sand, he could not get away for the moment, he could only fight passively. At the back of the battlefield, Fang Yuan was undergoing tribulation with all his strength. Wu Shuai, on the other hand, was guarding him with a vigilant expression. Beside him, countless army ants gathered into a hollow sphere, protecting him and Fang Yuan. Inside the sovereign immortal aperture, the myriad tribulation had already turned into a torrential flood. The flood engulfed the surrounding 10,000 Li. Fang Yuan's mini-5 regions were all affected, a large number of small-scale resource points were destroyed. Mini-Central Continent Spirit Spring Forest, Kokitahara's Bone Burial Ground, Contact Heart River Bank, Mini-Western Desert's Eerie Fire Dragon Python Pit, Sand Gull Soil Bank, Mini-Southern Borders Become Dragon Mound, Heaven Sealing Mountain, and Mini-Eastern Seas Jade Beard Lake were all heavily damaged. And the resource points that were heavily protected by Fang Yuan were also greatly impacted. Fang Yuan's losses were severe. There was no choice, he had already used all his strength. Fortunately, his efforts and sacrifices were not in vain. The number of heavenly Dao marks that he had refined had already reached more than 20. The first myriad tribulation was the Myriad Destruction Lightning Forest Tribulation. Fang Yuan finally came up with a countermeasure to deal with it. Under the control of Providence, the Heaven Path Dao marks immediately changed the contents of the myriad tribulation. Fang Yuan's countermeasure quickly lost its effectiveness. If this situation happened to most Gu immortals in the world, it would be a desperate situation. But for Fang Yuan, every change in the myriad tribulation was a great opportunity for him. Because he had the killer move Exposed Heavenly Secret. Exposed Heavenly Secret allowed Fang Yuan to accurately predict what the next calamity or tribulation would be. Even though he might not have enough time to prepare, this was already a qualitative change. After all, the biggest reason why calamities and tribulations were troublesome and dangerous was that they were hard to predict. Once they were accurately predicted, the threat of the calamity or tribulation would fall by several times. Of course, even if the predicted myriad tribulation was a myriad tribulation, it was still a myriad tribulation. Thus, the sovereign immortal aperture was flooded and countless resources were destroyed. Fang Yuan's losses were severe indeed, but this was not a bad thing. The power of the myriad tribulation continued to fall. Because the essence of the heavenly Tao was balance, the greater Fang Yuan's losses, the smaller the imbalance. Even with Providence, it still followed the principles of the heavenly Tao. More and more Heaven Path Tao marks were refined by Fang Yuan. His refinement efficiency was rising rapidly. The first step was the most difficult. Fang Yuan sacrificed all of his soul beasts to break through this greatest predicament of his life. He succeeded. Even though the myriad tribulation was still rampaging, Fang Yuan had already gotten a breather. He was starting to turn the situation around. Spectral Soul fell into a tough battle. Lu Wei-yin's illusory sand-shifting shadow battlefield forced him into a passive state. Qi-Si Ancestor, Demon Immortal Qi-Ju, Qing-Chou, and Lu Wei-yin could even work together to attack Spectral Soul. Qing-Chou was blinded by hatred. It was once used by Spectral Soul, but here, Lu Wei-yin moved it around casually. Spectral Soul could not make use of it. Intense winds blew, yellow sand flew into the sky. Suddenly, the fine sand turned into rocks. They spun on their own while flying rapidly. In an instant, countless flying rocks covered heaven and earth, enveloping Spectral Soul. Spectral Soul waved his hand and threw out a cloud of smoke. A small portion of the flying rocks vanished into the black smoke, but most of them pierced through the black smoke and arrived in front of Spectral Soul. Spectral Soul's body suddenly vanished. When he appeared again, he was already at the other side of the battlefield. If they took out Peaceful Soil Heavy Mountain Fortress in the battle earlier, Fang Yuan would not be able to escape far. He would become a sitting duck and suffer the attacks of Spectral Soul and the rest. Even though Fang Yuan had a short period of peace, the other forces were able to mobilize their troops and gather their methods to kill Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan could not stay in one place for long. This was Central Continent, the territory of Celestial Court. Even though Celestial Court was on the decline, Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects were still there. But now that Fang Yuan took out Peaceful Soil Heavy Mountain Fortress, the effect was completely different. Spectral Soul resisted the attacks of Lu Wei-yin, Qi-Si Ancestor, and the rest while attacking Peaceful Soil Heavy Mountain Fortress. Peaceful Soil Heavy Mountain Fortress stood firmly. It did not move at all. Even an existence like Spectral Soul felt great discomfort. His main target was Fang Yuan. It had never changed. But if he wanted to attack Fang Yuan now, he had to destroy this immortal goo house. This huge obstacle made Spectral Soul feel a little suffocated. If Spectral Soul ignored Fang Yuan and focused on this battlefield and these enemies, he would give Fang Yuan precious time to recover. This was something Spectral Soul did not want to see. In the intense battle, Spectral Soul looked at Qing Chou, wanting to use it as a breakthrough point. But Lu Wei-yin was prepared. Once he saw that Spectral Soul was targeting Qing Chou, he immediately used a battlefield killer move to teleport Qing Chou away. Qing Chou only targeted its greatest enemy, which was Spectral Soul. Lu Wei-yin was not helping Spectral Soul, he was helping it. Qing Chou would not attack him. Spectral Soul's scheme was foiled. He transmitted to Demon Immortal Qiju. Qiju, you will be the main attacker. After we destroy this immortal goo house, the reward will definitely satisfy you. Demon Immortal Qiju hesitated. Spectral Soul, your battle strength is higher than mine. If you cannot do it, how can I? Spectral Soul snorted coldly. Who says I cannot do it? I just need to spend some effort. We lack cooperation. The most suitable thing now is for me to deal with this battlefield and the enemies while you attack Fang Yuan. You have the secluded domain of heaven and earth, Shi. As long as you are willing to pay the price, how hard can it be to destroy this immortal goo house? Spectral Soul's main target was Fang Yuan, but now he had to change his target. Firstly, Spectral Soul could tell that this immortal goo house had high defense. It would take too much effort to destroy it. Secondly, Spectral Soul was only cooperating with Qiju. Their relationship was shallow, thus, Qiju was an unstable factor. Spectral Soul wanted him to attack to prevent Qiju and reduce the chance of accidents. He could also break out of the battlefield and wait for an opportunity. It was safer and more stable. Spectral Soul had the greatest killing nature in history. He was not a fool who lost his rationality and was overwhelmed by killing intent. Qi-Si Ancestor's arms shook as he stretched out two hands from his wide sleeves. He used his index and middle fingers to draw a huge circle in front of him, causing rumbling winds and clouds to gather. Immortal killer move, Qi Current Scissors. Streams of translucent Qi currents flew out of his sleeves at an extremely fast speed. These air currents seemed weak, but they were actually extremely sharp. They drew a beautiful arc in the air, and then converged into a translucent river of air currents. With a loud sound, the Qi Current Scissors River collided with the Vengeful Soul Black River. The Qi Current Scissors were pushed back. The Vengeful Soul Black River was heavily injured, but it still charged forward. It soon got close to Qi-Si Ancestor. Lu Wei-yin shouted as he activated the battlefield, creating a sand and stone barrier that blocked the Vengeful Soul Black River's weak point. Qi-Si Ancestor's face was already red. He was having a hard time fighting against it. He used this chance to escape. Spectral soul, why are you not dead yet? At the same time, Xianxia roared as it pounced from the left. And on the right of giant spectral soul, Wuxia did not make a sound. He controlled the countless army ants to attack giant spectral soul's head like a black cloud. Pincer attack. Spectral soul stood on the spot. 300 arms blocked Xianxia while 100 arms attacked Wuxia. Xianxia charged with all its might, disregarding its own safety. Spectral soul snickered. His black hands suddenly clenched. They were sharp like spears that countered soul beasts. At the next moment, close to 100 arms stabbed into Xianxia's body. A large amount of green-black blood splattered all over the battlefield. Spectral soul saw this blood and the eyes of the furious face shined. The cold face laughed sinisterly. Soul beasts have no bloodline, but it seems that your body has already changed along with the refinement of hatred goo. Interesting. After this battle, I will cut you into pieces and research on you. The meaning was that spectral soul was definitely going to defeat Xianxia. Xianxia roared in pain. Its snake-like neck moved rapidly. Its roars almost pierced the immortal's eardrums. Its body was emitting smoke. It was also black soul smoke, almost the same as spectral soul's. Not just that, it opened its mouth and shot out more than 10 human-face soul balls that were flickering with lightning. All sorts of attacks landed on giant spectral soul's body, but it was like a gust of wind hitting an ancient tree. The tree only shook slightly. Its huge trunk did not budge at all. Spectral soul's arms that stabbed into Xianxia's body went deeper. They dug and twisted. Xianxia screamed in pain. It was heavily injured by spectral soul and could not break free. Its soul blood flowed like a river. It was a tragic scene. Seeing this, Wuxia, who cultivated enslavement path and had a weak body, did not dare to take the risk. He quickly retreated. He made up his mind, unless it was absolutely necessary, he would only attack from afar. The army ants were densely packed. They gathered and dispersed like smoke. They charged towards the eyes, nostrils, ears, and eyes of the black soul giant's head. Spectral soul's cold head snorted lightly. A trace of black smoke came out of its nostrils. The smoke spread everywhere it went. The army ants died instantly. They could not resist as they fell in large numbers. As expected of the former demon Venerable. Demon Immortal Chiju's eyes shined with bright light. He praised endlessly. Spectral soul used his full strength and immediately changed the situation. Even though Lu Wei-yin and the rest had the terrain advantage and numbers advantage, they were still at a disadvantage. Spectral soul attacked several times to block them, before turning around and staring at peaceful soil-heavy mountain fortress with his 4 eyes. Over 400 black arms stretched out, clenching into fists. Black chi surged on the fists as they attacked Fang Yuan's rank 8 Earth Path Immortal Goo House. Bam bam bam. Each punch caused the peaceful soil-heavy mountain fortress to shake violently. Under the countless punches, black chi surged and corroded the Immortal Goo House. The surface of peaceful soil-heavy mountain fortresses' defenses started to fall off in large chunks. They were quickly destroyed. Fang Yuan quickly used his killer move, using Earth Path Goo worms to replenish the damage. However, misfortune did not come alone. The myriad tribulation in his sovereign immortal aperture transformed again. Almost all of the heaven path Dao marks condensed into a lump, turning into a meatball monster. The meatball floated in the sky. It was huge like a mountain. It was 10 times the size of spectral soul. It cast a huge shadow on the ground. Countless black holes appeared on the meatball's surface. The holes opened up and emitted an intense suction force. The suction force rumbled and spread endlessly, forming tornadoes. Under the cover of the tornadoes, countless resources and variant humans in the sovereign immortal aperture were forcefully sucked away and thrown into the meatball. At once, screams could be heard. There were heavy casualties. The meatball quickly digested all of this. Its size started to expand. Oh no, I have never seen this myriad tribulation transformation before. It also has the ability to grow. It can get stronger as it fights. Fang Yuan's heart sank. He had to deal with spectral souls' frenzied attacks and the myriad tribulation in his immortal aperture. Regardless of which, he needed to put in all his effort. Others could not help him at all. Fang Yuan could not split himself into two, he had to make a choice now. Peaceful soil-heavy mountain fortress can last for a while, but if the myriad tribulation continues to grow, it will surpass my limits. Choosing the lesser of two evils, Fang Yuan decisively chose to guard against the myriad tribulation. Most of his attention was focused on the sovereign immortal aperture. His control over peaceful soil-heavy mountain fortress slowed down. The old combat beast king was saved. He dragged his heavily injured body as he gritted his teeth and stood up, listening to Fang Yuan's instructions. Shui Air controlled the situation on the ground, controlling the ice crystal formation to resist the suction force of the tornado. The meatball monster slowly floated over. It was stable like a mountain. Shui Air felt immense mental pressure. Immortal Killer Move Unrestrained Heavenly Mark. Ever since he activated it, Fang Yuan had not stopped. But now, its power had fallen to the deepest part of the abyss. Countless thoughts collided in Fang Yuan's mind. It was a grand sight. Fang Yuan multitasked. He first activated a Wisdom Path Immortal Killer Move. If you think it is good, then support it. If not, then I will not force it. So be it. In addition, during the Fated War, when Fang Yuan attacked the Celestial Court, he did not see any remnant souls. Thus, Fang Yuan already believed some of Lu Wei Yin's information. Subsequently, the secret of Fang Yuan's supreme immortal body was revealed in the jewel-yellow skies, which made Fang Yuan believe it a little more. After Demon Immortal Qiju was reborn, Fang Yuan secretly tried to contact Demon Immortal Qiju, but he did not succeed. Not long after, Demon Immortal Qiju came to find trouble with Qi ancestor. Fang Yuan used Qin Dingling's help to repel Demon Immortal Qiju on the surface, but he was actually colluding with Demon Immortal Qiju. In order to gain Demon Immortal Qiju's trust, Fang Yuan told him that Qi ancestor was his disguise. Demon Immortal Qiju obtained Fang Yuan's weakness. He immediately understood Fang Yuan's sincerity in cooperating with him. What Demon Immortal Qiju lacked the most back then was understanding of the current Gu immortal world. Fang Yuan catered to Demon Immortal Qiju's interest. He used all sorts of true inheritances as bargaining chips to transact with Demon Immortal Qiju. Demon Immortal Qiju was moved, but he was still very wary. He did not agree to an alliance agreement with Fang Yuan. He was worried that Fang Yuan would use information path methods that he did not know about to harm him. Fang Yuan did not force him. He eventually formed an extremely loose alliance with Demon Immortal Qiju that could not restrict each other. Fang Yuan provided Demon Immortal Qiju with true inheritances of all sorts of paths, while Demon Immortal Qiju gave Fang Yuan the profundity of his Qi path revival. Furthermore, he had to follow Fang Yuan's arrangements to sell Qi path immortal materials in jewel yellow skies and purchase inheritances of all sorts of paths. After Fang Yuan obtained the profundity of Qiju's revival, he immediately had a huge breakthrough in terms of Qi harvest fruits. Thus, Qi Si ancestor was able to resolve the Qi harvest fruits. After that, Fang Yuan used the Qi harvest fruits of Celestial Court to successfully create the Qi Si clone. In fact, with just Fang Yuan's current Qi path attainment, he could not resolve the Qi harvest fruits so quickly. But not long after, Demon Immortal Qiju actually contacted Spectral Soul in Jewel Yellow Skies. Demon Immortal Qiju was greatly shocked. After learning of Spectral Soul's intention, he immediately understood Fang Yuan's intention. Demon Immortal Qiju and Fang Yuan's alliance was very loose. They could easily betray each other. Demon Immortal Qiju naturally would not consider for Fang Yuan's sake. He kept this information to negotiate with Spectral Soul. In the end, he found that Spectral Soul's price could not compare to Fang Yuan's. A great demon venerable is actually so stingy? Demon Immortal Qiju was disdainful at first, but he thought about it. Oh, I understand. Chapter 2076. What? Wu Shuai heard this for the first time. He was stunned. Who did not know of Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's benevolence and kindness? He spent his entire life trying to eliminate Spectral Soul's death. He did not have a single offensive move. His actions and words were to guide people to do good. He took pleasure in helping others. The number of people he had helped numbered in the hundreds of thousands. Not just humans, but variant humans and legendary immemorial beasts as well. He had even taken action many times to repair mountains and rivers, managing resource points for the world. Southern Borders Mushroom Man Paradise, Eastern Seas Merman Imperial Court, and the Blue Dragon Whale had all obtained Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's help. Even Central Continent's reincarnation battlefield was created by Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable because he could not bear to see Central Continent's Gu Immortals kill each other. He created this battlefield killer move to resolve conflicts. As for Fang Yuan killed people like flies. He was cold and emotionless. For his own benefits, he destroyed Fate Gu. He disregarded the great cause of humanity. For the sake of cultivation, he plundered resources everywhere. Extortion, ambushes, robberies, he did everything he could. Everywhere he went, there was blood and disaster. Now that Spectral Soul was dead, Fang Yuan was the true #1 demon in the world. It was not strange that Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable had deduced Fang Yuan. The other 9 Venerables had also deduced Fang Yuan. But Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable actually wanted Fang Yuan to be his successor. He wanted Paradise Earth's forces to help Fang Yuan become a venerable? This was a little too inconceivable. Is Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's brain damaged? Wu Shuai reacted and thought of this. Next, Wu Shuai thought, is Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable trying to guide my main body to do good? This is in line with his style. That was right. Feng Yuan was a demon. The battle earlier would definitely shock the world if it spread. Feng Yuan's position as the #1 demon in the world was confirmed. If such a demon could turn back to the path of righteousness, it would be a great thing for the world and all living beings. Wu Shuai was shocked, but Feng Yuan was expressionless. He did not show any surprise. The reason for that was because he had heard those words when he was communicating with Lu Wei-yin earlier. At that time, Feng Yuan recalled the scene on the Red Lotus Stone Island. Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable barged into the Stone Lotus Island and talked to Red Lotus Will. He did say that he wanted to snatch the inheritor, Feng Yuan. Thus, Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable took Regret Gu and placed it in the Blue Dragon Whale. It was because of this that Feng Yuan ventured into the Blue Dragon Whale Grotto Heaven Paradise, took away Regret Gu, and released Xin Shang. At that time, the ultimate mission that appeared on the merit list seemed to be inviting Feng Yuan to stay in the Grotto Heaven and accept this mission to become the master of the Blue Dragon Whale. But Feng Yuan did not accept this temptation. He resolutely chose to go out and participate in the Fate War, destroying Fate Gu. After the Fate War, Lu Wei-yin took the initiative to contact Feng Yuan and offered his assistance. These two matters were actually of the same origin. It was not that difficult for Feng Yuan to accept it. Since rebirth, I have obtained many venerable true inheritances. This is the help that the venerables gave me. They used me as a pawn to destroy Fate Gu. I thought that Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable had the same idea, but to think that he had other intentions. Thoughts flashed in Feng Yuan's mind as they collided. He was in such a huge predicament this time, he had a slim chance of survival. Chapter 2080. Earth Abyss Battlefield. Boom. After being hit by Celestial Quartz attack, Calamity Luck Altar shook intensely. Bing Sichuan's expression was grim. Legendary immemorial beast Mao Liqiu shouted, "Let Grandpa Mao go out and kill these people." Five Elements Grandmaster shouted, "Grandpa Mao, this place is too damaged, please help me repair it." Mao Liqiu snorted. It fixed Calamity Luck Altar while muttering unhappily, "It is so unbearable to take a beating." Bing Sichuan, Calamity Luck Altar is under your control, don't ruin Master's reputation. Bing Sichuan frowned, replying, "Mao Liqiu, take a look outside, someone is in a worse state than us." Demon Immortal Qiju was the person Bing Sichuan was talking about. He was in a terrible state indeed. Spectral Soul's self-detonation caused his Shi Land to be heavily damaged. And Shi Land was his greatest support since rebirth. Even though he obtained many top-quality true inheritances, he did not have enough time to modify killer moves. Thus, his Chi Path killer moves were almost always the same, Only killer moves that used Xiland as the core could be used in battles of this level. But now, Xiland was heavily damaged. Demon Immortal Chiju's battle strength fell sharply. We cannot let this continue. Celestial Court might have strong reinforcements. Longevity Heaven, we need to work together again. Demon Immortal Chiju transmitted with much difficulty. Celestial Court is currently at its weakest in history. What reinforcements can they have? Mao Liqiu muttered. We cannot be careless. Celestial Court's foundation is unfathomable. Bing Sichuan replied to Mao Liqiu before agreeing to Demon Immortal Chiju's request. He also felt something amiss. Thus, Calamity Luck Altar retaliated first to provide cover for Demon Immortal Chiju. Demon Immortal Chiju gritted his teeth, activating Xiland and drawing in endless earth chi. Calamity Luck Altar took over again, fiercely pushing up the gradually sagging earth vein. Using the same trick again, you are really looking down on me. Qin Ding Ling suddenly left the Immortal Gu house and went outside, using a luck path killer move. The killer move's golden light burst out. Bing Sichuan's expression changed. It was like his finger was bitten by a poisonous hand. He quickly retracted his hand. So close. This killer move faintly countered Calamity Luck Altar. Just one more step and Calamity Luck Altar would have to bear the pressure of the earth vein. It would be suppressed in the earth vein and unable to escape. It would become a target. Bing Sichuan thought to himself, Qin Ding Ling's methods had far surpassed his expectations. Without the guidance of Calamity Luck Altar, the vast earth vein that had just risen fell back down again. But Demon Immortal Chiju and Calamity Luck Altar's efforts were not in vain. Giant pillar-like earth vein tributaries shot in all directions. An earth vein tributary was like a yellow-brown river that passed through the battlefield of the Demon Judgment Board and the three immortals. The three immortals were struggling to maintain the situation and resist Demon Judgment Board. Bai Ningbing was still alive. Even though she was crushed by Demon Judgment Board earlier, at the crucial moment, she used Bai Xiang killer move again. Demon Judgment Board dodged, unwilling to fall into the earth vein tributary. The heavens are helping me. Seeing this scene, Bai Ningbing's eyes lit up with joy. Her body grew rapidly. The small white ice giant that was only 5 meters tall immediately grew to 6 meters tall. This is the chance to escape. Bai Ningbing stretched out her hands towards Miao Yin and Black Tigress. The two hesitated for a moment before letting themselves be held by Bai Ningbing's hands. The most crucial point was that these goo worms could transform into humans and use other goo worms. Moreover, the proficiency in using them depended entirely on the goo cultivator themselves. This was very terrifying. After transforming a goo worm into a human, a bunch of goo worms could use it and instantly create a goo cultivator. Mortal goo worms could transform into humans and use other goo worms to become goo masters. Immortal goo worms could transform into humans and become goo immortals. This made Fang Di Chang think of his main body's sovereign immortal fetus goo. Sovereign immortal fetus goo's effect and power were naturally not something these human path goo worms could compare to, but there were huge similarities between the two. The crowd surrounded the 10 children of human path and set off from the city gate. This would be the largest wave of exploration. Quietly looking at this scene, Fang Di Chang hid in a secluded corner and waved his hand. Men! Immediately, a few beggars rushed to him from their respective corners. Their attitudes were incomparably respectful as they said in unison, "Chief, what orders do you have for us?" "Go and gather some gang brothers, follow the crowd and gather information," Fang Dichang instructed. Currently, although he was formed from a beggar gu, he was already a rank 5 bag beggar. Not only that, he had also borrowed Xianxiang's strength to purchase a large number of beggar gu and used the sect token gu to activate the killer move, creating beggar gang. Right now, more than half of the beggars in the city were already under his command. Immortal killer move, myriad thought sword waterfall. Rumble. With a loud sound, a waterfall appeared. The silver-white waterfall had a grand aura as it fell from the sky and smashed into the hill. Every drop of water in the waterfall was a thought. They had the appearance of a sword. In just a few breaths of time, the hill was flattened. Fang Yuan retracted the killer move, the hill vanished completely and a shallow pool appeared in its original location. The water was filled with flowing small sword thoughts. As expected, the killer move's power has increased by several times, and it is even smoother. Fang Yuan carefully experienced the use of the Heaven Path Dao marks. After quelling the myriad tribulation, Fang Yuan was not in a hurry to keep the appointment. He found a place to rest and reorganize in secret. The reason why he used Myriad Year Sword Waterfall was because it was not an ordinary killer move. Killer moves were mainly of a single path. Even if gu worms of other paths were mixed in, they were only supplementary. For example, Rule Path's 5 Restriction Profound Light Chi, or Time Path's Time Cutting Edge. And some killer moves were special. They were compound killer moves that were based on 2 or more paths. For example, this Myriad Year Sword Waterfall move was the fusion of Wisdom Path and Sword Path. Fang Yuan had many such killer moves. There were Myriad Dragon, Yama, Great Thief Ghost Hand, Myriad Ghost Sword Dragon, Jade Flow Pearl, and so on. More accurately speaking, Myriad Dragon was a compound killer move of Enslavement Path and Transformation Path. Great Thief Ghost Hand was a compound of Soul Path and Theft Path, and Jade Flow Pearl was a compound of Refinement Path and Space Path. Myriad Ghost Sword Dragon was even more complex. It was created by fusing Ancient Sword Dragon Transformation, Myriad Self, Yama Sun, Yama Emperor, and Familiar Face. Every time he used Myriad Ghost Sword Dragon, it would expend 4,000 Soul Path Dao marks on Fang Yuan. This compound killer move was much stronger than a single path killer move. The enemy would need to consider 2 or more paths to deal with it. It was harder to defend against. Normally, gu immortals who cultivated multiple paths would use it. After all, during the battle, Wuxia and Fang Yuan had cooperated too closely. They trusted each other too much. This was not normal for demonic path gu immortals. The two Heavens Alliance's gu immortals had already heard of these rumors. Even though they were loyal on the surface, they had many suspicions in their hearts. Thus, Wu Shuai's honesty was not hard for the immortals to accept. Wu Shuai continued, "The reason why I gathered all of you is to regroup and plan for the future, and also to get rid of the Qi harvest fruit problem in your grotto heavens." The immortals' eyes lit up. One of them blurted out, "Could it be that you already have a solution, Alliance Leader?" Wu Shuai smiled, "Of course I don't have a solution, but my main body does." The immortals looked at Fang Yuan cautiously. Fang Yuan was expressionless, his gaze was indifferent as he spoke for the first time. "Right now, you have two choices in front of you. The first is to let me annex your grotto heavens, only then can I help you get rid of the Qi harvest fruit problem." The immortals' expressions changed, some of them were angry but did not dare to say anything. At once, everyone fell into silence. Rainbow Rock Immortal Concubine broke the silence and asked respectfully, "I wonder what the other choice is?" Fang Yuan leaned on his wide chair and narrowed his eyes. "The second choice is to kill all of you and annex all your grotto heavens." You're tuning in to the Wang Lin's Journey YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.